Chapter 3201, Master Nyo, I'm here. Li Yao first found a hidden bush and put away most of the tools, food, detectophones, trackers, and other items he had prepared. He kept only the essentials for one battle. Then, he went to the grocery store next to the neighborhood and bought a cold soda. With a straw in his mouth, he shook it 3 times with each step, pretending to be a casual observer. His eyes, sharp as a blade's edge, scanned the faces of every man, woman, and child in the neighborhood, including the seemingly white-haired, hunched old men. The first fire truck had already stopped below Zhang Daniu's building. A few firefighters drew a cordon around the area to keep the crowd from approaching. Some were also searching for nearby fire hydrants. However, since Zhang Daniu strictly followed Li Yao's instructions and only ignited the clothes and cotton inside the pressure cooker, the smoke gradually diminished after burning for over 10 minutes. No real fire ensued, and the well-trained firefighters were not overly concerned. They continued to control the scene. Li Yao observed the trees, branches, and the rooftops of the residential buildings, planning his routes for a smooth ascent and retreat. Of course, he did not forget to look for suspicious individuals and soon identified more than one target. About 15 meters southwest of him, a middle-aged man was leaning against a bicycle shed. From his appearance and demeanor, he seemed to be an office worker, the kind who lacks exercise and has a big belly. However, despite the protruding beer belly, the muscle lines on his hands and feet were quite pronounced, as if they were made of rebar. They were full of the strength of springs and explosives, and his breath was quite long. He only breathed once every 20 seconds or so, a sign that his heart and lungs were extremely powerful. How could a man with strong muscles, a strong heart, and powerful lungs have a round beer belly? About 20 meters below the boulevard to Li Yao's right, there was a young woman wearing pajamas and pushing a stroller. She seemed to be taking a walk after dinner, but when the breeze blew her hair away, Li Yao noticed a very inconspicuous earpiece in her ear. It had a spring coil at the back and looked professional and stable. Although he only glanced, Li Yao was certain it was not a Bluetooth earpiece for listening to music. Besides, it was not very reasonable to listen to music while watching a show with a child, was it? The young woman and the beer-bellied middle-aged man exchanged meaningful glances from time to time, touching their earlobes and nodding. Li Yao guessed it was their secret code to ensure the safety of their surroundings. He looked at the stroller the young woman was pushing. As expected, it was completely covered. Not even an inch of the baby's skin could be seen. It was already summer, and the weather was hot and humid. Although the fire upstairs was not really on fire, the crowds nearby were enough to raise the neighborhood's temperature by 3 to 5 degrees. Should the baby still be covered under such circumstances? Something was obviously wrong. Just like that, Li Yao discovered 6 unusual suspects. 5 of them were looking out for each other, all within Li Yao's field of vision. It would be difficult to take them down at the same time. The 6th one was also in other people's sight. But the firefighters had decided to evacuate everyone in the neighboring unit at the last minute. The sudden surge of people interfered with his movement, and he had to change his position according to the firefighters' instructions. This gave Li Yao an opportunity. At this time, the sky gradually turned dark. The loudly complaining crowd did their best to distract the attention of several suspicious figures. When the 6th suspicious figure tried to go around to the back of a large tree, Li Yao silently jumped up from behind. His arm, like a strange python, ruthlessly bit the man's throat, completely silencing his cries of alarm. Then, he firmly pressed the man's carotid artery and used 3 seconds to put him into a coma. Thankfully, everyone's attention was focused on the smoking residential building. No one cared about the dark corners of the small garden. Li Yao dragged the suspect into the bushes and quickly searched his body. Apart from a mobile phone, a multipurpose tactical pen, and the communicator in his ear, he found no leads whatsoever. Hardly had he put the communicator into his ear when he heard a voice from inside. "We found the target on the rooftop. Stay alert. We're going to bring him down." Li Yao's heart tightened. The first thought that came to his mind was to rush to the rooftop to rescue his companion. But on second thought, if the enemy had the intention to kill, they could have killed Zhang Dainiu as soon as possible. There would have been no need to waste time informing his companions. After all, they could have drowned him in the water tank without any trouble. Since they wanted their companions to be alert and to remove their target, it was clear that they were going to remove a living person, not a cold corpse. Zhang Dainiu's residential building had a total of 3 units, and he lived in the unit on the far right. Since it was the scene of a fire, the residents had long been evacuated. The entrance was cordoned off, and only firefighters could enter. The second unit in the middle was being evacuated due to the spreading fire. Many residents were rushing out of the corridors one after another. The 3 units on the left were the furthest from each other. They were not forcibly evacuated, but many residents still came downstairs to watch. From the rooftop, one could freely go down to the corridor of the 3 units. Li Yao estimated that the enemy must have pretended to be a resident and evacuated through the stairs of the second unit. As expected, while lurking in the bushes, he noticed that the other 5 suspects were all gazing at the entrance of the corridor of the second unit. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao crouched and dashed toward the 5 suspects. They don't seem to be superpowered people. At least, they are not superpowered people like Zhao Kai, who have awakened the memories of their previous life and turned into monsters and assassins. They are just well-trained warriors, Li Yao thought to himself. So, does the enemy have an even more awesome mission? Hiding in the darkness? Forget it. I have to rescue him. With a sliding step, Li Yao moved to the back of the middle-aged man with a beer belly and strong muscles. He called out softly, "Hello?" The middle-aged man was already in a highly tense state. When he turned his head instinctively, Li Yao's hand cut across his Adam's apple, holding it until it was crooked. His eyes were wide open, but he could not utter a single word. Almost simultaneously, the 3 nails in Li Yao's palm shot out, targeting not a suspect but the tires of the fire engine. Normal iron nails wouldn't make much noise when piercing through tires, but Li Yao had poured all his strength into the iron nails and pierced through 2 tires. As expected, one of the tires made a bang sound, giving everyone a scare. This also caused everyone, including the suspicious person, to temporarily shift their attention to the fire truck. Taking the opportunity, Li Yao zigzagged through the crowd and neatly finished off the other 2 suspects. Now, only 2 suspicious individuals were left, and they had discovered Li Yao's presence. Not good. Their exclamations came over the communicator, "Don't." Perhaps they intended to warn their companions in the corridor not to come down, but their warning was cut short by Li Yao's iron nails. Seeing his tracks exposed, Li Yao stopped hiding and stomped on the floor tiles, shooting into the corridor of the second unit like an arrow from a bow. Orange lights were blinking in the narrow corridor, and most of the residents had been evacuated. Li Yao raised his head and saw a brawny man helping Zhang Dainiu down the stairs. Without time to think, he fired his iron nails, shattering the corridor lights and plunging the surroundings into darkness. At the same time, one nail shot upward, piercing the man's jaw, while another, more insidious, pierced his foot. Since the man had just reached the first floor, his feet were at the same level as Li Yao's head, making it difficult for him to notice Li Yao. The lights were off, and his pupils were dilated, so avoiding the nail aimed at his jaw was already a challenge. How could he avoid the one aimed at his foot? The nail easily pierced through the man's military boots and nailed his feet, boots, and stairs together. Ah! The muscular man screamed and tried to pull the nail out. Li Yao took the opportunity to run up and pull Zhang Dainiu. Weird things happened. The muscular man and Zhang Dainiu both took out a black, shining dagger and stabbed at Li Yao's chest. What the hell? Li Yao was not scared of the sudden attack, but he didn't understand why Zhang Dainiu was attacking him. He glanced at Zhang Daniu's face from the corner of his eye, only to discover that the man's face was blank, his eyes vacant, and his pupils unfocused. He looked like a puppet being manipulated, with no awareness of his actions. Li Yao looked at the muscular man again. He was holding a saber in his right hand, but his left hand was pressed against Zhang Daniu's back. His fingers were trembling at a strange frequency, as if he were controlling Zhang Daniu's nerves and muscle network through his spine. So that's how it is. Some kind of very advanced hypnotism? Now that he understood the mechanism, there was nothing to be afraid of. Li Yao sneered as the two daggers passed by his eyes again, aiming for the muscular man's left leg. He stomped on it. The muscular man's left leg was already in pain, and with Li Yao's stomp, his attack and control skills were seriously affected. His left hand flailed, and Zhang Daniu cramped violently, no longer under his control. Li Yao took the opportunity to gather his fingers and peck the muscular man's armpit. The peck broke at least 5 of the muscular man's ribs. His dagger fell from his hand, and he fell backward. Li Yao was not willing to let him go. He chased after the muscular man and smashed his elbow into the man's chest. The muscular man was immediately knocked out and foamed at the mouth. Zhang Daniu was still in a daze. Li Yao had never learned any hypnotism techniques before, so he could only slap Zhang Daniu dozens of times in the simplest and crudest way. Zhang Daniu's eyes finally focused again when Li Yao noticed his cheeks were bulging and glittering. Woo-woo. Holding his cheek, he mumbled, "What happened? Why is it so painful? Master Niu, don't be scared. I'm here." Li Yao dragged Zhang Daniu and ran up the stairs. "Just now, some evil superpowered people tried to hurt you, but I eliminated them all." Chapter 3202, True Superpowers. Is that so? Zhang Daniu was still confused. He instinctively felt his body and said, "Why doesn't my body hurt at all? Only my face feels like it's on fire, and my molars are all loose." "Maybe your resistance infuriated the animals, and they were trying to force you to submit that way," Li Yao explained. "These creatures are brutal by nature. They are all cold-blooded and can do anything. Just slapping you is good enough for you. But forget the details. Master Niu, let's go." "Where are we going?" Zhang Daniu asked curiously. "Aren't we going downstairs? The corridor is blocked." "Their men are outside," Li Yao answered simply. He rushed to the 3rd floor, picked a random room, kicked the door open, and brought Zhang Daniu to the balcony. "These are detectophones and trackers. They are effective within 500 meters and can be used for 24 hours. They are products of cultivation technology," Li Yao said, stuffing 2 crystal chips as thin as cicada wings into Zhang Daniu's hands. "Hide them in the most secret place on your body. If we are unfortunately separated, we will have to rely on these to save our lives." Zhang Daniu took the chip and hesitated. Hide it here? What else can I do? Get you a hotel room?" Li Yao was anxious. "The enemy will catch up to us any moment. Let's not waste time, Master Niu." "All right." Zhang Daniu gritted his teeth and made up his mind to unbuckle his belt. "Master Niu, what are you doing?" "Hiding the eavesdroppers and trackers. Didn't you ask me to hide them in the most secret places on my body?" "I meant the bottom of your sock, Master Niu." Oh. While Zhang Daniu was hiding the detectophones and trackers, Li Yao had already observed the environment behind the neighborhood and figured out 11 escape routes. "Yes." Zhang Daniu tied his shoelaces again and looked down from the balcony on the 3rd floor. He clicked his tongue and said, "Are we going to jump off the 3rd floor? Are you kidding me? How could I?" Li Yao smiled. He suddenly picked up Zhang Daniu by the collar and threw him off the balcony. "I'm throwing you off." "Ah!" Zhang Dainiu danced and screamed in midair. Li Yao, however, was the first to arrive. Like a shooting star chasing the moon, he landed on the ground first. With quick reflexes, he grabbed Zhang Dainiu's ankle and swung it 3 times like a ball, reducing most of the impact and ensuring that Zhang Dainiu landed steadily. Hoochie! 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 Zhang Dainiu's face was pale and lifeless. His legs were shaking violently. If you want to scream, wait until it's safe. Master Niu, while Li Yao was talking, his pupils constricted violently, and the hair on his arms stood up, like the sharp thorns of a porcupine. When he was on the 3rd floor just now, he had clearly scanned the surroundings with his vision that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. There was clearly no one in the dilapidated bushes downstairs. However, when he and Zhang Dainiu jumped down together, 3 weirdly dressed guys with extremely dangerous auras appeared in front of them and stared at them. The bald, muscular man in the middle was over 2 meters tall. He wore a loose, large sportswear, which only partially concealed his bulging muscles, as if the fabric would tear like paper if he moved slightly. Complicated tattoos covered his bald head, resembling a thunderstorm. What was strange was that the tattoos seemed to be alive, with lines that looked like lightning blinking intermittently. On the right side of the bald man stood a petite girl, her small frame a sharp contrast to his, but her gloomy temperament matched his intensity. She wore a black suit with lace edges, and a crow with scarlet eyes perched on her shoulder, cawing. On the left was another woman, most of her face hidden by a wide-brimmed hat and the collar of her coat. It was odd that she wore a coat on such a hot day. However, Li Yao noticed her golden hair, eyes, and the dense tattoos or runes all over her body through the gaps in her coat. This was likely why she needed to hide her real appearance. The sky was growing darker, an abnormal phenomenon. A fog of unknown origin surrounded the 5 of them from all directions, like dry ice that had been overturned. Li Yao felt a strange sensation, as if the air had turned into thick glue. The sirens of fire trucks and the noises of neighbors became vague, as if they came from far away. Perhaps, he and Zhang Dainiu had been dragged into a strange space where no struggle would make a difference. Li Yao wondered if he should greet the 3 odd figures first and gather some information from them. But the golden-haired woman in the coat shook it open, revealing countless tools that looked like brushes and paints. She drew something on the ground skillfully. In just a few seconds, Li Yao saw the outline of a complicated, round pattern. The air was thick with the scent of gathering energy, like static electricity before a storm. Whatever the blonde woman was drawing, it must be something extremely dangerous. Li Yao changed his mind. He couldn't let her finish it. Hew! 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 More than 10 steel nails were launched at the same time, drawing miserable arcs in the air. 2 of them were aimed at the bald man and the crow girl, while the rest were aimed at the blonde woman. Li Yao himself was also hiding behind the steel nails, firing at the others like a hail of spikes. The bald man, the crow girl, and the blonde woman all wore mocking smiles at the same time. The blonde woman didn't dodge and continued drawing her strange patterns. The bald man, however, strode forward and roared, tightening his muscles to form a giant shield of flesh and blood, blocking all the nails. Chi! 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 The iron nails pierced into their flesh. The bald man and Li Yao both gasped in disbelief. Li Yao had not expected the bald man's bronze muscles to be so tough that the iron nails, which could pierce walls and steel plates, failed to penetrate them. The bald man, on the other hand, had underestimated Li Yao's strength. He thought he could knock the iron nail away, but was surprised when it pierced half an inch into his flesh, causing a burning pain. However, the nails alone were far from enough. The bald, muscular man pulled an iron nail from his muscle and licked the blood from it. The hideousness on his face intensified as he strode toward Li Yao. With every step, the muscles all over his body wriggled and rolled like giant serpents. Soon, he squeezed out all the iron nails. Who? The bald, muscular man raised his saber and slashed down. Since Zhang Dainiu was right behind him, Li Yao had no choice but to cross his arms and take the attack. Boom! Li Yao felt as though a crashed plane had slammed between his arms, nearly knocking him into the mud. Blood surged in his chest, and his heart beat so fast it seemed to be bursting from his ribs and chest. However, it was precisely this bombardment that unlocked a certain shackle deep within his brain or heart, inch by inch. The strength he hadn't felt in a long time poured out from the collapsing dam, making him feel ravenous. It had been a long time since Li Yao felt this hungry. It wasn't the hunger when his superpower first awakened, but a deep, indescribable emptiness within his soul. This emptiness couldn't be satisfied by food, only the painful moans of the enemy could soothe it temporarily. Li Yao let out an inhuman roar from the depths of his throat. He grabbed the right arm of the bald, muscular man, his 10 fingers piercing deeply into the muscles like tongs, using the heart-wrenching pain to numb the man's reaction. Immediately, he pulled his hands downward, his body soaring into the air. His knee crashed ruthlessly into the man's face like a drill. A crack echoed through the air. Even if the bald, muscular man had trained his body to be as hard as steel, he was unable to cultivate a layer of muscles on his tibia. When Li Yao landed on the ground, half of his face had already collapsed. Blood spurted out from his nostrils and eye sockets. The malevolent look on his face turned into shock and horror. He was no longer as calm as he had been a few seconds ago. Before the bald, muscular man moaned, the crow girl exclaimed in shock. She did not expect that the dangerous aura of the unknown Li Yao would be 10 times stronger than before. With a shake of her shoulder, the crimson-eyed crow soared into the sky and lunged at Li Yao. Meanwhile, countless flapping wings echoed in the mist. Crows, sparrows, night owls. All kinds of known and unknown birds blocked the sky, the fog, and Li Yao's 5 senses, as if he had been trapped in a maze of black feathers. It's an illusion. Li Yao was very sure that, in such a crowded, brightly lit metropolis, even if the enemy had the ability to communicate with birds, it was impossible for them to summon so many birds in such a short period of time, and it was also impossible for the normally docile birds to turn into terrifying sky predators. Therefore, it was all an illusion and could not fool him. Li Yao inhaled and closed his eyes, ignoring the noises around him. Instead, he constructed an identical battlefield of mist in his brain based on the information and data he had collected just now and rushed toward the golden-haired woman in his memory. As he expected, thousands of sparrows, crows, and night owls were hovering in the sky, pretending they were going to attack him, but none of them really landed on him. Chapter 3203, Magic. Seeing that Li Yao was about to reach the blonde woman, the muscular man, whose face was half collapsed, displayed astonishing vitality and managed to stand up. He broke a nearby branch and charged at Li Yao, sweeping everything in his path. His skin gleamed with an inhuman metallic luster, making him appear like a lump of jagged iron. As he punched, the air crackled with the sound of rushing wind. Li Yao's direction and speed remained unchanged. Suddenly, he leaned forward, placed his right hand on the ground, and kicked the iron fists of the bald, muscular man. After a series of hurried, dull thuds, dazzling sparks erupted between their fists and feet. Asshole! The bald muscular man finally roared in fury. Li Yao, however, appeared as if he were not in the midst of an intense battle. Instead, he seemed to have just finished a 2-hour hot bath and was in the middle of a Thai massage. As the bald muscular man pummeled him with his iron fists, every acupoint on his body seemed to open up. Bam! Another dull thud echoed. Li Yao withdrew half his strength and only unleashed it as he kicked the bald man. Not only did he send the bald man flying 3 to 5 meters away, but he also propelled himself toward the blonde woman, gliding close to the ground like a bat. Blocked by the bald man and the crow girl, the blonde woman was drawing on the ground. The complex rune array was nearly complete. She removed her wide-brimmed sun hat, and her coat flapped in the air, revealing the tattoos that extended from her arms to her neck and from her neck to her eyebrows. They were countless zigzagging, tadpole-like words. As far as Li Yao knew, they did not belong to any ancient language family on Earth. Instead, they seemed to be variations of a certain cuneiform script. Her hair and eyes were originally as dazzling as the sun, but at this moment, they had completely faded away, becoming as bleak as an albino's. A series of strange syllables came from the depths of her throat, somewhat similar to Zhao Kai's incantations. As the spells were flying, the wedge-shaped tattoos on her body were glittering together with the runes on the ground. Not good. Sensing the great threat, Li Yao stomped on the ground and accelerated again, turning into a streak of light. But miserable croaks echoed in the sky, and a few stinky objects darted at him, exploding right in front of him. It was a crow. Not all the crows and sparrows were fakes. In the thousands of illusions, more than 10 real crows and sparrows, under the control of the crow girl, crashed into Li Yao. Li Yao's maximum speed was as high as that of a jet airliner. Therefore, the consequences of the crows and sparrows hitting him were as miserable as those of birds hitting an airliner. Although Li Yao's body had been strengthened, he was still slowed down by half a second when the crow hit the sparrow. In that half-second, countless weeds and vines grew out of the ground, tying up his ankles like iron wires, digging into his skin and flesh. The more he struggled, the tighter they tied him up. Li Yao could not free himself for a moment. His high-speed sprinting posture was disrupted by the crows and the vines, and he fell to the ground. By the time he blew away the feathers, freed himself from the vines, and regained his balance, the white-haired woman had already completed the entire process of casting the spell. She seemed to have been seriously ill. All her vitality had been drained by the pattern beneath her feet. Her once plump and full flesh withered at a visible speed, making her look like a skeleton. All that remained were her bright eyes, which stared intently at Li Yao. Though she had closed her mouth, the strange curse continued to echo in Li Yao's mind, growing sharper and louder. The sound irritated Li Yao, making his blood boil as if someone had set his internal organs on fire and rubbed his cells at high speed. His mitochondria lost control, releasing all the heat. Damn it! I've been fooled. Alarm bells rang in Li Yao's mind. What kind of power is this? Using a high-frequency ripple to make my cells lose control, tampering with the command for the mitochondria to generate energy, causing my cell's temperature to rise continuously, leading my body to spontaneously combust, burning me alive? Is this a superpower or magic? Boom! The word magic had barely appeared in Li Yao's mind when his internal organs and skin began to burn fiercely. His entire body turned into a large, bright fireball. In the next moment, the scene and his memories became fragmented and blurred. All he could see was Zhang Daniu screaming and raising his hands as he was taken away by the 3 superpowered individuals, or rather, the magician. The mist around him gradually thinned, and he found himself in a familiar neighborhood once again. He could hear the sirens of fire trucks and ambulances before everything went dark. Li Yao had a new dream. It was a strange dream, completely different from the one with the evil-looking woman wielding a T-Rex gun and having thin arms and legs. He was in a city, perhaps Jiangnan City, or perhaps the city where he had lived in his previous life. He seemed to be running away from something in a hurry. The city was empty, there was no one except him. However, the roads and streets were changing randomly, like a maze that was alive. Not far behind him, an enormous silver ball, resembling a balloon, was floating in midair and chasing after him unhurriedly. Li Yao ran and ran, hoping to escape the scanning range of the silver ball. No matter how fast he ran or how tricky his route, every time he turned around, the silver ball was still following him. On closer inspection, he noticed a silver-white thread on the back of his head, which appeared to be either a blood vessel or a nerve. The thread extended all the way to the bottom of the silver ball. It became clear that the silver ball was not chasing him, but he was guiding it forward. An indescribable sense of powerlessness surged within Li Yao. He stared blankly at the silver ball, whose surface glittered like an uneven mirror. His reflection in the mirror was broken and twisted, hardly resembling himself at all. Then, he wondered, who am I? Am I Li Yao? What is the so-called Li Yao? Where do I come from? Where am I going? What is my destiny? Li Yao shuddered. When he woke up on the cold bed, he found himself wrapped in an airtight plastic membrane, with a zipper running from his chest to his head. What is this? Why did you put me inside? It hurts. It's stuffy. It tickles. Li Yao thought and tried to recall what had happened during his coma. Eventually, he understood. This is a body bag, right? Li Yao immediately came back to himself. He felt like an overbaked sweet potato, its shell completely carbonized into a black lump, yet thankfully, it was still moist and sweet inside, and could be saved. Thump. 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 As he pondered, his heart began to beat again. The blood coursing through his body seemed to hold wondrous recovery drugs that could hasten cell division, regenerate flesh and blood, and heal wounds. He even felt as though he had been cleansed and reborn. Yes, it was astonishing. Li Yao seemed to see the mitochondria within all his cells functioning normally again, supplying stable and potent energy for the cells to regenerate. The severed nerves, veins, and muscle fibers were reconnecting in a way beyond human capacity. His brain cells seemed to have undergone a comprehensive upgrade, unveiling more enigmatic abilities, and he could now recall what had transpired while he was in a coma. It seemed that the three super experts had kidnapped Zhang Dainiu after immolating him in fire and transforming him into a colossal fireball. Perhaps due to time constraints, the dissipating mist barrier they had established was about to be uncovered, or perhaps they were highly confident in the magic of the white-haired girl. In any case, they did not assail Li Yao, who was already ablaze and beyond the need for further harm. Subsequently, the mist dispersed, and he was found by firefighters and bystanders. Though he did not grasp how the fifth-floor inferno had ensnared the ground-level onlookers, the diligent firefighters extinguished the blaze. He was sent to the ambulance, directly to the emergency room of the hospital, then, to the morgue. That's magic, right? That must be magic, right? Li Yao asked himself. Anyways, there shouldn't be such a technique in the world of 40,000 years of cultivation. Although it takes a long time to perform and requires all kinds of complicated materials, once it is done, it can lock onto the target's body without the need to aim and start burning from the depths of the internal organs and cells. It is indeed an unpredictable technique. But how is it possible? Why is there something as unscientific as the magic in this world? Of course, as a cultivator hero, who has come back from the dead, I don't seem to have the qualifications to berate magic for being unscientific. However, it's just that, first, it was cultivation, then it was magic. Who the hell knows how many inconceivable powers still exist in this world, how many mysterious and unfathomable lives? What kind of world is this? While thinking, Li Yao tried his best to recover his body functions. Right then, he heard light footsteps outside the morgue. It was not a doctor but a bunch of well-trained warriors or assassins who had perfect control over their muscles and balance. Chapter 3204, Ark and Apocalypse. There were 4 of them. Li Yao had heard the footsteps of 3 when he was in Zhang Dainiu's neighborhood. They were the beer-bellied middle-aged man, the young woman pushing the stroller, and the muscular man who had kidnapped Zhang Dainiu and was suspected to be skilled in hypnotism or puppetry. The muscular man was limping because Li Yao had pierced his foot with a nail. There was no way he could be mistaken. However, the footsteps of the fourth person did not belong to anyone in the neighborhood. And he was the most dangerous. The man's footsteps seemed fast but were actually slow. Each step appeared random, making him seem unpredictable. Li Yao imagined that if he were a gunman lurking in the darkness, it would be very difficult to lock onto the target. Just from the sound of his footsteps, Li Yao could tell that the mysterious newcomer was much more difficult to deal with than the other three. Li Yao tensed every muscle in his body, but he relaxed after a moment of consideration. He even stopped the rhythm of his internal organs and cells, pretending to be a cold corpse once more. There were 4 of them and only one of him. He was heavily wounded and starving, and the energy inside his body was nearly depleted. If a conflict broke out in such a situation, his chances of winning were slim. Moreover, Li Yao was very curious about what these people were doing here. This was the morgue. He was, theoretically, already a corpse. These people didn't need to whip his corpse to vent their anger, did they? Perhaps he could gather some information from their conversation. After all, no one would expect a dead body to be listening, right? Li Yao decided to take a gamble. The moment his heart stopped beating, the morgue door opened silently. 4 men of unknown identity and position walked in. A dangerous figure, unseen before, seemed to be a woman. A faint scent of perfume drifted into Li Yao's nostrils, tickling his nasal membranes and brain cells, making him want to sneeze. Li Yao was unsure if this was his opponent's way of testing him, trying to suppress all his physiological activities. Thankfully, after being reborn in the raging flames, his control over every organ in his body had reached an exquisite level. With a mental command, not only could he expand his pupils 6-fold, but he could also completely cut off the life force of any organ. Hiss, the zipper of the body bag was pulled open. Li Yao could sense the other 3 people instinctively covering their mouths and noses. Whether it was the stench of the burnt body or the shock of his anxious appearance, the dangerous woman who had just appeared leaned in and observed for a moment. She gestured for someone to pull the body bag up. Who is he? The dangerous woman, whose body emitted a strange scent, extended her slender fingers and tapped Li Yao's metal bed calmly, frowning. I don't know, Ms. Mournful Mist, the muscular man who had kidnapped Zhang Dainiu said respectfully. At 6 o'clock in the evening, we were searching for our target in the Green Garden District as per your instructions. This man appeared silently and knocked out 5 of us before taking our target away. Based on our analysis, his speed and agility exceed human limits. He must be an awakened one. At first, we thought he was a member of the Apocalypse. What was odd was that after he took the target and jumped down from the 3rd floor back window, he had a fierce fight with 3 Apocalypse Awakeners. One of them should have been heavily wounded, and the other must have been forced to perform a secret art that consumed a lot of his vitality to kill him. Clearly, this was not an internal conflict of the Apocalypse. Therefore, he is neither an Arc Awakener nor an Apocalypse Awakener. Then, who is he exactly? Why is he involved in this matter? More importantly, what unspeakable relationship does he have with his target? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. It turned out that the 2 groups of people hiding in front and behind Zhang Dainiu's house were not on the same side. Initially, he had seen a beer-bellied middle-aged man, a young woman pushing a stroller, and a muscular man skilled in hypnosis. Judging from their names, they were all superhumans of the Arc Foundation. Of course, they were not called superpowers in such a cliché way, instead, they called themselves awakened. It was indeed cool. The bald man, the crow girl, and the white-haired sorcerer, whom he had encountered when he was about to run to the back of the house after rescuing Zhang Dainiu, belonged to another group with superpowers called Apocalypse. If the murderer from the gun show at T3 was not lying and belonged to the Apocalyptic Union, and if the 2 Apocalyptic Union groups were the same, was he mistaken? The Apocalyptic Union was the evil organization that wanted Zhang Dainiu's life, and the Arc was good enough, at least to protect him. Li Yao was not in a hurry to make a judgment. He listened patiently to the awakened people of the Ark Foundation. "I've been to the scene, Copperhead." "It's not your fault," the dangerous woman named Grey Mist said. Among the squad of awakeners sent by the Heaven's Origin sector, including the monstrous White Knight, the traces of the fierce battle indicate that White Knight initially planned to finish the fight with a regular spell. However, for some reason, perhaps due to unexpected changes during the battle, she had to consume a lot of her vitality and burn her own soul to increase the power and precision of the array tenfold in order to kill the guy. Based on the analysis of the traces of the magical arrays that White Knight failed to clear, I estimate she won't be able to use even the simplest spells for at least a week. This is a crucial week for the competition between the Ark and the Apocalypse. In other words, White Knight feared the guy's capability and thought it was worth it to incapacitate him for a week, even if it meant she wouldn't be able to attack. It's not unusual that beginners, who have only awakened the memories of 1 or 2 lives, cannot handle such a guy. The guy has disabled White Knight for an entire week. The muscular man named Tong Tu secretly clicked his tongue. His 2 companions behind him also exclaimed in shock, clearly surprised by Li Yao's capability. It seemed that, in the circle of the awakened, or at least in the 2 organizations named Apocalyptic and Ark, the white-haired, golden-haired female sorcerer named White Knight was also a well-known, brutal figure. Forget it. His identity is not important. The Grey Mist said, the most important thing is the whereabouts and safety of the target. As long as we can rescue the target, there will always be a way to pry open his mouth and find out the identity of the mysterious awakener, as well as whether or not there is a third force behind him. Right now, White Knight is unable to access the magic. The power of the Awakener belonging to the Apocalypse of Jiangnan City has been weakened to the lowest point. It is the best, perhaps the only, opportunity for us. When the Awakeners from various places arrive one after another, things will be troublesome. Understood. The muscular man, Copperhead, and his 2 companions heavily nodded their heads. He hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Ms. Grey Mist, I still don't quite understand. Just what is the value of this Zhang Dainyu? Is he worthy of you leaving the Ark to personally oversee this operation in Jiangnan City? Whether it is the accomplishments of his works, his influence, or his quality, he is far from the target that we normally lock onto. He doesn't seem to be worth wasting so many resources of the Foundation for such an ordinary fellow, right? I don't know. Calculating the value of a target is not my job," the Grey Mist said. "Maybe there are unknown secrets in his work that can activate more awakened people. Didn't I ask you to study 40,000 years of cultivation first? What have you found?" "Well, at least I didn't. I've read more than 50 chapters. I don't feel that I've been awakened at all." "I've read 220 chapters, the beer-bellied middle-aged man said. "I can guarantee that every plot has been seen in other books. There are absolutely no unknown secrets. It's impossible for the author to be an awakened one. It's also impossible for him to awaken more awakened ones. What he wrote has nothing to do with his previous life's memories. It's pure fabrication. I held on for 500 chapters and watched the protagonist jump to the Flying Star sector and participate in a refining competition," the young woman said. "I couldn't stand it any longer. I estimate that the next few million words will be the same. It's just an infinite loop. How can it contain any secrets or exciting things? Ms. Grey Mist, what about you? Have you found anything special?" "No," the Grey Mist said. "After I finished the first chapter and saw that the protagonist was from an abandoned garbage dump, I couldn't stand it any longer. You know how intense the situation has been recently. I wouldn't waste my time reading such a book. So." The chief hesitated. "Is there a mistake?" "No." The Grey Mist was silent for a moment before it replied. "The command comes directly from Red Pole. What? The three of them exclaimed at the same time, their voices shaking. The Red Pole has personally issued the command. Why is the guy so important that the Red Pole is willing to risk being discovered, locked onto, and annihilated by the Heaven's Origin sector? At first, I thought it was a mistake, too. But you should know that Red Pole is never wrong. The Grey Mist said, the strange event that happened in the Green Garden District today indirectly confirms the Red Pole's judgment. Come to think of it, if the target is truly of no value and cannot be activated unless he is an awakener, why did the Heaven's Origin sector send such a formidable warrior as White Knight to deal with him? Wouldn't it have been easier to find a random beginner who has awakened the memories of 1 or 2 lifetimes and pretend they were involved in a car accident or a robbery? No. Not only did White Knight come in person, but the apocalyptic organization also acted abnormally and did not eliminate the target on the spot. Instead, they took him away. That is indeed a problem. The operation of the Heaven's Origin sector does not fit their usual pattern. Copperhead pondered for a moment and said, in the past, they eliminated all the people who were likely to awaken as observers without leaving any alive. Why did they choose to kidnap them instead of killing them directly? Could it be, this is a trap targeting us? Of course, it could be a trap, the Grey Mist said. I don't mind. I don't mind. It's not rough. I think you were already very gentle, given the circumstances. Really? Li Yao heard Zhang Daniu crying in a high-pitched voice, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't know anything, and I don't want to know anything. I was forced. Really? I'm very obedient. Please don't kill me. Relax, Mr. Zhang. The hunter chuckled. If we wanted to kill you, we could have done it in the neighborhood. You are not an awakened one. One fireball would be enough to burn you to ashes, just like countless mysterious cases of spontaneous human combustion. We wouldn't need to invite you to this place, would we? I guess so. Zhang Daniu breathed heavily. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, there's no need to be so polite and call me Teacher Zhang. I'm just an ordinary, down-and-out web novelist. How could I be a teacher? You can just call me Little Cow or Nyo. That's inappropriate. The hunter said casually, although we haven't figured out what kind of weird secrets you're hiding inside your body, we must show you the necessary respect now that you're at the center of this swirl for no good reason. I'll just call you Master Nyo, like the college student did. Master Nyo, your heart is beating and your blood is flowing too fast. Your adrenaline secretion is also abnormal. You seem to be in a state of extreme fear. Are you scared of us? No. I know you're all from the Ark Foundation. You're all good and righteous people who would never kill the innocent. Zhang Daniu stammered. You're not here to kill me. Then, you are here to protect me, aren't you? I understand now. The massacres targeting the creators of the fantasy world were all done by the Heaven's Origin sector. You are definitely not the same as them, are you? Oh. Li Yao seemed to see the hunter raise his eyebrow slightly, with a vague smile on his face. Master Nyo, you even know about the Heaven's Origin sector? Yes, I've read the news. Zhang Daniu quickly said, the attacks at the T3 game show were done by them. The death of Gilson, the author of Blood and Sand, and Gao Wui, the author of Strengthened Hunter, are all related to them. They are the ruthless, inhumane, and evil superpowered people, and the Ark Foundation is a good man who is against them and protecting the creators of the fantasy world, such as myself. That must be it, right? Your knowledge is truly amazing. The hunter did not comment. Where did you learn so much about the Ark Foundation and the apocalyptic organization? Did the college student tell you everything? 90%. He told me 10%. The other 90% is my own deduction based on my extraordinary wisdom and meticulous logic. What an excellent deduction ability. The hunter smiled. So, aren't you scared now? Of course not. Zhang Daniu took a long breath in relief and beamed with joy, saying, if you are really the good people of the Ark Foundation, then everything will be easy. I've admired the Ark Foundation for a long time. Really. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I believe that you absolutely won't hurt me. Over the past 2 days, a voice has been echoing in my head, telling me the world belongs to the Arkansas. To tell the truth, I feel like I'm seeing my family when I see you. You look very much like my second uncle. Really? Of course, the color of your hair is different. I won't lie about that. But in other aspects, the eyes, the nose and the mouth, they are exactly the same. When I was a kid, I used to go to my second uncle's house to pick bayberries and eat them. He treated me very well, even better than my own father. I'm not lying to you. If I lie about anything, I will be struck by lightning. Boom! Crack! Thunder roared between the sky and the earth. 10,000 lightning dragons seemed to be rushing toward the building of wealth. Guided by the lightning rods, they circled the building and led it underground. Even Li Yao's earphones emitted squeaking noises, nearly deafening him. Li Yao took off his headphones, spat, and scratched his bleeding ears. When he put on the earphones again, he heard the cold laughter of the hunter. I appreciate your logical deduction and feel honored by your friendliness. However, there is a minor misunderstanding here. I'm afraid you are mistaken about something, the hunter replied unhurriedly. We are not from the Ark Foundation. On the contrary, we are from the apocalyptic organization. Huh? Zhang Daniu was dazed for a long time before he replied, yes, I know you are from the Heaven's Origin sector. Didn't I say just now? I've always admired the Heaven's Origin sector and dreamed of joining it. In my dreams, a voice whispered that the world belongs to the Heaven's Origin sector, including the shootings at the T3 game exhibition and the deaths of the authors of Blood and Sand and Strong Colonial Hunter. All this was carried out by the Ark Foundation, and the Heaven's Origin sector is to blame. These individuals are truly cunning, shameless, and despicable. They are absolutely intolerable. The hunter was silent for what seemed like half a minute. He seemed to rarely encounter such a unique case as Zhang Daniu. After a long moment of pondering, he finally responded, you are wrong again. The shootings at the T3 game exhibition and the deaths of the authors of Blood and Sand and Strong Colonial Hunter were indeed the doing of the Heaven's Origin sector. Is that so? Like I said, this is actually nothing. Zhang Daniu continued, there's no telling how many kids have been corrupted by this bloody, violent game called World of Stars. It should have been banned ages ago. Now, the game's creator has been shot to death. This is the cycle of justice. He has only himself to blame. Regarding Blood and Sand, it's also a work that has killed many people and is extremely bad in nature. The author seemed to deliberately tease the readers. Whichever character is more popular will be beheaded in the next book. Now that the author is dead, readers finally don't have to endure such torment. How refreshing. There's no need to mention the story. It has been dragged on and off for more than 20 years and still hasn't been completed. The author would rather go out to play mahjong than draw a few extra pages. It's simply exasperating. Countless readers want to send razor blades to the author's home. Fortunately, our Heaven's Apocalyptic Organization was one step ahead and eliminated the evil for the people. Otherwise, would have gone to berate the author. Really. However, Hunter, please listen. Uncle Smith, please look at me carefully. I, the calf, am innocent. I am different from those people. My works are filled with positive, hot-blooded, patriotic, and very uplifting content. My protagonist doesn't even have a mistress. Besides, I am diligent and never give my readers a hard time. My novels don't have the same influence as World of Star Ring. Even if I teach the bad kids, there will only be 1 or 2 at most. The street police and the community police will take care of them. There's no reason for such a large organization of superpowers to attack a nobody like me. It doesn't make sense. Calm down, Master Nyo. The hunter was not used to Zhang Daniu's way of speaking. Of course, Li Yao, who was eavesdropping below the bridge, could not stand it either. He raised his voice slightly, with a hint of tranquility in the sound waves. As I said, if I wanted to kill you, I would have done it on the spot. The reason I invited you here is that I hope to communicate with you in a more gentle manner and reach a deeper level of cooperation. Don't you want that? Of course, I do. Zhang Daniu swallowed his saliva. Scholarly is good, cultured is good. We are all cultured people. Can't we talk nicely? Uncle Smith, as long as you don't kill me, I will tell you everything I know. Don't call me Uncle Smith. Call me Hunter. The hunter suddenly raised his voice, somewhat affected by Zhang Daniu's words. He was dazed for a moment before resuming his calm and indifferent tone. First of all, let's talk about the college student. He tortured the striped-faced tiger quite a bit. At the very least, he is a deep perception. Right, you passed out from fright and didn't know any of this. The problem is, before he met us, he snatched you from the Ark Foundation. Therefore, he is not a member of the Arkansas. Then, who is he, and what organization does he belong to? No, no, no. Don't tell me the information that is floating on the surface. Of course, I know he is a senior graduate of the Jiangnan Institute of Technology. His name is Li Yao, and he happens to have the same name as the protagonist of your novel. But this information doesn't explain anything. Tell me some confidential, unknown, and crucial information. Believe me, your honesty will make both of us very happy. I'm honest. I'm honest. I'll confess. Zhang Daniu breathed heavily, as if recalling the brief day he spent with Li Yao. I remember now. He does have an unknown, deeply hidden secret. He is a very dangerous guy. Oh, the hunter asked. How so? His mind is very twisted. He has a hobby of disguising himself as a girl, which is the legendary fake girl, Zhang Daniu said. Therefore, you must be careful of women who look very masculine. Maybe they are his disguises. The hunter was speechless. Li Yao. Li Yao looked around. If the storm was too heavy and there were no cabs nearby, he really wanted to take a taxi and leave. We are not interested in his or your personal life. Gritting his teeth, the hunter took a deep breath and said with difficulty, what we want to know is the things that happen to him or you that are beyond common sense, or superpowers, according to you. Yes, yes. Zhang Daniu said hurriedly. This kid ate $300 to $500 worth of my casserole bone lettuce the night before, and the next morning, he ate a huge pan of fried dumplings and buns worth another $100 without batting an eyelid. He ate half a month's worth of my food allowance. He even punched a hole in my wall and tore apart a thick dictionary. This is definitely a superpower. I know all that, the hunter continued. Of course, he is an awakener who has awakened at least 5 memories. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to wound the striped tiger and force White Knight to show his true capability. Alright, let me ask you another question. Why did the college student named Li Yao come to you? Why did he analyze the Ark Foundation and the Apocalyptic Organization together with you? I really don't know, Zhang Daniu replied honestly. He said a lot of weird and crazy things. I didn't believe him at all, but circumstances forced me to agree with him and try my best to deal with him. Finally, reinforcements from the Heaven's Origin sector arrived. All right. Maybe you don't know much more about it than we do, the hunter said. Let's set the weird college student aside for now. After all, we are more interested in you, Master Nyo. Me? Zhang Daniu's voice changed again. From his raspy voice, it turned into the squawk of a hen. Who did I offend? I have always abided by the law and believed in organizations and the government. I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't act like a hooligan. I just stay at home and write books. Why are you all looking for me? I'm either a stocky college student or a male agent in a black suit and sunglasses. Yes, that's what we need to figure out, too. The hunter seemed to be showing something to Zhang Daniu. Master Nyo, please take a look at this. This is the latest ranking on the reading website of your novel. This is the 98th place in the monthly votes ranking and the 114th in the recommendation ranking, right? Yes, it is me, Zhang Daniu said shamelessly. Oh my, this month's monthly votes have actually made it into the top 100. Not bad, not bad. Then, what's the problem? There's nothing wrong. It's just inconsistent with our previous operations. The hunter said, Master Nyo, you don't need to be nervous. It's true that the apocalyptic organization has killed a lot of people in the past. In your words, creator of the fantasy world. Let's not talk about whether this is a violation of the moral code or unhumanity. Believe me, we have a very reasonable explanation to ensure that such an obliteration is not against the moral code and humanity, but rather a necessary action to maintain the order of the world. However, whether it is good or evil, our screening of the erased list is very strict. Generally speaking, there are only two kinds of creators of the fantasy world that are worth monitoring or even eliminating. First, it could be a creator whose work is widely spread and influential enough to trigger the soul resonance of billions of people, like Father of the Star Ring, Galiot. In the world of Star Ring Online, millions of people are playing games simultaneously, and billions are influenced by the derivatives and subcultures. It's not hard to imagine how influential one's words and actions can be, and how many people they may awaken. Of course, we are not achievement theorists. Perhaps some of the observers have awakened their early memories, and the fragmented and peculiar parts do not make up the most popular works. But at the very least, the creativity, passion, and sincerity in their works cannot be hidden. They might not be the most popular, but at least certain highlights in their works can be recognized by experts in our organization. However, regarding your work, Master Nyo, I'm not sure if it will affect your self-esteem, but the monitoring and erasing of online authors in the past can be evaluated in terms of influence and popularity. To enter our site, you must at least rank in the top 50, the top 30, and even the top 10 in similar comprehensive rankings. As for quality, let me put my thoughts on the quality of your book. I've read nearly 100 chapters myself. My personal conclusion is that your work is not worth the attention of Heaven's Origin sector. If anything happens to you, it's definitely not our doing, but a genuine incident. Do you see what I mean? Well, sort of, Zhang Daniu said. No, I still don't understand. You don't want to erase me, and I don't want to be erased. Isn't that decided? I will write my book honestly, and you will be responsible for removing those who rank above me in the monthly votes and recommendations. No problem. I have no objections. Then why are you looking for me? It's not us looking for you, but someone from the Ark Foundation. More precisely, Red Pole, the leader of the Ark Foundation, is looking for you. The hunter explained, you might think the Ark Foundation is a terrorist organization that threatens the world. Such an organization is naturally monitored and attacked globally. As its leader, it's crucial to remain hidden and avoid leaking any information. If you don't, you might face a global attack. Do you understand? This was the second time Li Yao had heard the name Red Pole. It turned out this man was the leader of the Ark Foundation. However, why did Hunter, Hugo Smith's theory sound so strange? Why was the Ark Foundation considered a terrorist organization that endangered the world? Since he admitted his organization went on a killing spree at the T3 exhibition, it was impossible to clear the accusation. Shouldn't the Apocalypse be the terrorist organization? I think I understand. But Zhang Daniu continued, just like terrorists hiding in the mountains and deserts. I remember a famous leader of a terrorist organization 2 years ago. The one with a long beard and a big bun. His location was leaked by his mobile phone, and he was killed by an assault team and a few missiles. Yes. For leaders of terrorist organizations, existence is the most important thing. It's extremely irrational to show up without a good reason unless the mission is so critical that it warrants the risk. The hunter concluded, believe me. The Red Pole of the Ark Foundation is definitely not an irrational person. He never makes mistakes or takes risks. However, he issued a very clear command from the mysterious Ark, which is enshrouded in mist and twisted force fields all year round. He gathered a lot of resources and prepared to kidnap you in Jiangnan City, to the point that he partly exposed himself. Huh? Zhang Daniu was shocked. Kidnap me for what? I don't know. That's not all, the hunter continued. Almost at the same time as the Red Pole issued the command, the prophet of the Heaven's Origin sector received a revelation and learned of your existence. He asked us to follow the lead and investigate. The more we investigated, the more surprised we became. It turns out that the Red Pole had noticed you not just now, but also half a year ago. However, at that time, he was too scared to attack us and simply kept an eye on you in secret. It wasn't until the arrival of the apocalypse and the collapse of the world that he took action. Therefore, please tell me, Master Nyo. Why did a relatively ordinary writer like you receive the attention of the Red Pole from the Ark Foundation and the prophet from the apocalyptic organization? What secrets does the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivators hold? Zhang Daniu was silent for a long time, seeming to be thinking hard. I don't know much about the structure of your two organizations, but it sounds like the Red Pole of the Ark Foundation and the Prophet of the Heaven's Origin sector are both leaders, right? Zhang Daniu asked. That's right, the hunter said. Then, it is only natural that the leaders of these two superpowers are people who possess extraordinary wisdom and know mysteries that ordinary people cannot. Zhang Daniu asked again, indeed, the hunter said. Then, is it possible that? Zhang Daniu continued, the leader of the Ark Foundation, Red Pole, and the leader of the Heaven's Origin sector, Prophet, read my novel at the same time and discovered my hidden talents, which are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people? No, the hunter said coldly. I don't know, Zhang Daniu sounded like he was about to cry. Hunter, you have to believe me. You have to believe me no matter what. Look at me. Do you think I'm the type of person who is firm and unyielding, unafraid of violence, and can remain silent in the face of coercion? It does not look like it, the hunter pondered for a long time. Generally speaking, observers are the anomalies among the awakened. They may not have awakened tremendous strength, but they can often observe the deepest part of their soul and remember the countless secrets of the distant past. Supported by these ancient memories and secrets, they have a strong and pure soul, personality, and will. They can be down and out, but they can be extremely proud. They are incompatible with the world because they have their own splendid, self-sufficient world. They are the kings of the world they created. Until the moment their body perishes, they will fight to defend their world. Honestly speaking, you don't look like such observers. I don't want to be an observer either. Why don't you just let me go? I promise I won't tell anyone. I'm a tight-lipped man, Zhang Daniu said pitifully. Or rather, do you have any memory erasing equipment? Like in the movies? A small stick. A crack. Let me forget everything that happened in the past 3 days. No, the hunter said. Generally speaking, we wipe the memories of our targets with pistols. Zhang Dainiu. Besides, I am not responsible for judging whether or not you are an observer. I am only responsible for bringing you back. The prophets will figure everything out later. The hunter said casually, you can choose to cooperate with me. In your words, go back with me in one piece, or resist and let me pack you up in a special way. Which way do you like, Master Nyo? Don't pack it, don't pack it. I'm really very close to the organization. Zhang Dainiu said anxiously. Of course, I will cooperate. But if I really go to the apocalyptic organization and meet our prophet, he won't cut me into pieces and dissect me, will he? You worry too much, Master Nyo, the hunter continued. Firstly, the prophet's abilities are not as simple as a layer-by-layer scanning by polymers. If he wants to retrieve information from the depths of your soul, he doesn't need to cut you into pieces so brutally. Secondly, you will soon understand that being dissected and studied is not a big deal in the world of reincarnation. No! Zhang Dainiu screamed. What do you mean, being dissected for research is no big deal? I don't understand. Don't be hasty. To make you cooperate, I've been granted certain permissions to tell you the truth about the world, the hunter said, pausing for a moment. The mice and bugs of the Ark Foundation aren't here yet anyway. I can give you a brief introduction to the world of reincarnation. Li Yao, eavesdropping below the bridge, felt greatly refreshed upon hearing this. It seemed the hunter had foreseen that the members of the Ark Foundation would find the place. The location was probably a trap he had set up on purpose, with Zhang Dainiu serving as the bait to catch all 10 deep perceivers and the 2 ultimate perceivers of the Ark Foundation. On the other hand, the hunter's mention of the reincarnation world introduced a brand new concept. It sounded like the main point. Master Nyo, you should be convinced that there are superpowered people in the world, awakened people, right? But the hunter said calmly, aren't you curious about what the so-called awakened people are all about? What is the fundamental contradiction between the Ark and the apocalypse? I never thought about it. It's better not to think about such dangerous things, Zhang Dainiu said. However, I've seen some movies about superheroes. The superpowered people in those movies are also divided into 2 groups. One group insists on helping humans, controlling their own abilities, and integrating themselves into the nation and society, while the other group believes they should be above humans and everything else, becoming the masters of the world. I believe the apocalypse and the Ark are similar, right? Then you are wrong. Our differences are much more complicated than that, the hunter said. As I mentioned, the apocalyptic organization has indeed killed many novelists, cartoonists, filmmakers, and game producers, as well as physicists and astronomers. In the process, we've hurt the innocent and caused hundreds, if not thousands, of casualties. But we still maintain that what we did was neither immoral nor immoral. Do you want to know why? Why? Zhang Dainiu couldn't help but ask. It was exactly what Li Yao wanted to ask. If you only have one life, and the dead cannot be resurrected, it is indeed an unforgivable sin to deprive others of their lives, the hunter continued. However, think about it. If a person has 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even unlimited lives, when the time is up, they can be resurrected no matter how miserable their death, and they can return to their childhood or even the embryo stage. Then, what's the big deal about depriving them of one of their unlimited lives? Well, Zhang Dainiu was dazed for a long time before he replied, I don't understand. What do you mean by unlimited life? What do you mean by the dead are resurrected and return to childhood and the embryo stage? It's a tricky question to answer. It sounds like the ravings of a lunatic. Thankfully, many observers sensed the truth from different angles and presented the general picture of the reincarnation world in their works, the hunter said. Master Nyo, I don't know if you've ever read a novel or seen a movie where the protagonist is trapped in the same day in the river of time. Assuming today is April 1st, the protagonist will spend every day on April 1st. He will fall asleep on April 1st and wake up abruptly in the morning of April 1st. Everything and everyone around him has happened countless times, except for himself. The cycle goes on and on. If the key is not found, the reincarnation of time will never be broken. He will live on April 1st forever. Well, I've seen it before, Zhang Daniu said. A time loop is a relatively common theme in science fiction, isn't it? I remember a famous science fiction writer in our country, teacher Lu Wenli, wrote a classic work of this type called Prisoner of the Day. Oh, that's right. I've also seen a movie called The Day of the Mole. It has similar meanings. Oh, there are also some movies called Borderline Tomorrow, Source Code, Horrible Cruise, Happy Death Day, and so on. The details are somewhat different, but they all revolve around the time loop. The protagonist in the movie is like playing a super difficult game that constantly reloads. If they're not careful, they will fail. Thankfully, after every failure, they can reload and return to the beginning of time to start all over again. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying that the novels and movies are not just fiction but reflect some truth about our world? It's great that you understand that, the hunter said unhurriedly. Then, if I tell you that our world, the blue planet below our feet, and the spirits of all living creatures on it are like the protagonists in the works you mentioned, trapped in a certain part of the timeline and miserable prisoners in an endless prison of time, you won't be surprised, will you? What? Zhang Daniu blurted out. That's impossible. Below the bridge, Li Yao was also dumbfounded and did not come back to himself for a long time. However, the roiling waves deep inside his brain unlocked more memory pieces, displaying the scenes of his previous lives clearly before him. The world was a maze of reincarnation and a cage of time. They were all misfits in the labyrinth and prisoners on death row. I can understand your reaction, Master Nyo. It is indeed 100 times more difficult to accept that the lovely earth below our feet is an infinite prison of time than to accept ordinary superpowers such as fireballs and electric arcs. Believe it or not, I am merely carrying out the command of the prophecy and telling you everything simply, the hunter said casually. Of course, this is different from the time reversal sci-fi novels and movies. The protagonists of those works are often trapped in the same day and can only go through a cycle for 1 to 2 months at best. But in our Earth, from the end of the 20th century to the middle of the 21st century, endless cycles are taking place over a period of 50 to 60 years, 60 to 70 years, and no more than 100 years. The specific duration depends on the performance of all the Earthlings in the reversal. For the sake of understanding, you can simply imagine that the starting point of time in our world is 1980. All the initial conditions are inputted in 1980 and run according to certain logic and rules. After roughly 50 to 100 years, a large number of logic traps, rule errors, and data overflows gradually accumulate. In the end, when the information error exceeds the critical range, bang, the entire world will experience a reboot. Of course, it can also be called reincarnation. It will return to 1980 and repeat everything. Zhang Daniu was dazed. Li Yao, squatting below the bridge, was equally shocked and couldn't breathe for a long time. Although it sounds hard to believe, you should have noticed some traces, right? Didn't the college student named Li Yao tell you about some strange dreams, or did he somehow grasp a skill that is absolutely impossible to learn in this life? The hunter continued, including on the entire internet, there are a lot of awakened people who don't know what is going on. They talk about the weird things that have happened to them and the bugs in the world. Now that you and Li Yao are talking about the Ark Foundation, it's impossible that you don't know anything about the rumors, right? Why do people feel extremely familiar when they come to a strange place? Why do people suddenly speak a foreign language they've never learned before after a car accident? Why do people remember something happening, even though it never occurred in their life? Why do people feel a sense of familiarity when they first learn a skill or course and become a genius in a certain field? The answer to all of this is the cycle of time and endless reincarnation. Each of us has been reincarnated hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times in this endless prison. We have played various roles in countless reincarnations, experienced a variety of colorful and varied lives, and learned different languages and skills. In most cases, when a reboot or reincarnation begins, we should forget everything from our previous life. But there are always loopholes and mistakes. There will always be someone who vaguely remembers something from a previous life or even something from a long, long time ago, something not very pleasant. But I don't know whether or not I should believe it. But let's set the truth aside for now. Why? Zhang Dainiu shouted, why is there such a thing as infinite cycles of time? What's the point of repeating such nonsense and being trapped for decades or even centuries? In ancient Greek legends, Sisyphus offended the gods. To punish him, the gods demanded that he push a giant rock to the top of the mountain. Since the rock was so heavy that it rolled down before it reached the top, all his previous efforts were wasted. Therefore, he did the same thing repeatedly. The hunter asked, what's the significance of Sisyphus' giant rock? This chapter is dedicated to Master Lu Wenyang, a science fiction writer who died young. His work One Day in Jail was one of the inspirations for the old bull, no, the young bull. I sincerely recommend it to everyone. His work and the science fiction world of his era truly brought endless fun and fantasy to the young bull in his youth. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of the talented. How he wished that reincarnation existed so that Master Lu could continue to show his talents and persist in his passion in a new, brilliant, and incredible world. So, this is a punishment? Zhang Dainiu's voice quivered doubt. But what did we do wrong to deserve such punishment? We, all the Earthlings, didn't do anything at all. Just because we didn't do anything wrong now, doesn't mean we didn't do anything wrong a long, long time ago. The hunter continued coldly, a long time ago, perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, before everything began, we, all the Earthlings, made unforgivable mistakes. We were all unpardonable cold-blooded animals, bloody and brutal invaders, captives of our own ambitions and greed. Driven by our endless desires, we caused irreparable damage to the entire universe and almost destroyed the world and ourselves. Therefore, like Sisyphus in the legends, we are locked in this cage of time forever. On this endlessly looping earth, we push the giant stone in our hearts over and over again to punish our sins, though it is simply not enough to punish even a tiny fraction of our sins. Well, Zhang Dainiu was clearly not convinced. Li Yao's lips twitched as well. The argument that we are born with original sins might be popular in the West, but for the Easterners who believed my life is up to me and not the heavens, they were naturally against it. Besides, it is not just punishment. The hunter continued, or redemption. Redemption? Zhang Dainiu said, I don't understand. Think about the novels and movies you've read about the time loop. Do you find any similarities between their exposition of the theme and their depiction of the protagonist's escape from trouble? The hunter continued, before we enter the time loop, the protagonist is often someone who has serious psychological flaws and has suffered setbacks and misfortunes. He may blame the universe, complain about his life, and feel frustrated with everything about himself. He may even hate everyone around him and cannot get away from the swirl and the abyss. One day, he fell into the cycle of time and encountered the infinitely repetitive April 1st. Time and again, his head was bleeding in front of the wall of time. No matter how much he cried and shouted to end everything, he could not. As a result, the protagonist slowly learns to examine himself in what seems to be a boring and repetitive life. He discovers the flaws in his personality, finds a way to cleanse his soul, learns to get along with others in harmony, and finally discovers the true meaning of life. Only in this way can the time cycle end, and only then can the protagonist jump out of April 1st. Master Chiu, think about it carefully. Do most of the time reversal works follow the same pattern? Zhang Daniu thought for a moment and said, sounds about right. Of course it is, because it is the purpose of the reincarnation world. Not only is it a punishment for us, it is also the ultimate salvation for us. The hunter continued, in the past, our hands were stained with blood, and our souls were corrupted by darkness and evil. Our crimes were unforgivable. Regular methods were not enough to help us correct our mistakes and restore us to normal. That's why we were thrown into this special world of reincarnation and time prison. After every cycle in this place, the sins on our bodies will be washed away. After 10 or 100 cycles, some people will be cleansed of their evilness and greed. After 10,000 cycles, even the most stubborn criminals will be cleansed of their evilness and march toward a brighter future. In the end, when all the earthlings wash away the sins of the past, forget the evil of the past, and are completely redeemed, the endless cycle of the world of reincarnation will come to an end. We will jump out of the April 1st like the protagonists in science fiction novels and welcome a brilliant new life. Wow, it sounds quite incredible. I need time to think about it carefully. The shock is too great, Zhang Depeo said. I'm sorry. I didn't know anything about it last night. This morning, I learned that humans can eat hundreds of buns in one meal. Then, you told me I used to be an unpardonable invader who harmed the universe and was being modified in a time prison of infinite reincarnation? Wow. This is too thrilling. My head is a mess right now. I need to digest it and sort out my thoughts. The eavesdropper was silent for a long time. Li Yao could imagine the dumbfounded look on Zhang Daniu's face. Because that was what he looked like right now. After waiting for 3 minutes, Zhang Daniu continued, however, I have a question. How did the Heaven's Origin sector learn of such a confidential and mysterious thing? Let's say, the Earth we live on is really an infinite prison. Who is the one who locked us here and controlled the functioning of the reincarnation world? This question is very complicated and difficult to explain in detail before you are awakened, the hunter said. To put it simply, we have been granted certain permissions to unlock part of our memories from countless reincarnations and even before. As a result, we have grasped tremendous superpowers and learned part of the truth. After you pass the test of the prophecy and prove that there are no problems, you might be granted the corresponding permissions to unlock more memories and abilities. You will understand everything then. Wait, Zhang Daniu suddenly became smart. You have been granted certain privileges? By whom? The master of the world of reincarnation, the warden, who locked us in this prison. What is that exactly? A name is just a code name. The great, sacred, bright, and unique existence has countless avatars, countless issues, and countless names. The hunter said, you can call it Will of Earth if you want, but it is not the warden of the infinite cycle prison of time. More precisely speaking, it is the prison itself. Zhang Daniu and Li Yao, who were hundreds of meters away, both fell into a shocked silence. This topic is too vast. Will of the Earth. I feel that my brain is not functioning well enough. I can't breathe. Zhang Daniu said, let's talk about something more specific and subtle. Even if I believe everything you said, why did you erase so many observers, the creators of the fantasy world? Because they were not the real creators of the fantasy world. None of the worlds they created were groundless or imaginary. The hunter said, as I said just now, the observers are all talented people. They can observe their form hundreds of times, thousands of times, or even thousands of times, before they are reincarnated. Their sinfulness, bloodthirst, and brutality are reflected in their works. Such a work is very likely to resonate with some of the earthlings, who are the prisoners. The evil that the prisoners suppressed and forgot with great difficulty will be revived, and the redemption of thousands of reincarnations will be wasted. Maybe the observers are too muddled to understand the immense and dangerous power contained in their works. It is unfair to simply erase their work. But to prevent past sins from recurring, we cannot take any risks. After all, once erased in this life, they can still be resurrected in the next. After 3 to 5 obliterations, perhaps they will forget their past and cease being observers. It sounds like you are carrying out the command of the will of the earth and helping it maintain the order of the world of reincarnation, prison of time. If you are a warden, you are probably the prisoners. Zhang Daniu said, "Is my understanding correct?" You can think of it that way. The hunter continued, "The prophets will send us the command of the will of the earth, which is the sacred apocalypse. With the blessing of the apocalypse, we are granted privileges beyond those of ordinary prisoners, and certain memories and abilities are awakened. We can even carry these memories and abilities into the next reincarnation and become special prisoners." What about the Ark Foundation? Zhang Daniu asked. You are the model prisoners and wardens. What are they? The most dangerous, brutal, and stubborn prisoners, of course. The hunter sighed and said, after countless reincarnations, most prisoners have forgotten their past sins and come to realize their mistakes. They will repent and sincerely correct their ways. In your words, they will turn over a new leaf and believe that, with persistence, they will eventually be redeemed and reaccepted by the will of the earth. However, in any prison, there is always a small group of irredeemable fanatics. These lawless individuals have no remorse for their past sins and are not prepared to abide by the prison's rules and systems. They have never considered accepting reform dutifully until the day of their release. Instead, they are planning to break out of the prison or even destroy it and the sacred earth. Destroy the earth. Destroy the earth. Destroy the earth. When Li Yao heard this, he suddenly felt a buzzing noise deep in his brain, as if burning insects were crawling around, causing a splitting headache. He couldn't help but moan in the storm. Who am I? What am I doing here? Beyond reincarnation and destroy the earth. What does it mean exactly? Is this the truth of the vulture plan? Am I one of the prisoners, the most defiant, the most stubborn, and the craziest? Chapter 32:10, Fierce Battle in the Rain. Countless bloody streaks burst from Li Yao's eyes, each resembling a crack in the world before him. Through these cracks, he could see the images of his previous life and even his true soul before countless reincarnations. The cultivation force hidden deep within his soul was burning and expanding as well. Zhang Daniu's screams echoed inside the bug. He seemed to be deeply shocked by the hunter's words once more. That's all I can say for now, the hunter asked, any questions? In fact, there were many questions. The theories of model prisoners, and dangerous prisoners could explain a lot, but they also raised even more questions. Li Yao immediately thought of one thing: if the world he lived in was truly a prison of infinite reincarnation and the so-called will of the earth was the master behind the scenes, why couldn't the Heaven's Origin sector, backed by the will of the earth, do anything to the tiny Ark Foundation? That was quite odd, wasn't it? Since the entire Earth was a prison capable of such an incredible feat as a time loop, why couldn't it lock onto all members of the Ark Foundation, including the mysterious leader Red Pole, and eliminate them directly? Moreover, the existence of the apocalyptic organization was quite bizarre. If the will of the earth mentioned by the hunters was truly so powerful, why did they need to establish such a shady organization to compete with the Ark Foundation and manipulate the governments of various countries directly? Wouldn't it be much simpler and faster? But right now, not only had the Ark Foundation not been destroyed, it had even established mental clinics, mental hospitals, and charity organizations all over the world. It seemed even more open and aboveboard than the Heaven's Origin sector. Were there such prisoners and prison breakers? There must be something wrong. Or, what the hunter said was not entirely true. Even if the so-called will of the earth did exist, it wasn't strong enough to control every corner of the planet, every person, and every piece of information. It had its own constraints and weaknesses and was not invincible. Either the Ark Foundation was not a simple prison breaker, or the reincarnation world and time prison did not exist solely for punishment and redemption. Beyond the two obvious reasons, there was a deeper purpose. Then what is it exactly? I think I found the answer before, but I've lost it. Li Yao's head started aching again. It was as if a new life was being nurtured between his brain cells. Of course, Zhang Daniu might not have Li Yao's computational ability to think of such questions instantly. Even if he did, he didn't have the courage to ask the hunter. No problem at all. Zhang Daniu said, as expected. Very good, the hunter replied. Then, if you have to choose between the apocalypse or the bark, I assume you are sincerely seeking the embrace of the apocalypse? Of course. The apocalyptic organization is backed by the entire Earth. Wow, it's even more glorious than the United Nations. Of course, I'm going to choose the apocalyptic organization. Please don't worry. I've always been an honest man. I will obey the organization and transform myself into a model prisoner. Zhang Daniu swallowed and changed the topic. But, just like that. Isn't there any? What? The hunter asked. What's with the finger-twisting gesture? I mean, benefits. Zhang Daniu said. It's true that the apocalyptic group is strong and promising, but the Ark Foundation is a bunch of insane lunatics who are willing to do anything. It seems a bit dangerous to be enemies with such lunatics. Isn't it beneficial for me to be loyal to the organization? What benefits do you want? The hunter asked. In fact, it's nothing. I've dedicated myself to writing. My requirements for life are very simple. I just need two things, money and beautiful women, Zhang Daniu quickly replied. Of course, if the organization is in trouble, I can just give you money. I will solve the problem of the beauty myself. That's not a problem, the hunter replied. Even if we don't resort to methods beyond the law and ethics, the memories of our previous lives alone are enough for our organization to accumulate enough wealth to rival a nation, as long as you are alive to spend it. Then there won't be a problem. Zhang Daniu was so happy his voice changed. Then let's hurry up and leave. The earlier we return to the headquarters of the apocalyptic organization, the safer we will be. It won't be good if the crazy prison breakers of the Ark Foundation catch up to us. Don't worry. Just wait here, the hunter sneered. They are already here. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He looked at the time and found it was indeed midnight. It was raining heavily, and the sky and earth were filled with darkness and chaos. The sound of the rain was like a waterfall's assault. As far as the eye could see, except for the few skyscrapers in the central business district that were illuminated by eerie lights, the cities further ahead were submerged in black rainwater, resembling abandoned, collapsed graveyards. The dim lights beneath the bridge reflected a small world no more than 100 meters in diameter. It was as if a deformed space had been sealed, ensuring that whatever happened within would go unnoticed by the outside world. It was the perfect setting for the battle of the awakened. Li Yao immediately extinguished all the light around him and hid in the cold rain, trying to suppress his breath and heartbeat. But every hair on his body stood like an antenna, scanning the space around him vigilantly. Who? In the pouring rain, amidst the deafening roar of the waterfall, a few faint sounds of air being torn apart echoed. Then, several shadows as thin as gossamer pierced into the building at a speed that even Li Yao found hard to discern. Z. 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 Intense static reverberated inside the detectaphone. The connection between Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu was severed instantly. It seemed that some strange force had sealed the building, preventing any signals or ripples from escaping. 3 minutes of silence followed. Even the few lit windows of the building dimmed one by one. Meanwhile, a peculiar, intense, and oppressive atmosphere grew in the darkness, as if two opposing forces were competing, twisting and tearing the entire skyscraper. The over 40-story building shook violently, on the verge of collapse. Finally. Boom! A dull explosion echoed from within the building. Someone had made their move. The explosion seemed to be the prelude to a fierce battle. In just 1 second, Li Yao sensed that the building of wealth had turned into the center of an energy swirl. It was as if a volcano and a tornado were exploding inside the building simultaneously. The glass walls that initially surrounded the building shattered. Then, numerous fireballs and electric arcs darted out of the shattered windows. The flames and lightning were like living creatures, crawling, licking, and swallowing the windows. Li Yao even saw someone. He was not sure whether the other party was still a standard human being, as the person had grown a pair of huge wings on their back. They jumped out of the window and flew into the air, but the torrential rain drenched their wings, making it difficult to move and turn. Soon, they were hit by several bullets surging with runes. Then, something terrible happened. The moment the bullets struck, several bolts of lightning surged from the dense clouds and hit them hard, burning the winged figure to charcoal. The shocking scene made Li Yao click his tongue in secret. However, he did not hesitate or retreat. He dashed into the building like an arrow released from a bow. Although Zhang Dainiu was a man with no backbone or courage, no sense of justice in the face of profit, and a love for his body driven by lust, he was the only clue for Li Yao to improve his cultivation and find the answers. Li Yao was counting on him to write more chapters. It was best to rescue this man first. As for the competition between Apocalyptic and Arc, to be honest, Li Yao could not tell which was good and which was bad. Perhaps judging the two organizations based on the concepts of good and bad was rather boring. Li Yao naturally favored the Arc Foundation. It was not because of anything else, but because he hated the phrase, innate sin, a mistake from long, long ago. Other than the vast starry sky above our heads and the moral code in our hearts, nothing could judge us, that was what Li Yao believed. Even if the will of the earth did exist, wasn't conquering the earth what all creatures should do? But such feelings were not enough for him to immediately choose the Arc Foundation. The mystery surrounding the Arc Foundation had not been solved yet. How could the organization survive the suppression of the will of the earth and still operate openly? Were they the real prisoners, or was there something else wrong? Li Yao decided to observe for a while after rescuing Zhang Dainiu. While thinking, Li Yao crawled into the underground garage of Fortune Plaza. The garage, which once had very efficient drainage facilities, seemed to have been sabotaged by the intruders. After only a few hours of heavy rain, the water was already above the knee. The lighting system had also malfunctioned, plunging the place into mysterious darkness. Li Yao quickly scanned his surroundings and drew a 3D map of the battlefield using the blueprint of the building of wealth. It seems faster to take the escape stairs, Li Yao mumbled to himself. After all, the Apocalypse and the Arc have been engaged in a fierce battle. They're unlikely to have deployed heavy troops on the stairs. But the ventilation tubes nearby look very tempting, too. I feel like crawling. What should I do? After pondering for a long time, he decided to suppress the impulse in his heart for the time being. The main reason was that climbing the ventilation tube from here would be a waste of time. According to the tracker's display, Zhang Dainiu should be locked in a room between the 25th and 27th floors. There was no need for him to climb over 20 floors through the ventilation tube, right? How long would that take? Therefore, Li Yao planned to take the stairs to the 20th floor and see how it went. He crouched and sprinted up the stairs like a weightless shadow. Boom! Boom 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 boom. Inside the building, explosions were breaking out one after another, mingled with high-pitched screams that sounded like the song of a banshee. There were even sounds of bones being crushed. Li Yao felt his blood freeze, and a hot stream flowed from his heart. He pressed his palm against the wall, clearly feeling its shaking and the waves of energy spreading through the rebar and concrete. Destructive swirls, not far from him, were crashing and bursting like waves. Li Yao had no time to intervene in the battle between the Apocalypse and the Ark. He could only lower his head and rush forward. At the corner between the 7th and 8th floors, he encountered his first enemy. Mo! A strange shriek, capable of making one's teeth ache and legs weak, rang out again. A woman with grayish-white skin emerged from the shadows, wielding a heavy and sharp fire axe. She ruthlessly slashed toward Li Yao, having been lurking in a corner like a hunter. If Li Yao hadn't heard her faint breathing and heartbeat in advance, he might have been hit. But right now, Li Yao was certainly not going to be fooled. Before his opponent's fire axe reached its highest point, he had already kicked his opponent into a corner. Once he was sure that the other party had dropped the fire axe, Li Yao finally had the time to carefully observe. She was a girl who could be considered pretty. Judging from her clothes, she seemed to be an office worker from Fortune Plaza. She did not look like a professional bodyguard or an assassin. Naturally, she did not look like an awakener. Her skin seemed to be covered in a layer of gray scales, and a beast-like glow shone in the depths of her eyes. Her expression was vicious and malevolent, and her demeanor was far from that of a white-collar worker in the city. She was somewhat similar to Li Yao's roommate, Zhao Kai, when he went on a rampage. Li Yao glanced at the girl's ear and found a Bluetooth earpiece on her left ear. He sighed and shot a steel nail out of his fingers. Before the girl could recover from the shock to her internal organs, he shattered the earpiece. The girl was dazed as if she had been electrocuted. She vomited a mouthful of black blood and collapsed. It seemed that she was not an awakener of the Heaven's Origin sector. Like Zhao Kai, she had been remotely controlled by someone in the Heaven's Origin sector through the phone, awakening part of the brutal memories of her previous life. She had been turned into a puppet and stationed here as a guardian on purpose. In the office building of the Central Business District, many people were workaholics who worked 9 to 10 hours a day. Now, with the rare rainstorm, the underground garage had flooded, and public transportation had come to a halt. Countless office workers were trapped in the building, unable to leave. Right now, the Apocalypse was engaged in a fierce battle with the Ark. The innocent people were involved, too. Other than the woman in front of them, there were bound to be more victims. Although the hunter had said that the people in the world of reincarnation all had unlimited lives and that the life and death of a certain life were irrelevant and could be erased easily, Li Yao did not think so. If possible, he would still try his best to help everyone he could and save everything that was worth saving. He checked the woman's breathing. Although it was weak, it was stable. She must have lost all her strength. Apart from the bruises on her chest and back, there was nothing wrong with her. Li Yao was relieved and continued walking. Knowing the apocalyptic organization might have deployed guards on the escape stairs, Li Yao was even more cautious in his actions. He had to listen to the sounds above him on every floor. If he found weak breathing and heartbeats, he would rather find a different route than to get into a conflict with the puppets controlled by the mobile phones. These people were as innocent as Zhao Kai. Besides, Li Yao was not sure whether or not he would attract the attention of the experts of the apocalyptic organization by strolling his way up. The experts did not even need to confront him directly. As long as he could shift Zhang Daniu's position in time, it would be a headache for him. Thankfully, there were not many awakened cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Arkansas. In the murk, the Grey Mist Lady said that the Ark Foundation would send 10 deep sleepers and 2 ultimate sleepers to reinforce Jiangnan City. They were high-end warriors who had come from other places. Although it was impossible to know the exact number of primary-level warriors in the area, there were unlikely to be more than 100. To ensure the traps remained confidential, the Heaven's Origin sector wouldn't send 500 people to set up an ambush. With the competition between 200 to 300 people focused on each other, it was relatively easy for Li Yao, an expert at sneaking around, to avoid detection. Although he chose to stay out of the conflict and did not witness the fierce confrontation between the two parties, he passed by several broken and messy floors. The shocking scenes told of the horror that had just occurred. The 17th floor of the Wealth Building seemed to have experienced a terrifying explosion. The cubicles and walls were gone, and black scorch marks were everywhere. Oddly, the intense fire did not spread beyond the 18th floor and was confined to the narrow space. On the 19th floor, the booths and pathways remained, but dense, messy vines covered the area, as if he had wandered into a primitive forest. He could even hear the sounds of the vines growing and wriggling. When he reached the 21st floor, something even stranger happened. After ensuring no one was inside, Li Yao opened the door of the escape channel and discovered the entire floor was filled with cold seawater. He could vaguely see terrifying sharks in the water, but an invisible barrier sealed the seawater, confining it to the 21st floor and preventing any leakage, as if it were a crazy aquarium. Is this the power of the awakened? Li Yao was baffled. The water is bitter and salty. It is indeed seawater, not rainwater or water from the fire tubes. How did they transfer so much seawater to this place and seal it? There was no time to think. The energy waves above were growing more intense. The sounds of fighting echoed non-stop, indicating that most of the awakened cultivators had gathered on the 25th floor for the final attack and defense. Li Yao finally had the chance to awaken his deepest and most familiar memories. While walking up the stairs, he found several emergency boxes and took out the water belts inside. He pulled out 3 to 5 fire hose belts, each over 100 meters long and weighing over 100 pounds. With his current inexhaustible strength, these weights were nothing. Li Yao kicked open the protective door of an elevator, revealing a dark and empty shaft. Carrying the fire hose, he climbed up the elevator's iron rope to the 24th floor and found a nearby ventilation tube. Li Yao silently slithered into the ventilation tube, feeling like a happy zebra playing on the African savanna. Soon, he sensed 2 powerful energy waves, likely from the Grey Mist Lady and the Hunter, the commanders of the Jiangnan City battle. Li Yao considered observing the competition between the 2 powerful awakeners but decided against it, as he had just awakened and could not yet control his overwhelming strength. He avoided the 2 commanders and continued climbing through the ventilation tube carefully. Despite its zigzagging, narrow, and dark path, Li Yao felt at ease, like a fish in water. The only drawback was that the design of the ventilation tube was too unprofessional, and it lacked any form of protection. There was no difficulty at all when he was sneaking in. Li Yao had planned to go to the room where Zhang Dainiu was locked. However, before he reached the 27th floor, the tracker showed that Zhang Dainiu started moving in his direction. Li Yao was momentarily dazed. Then he heard 2 bangs coming from the top of the elevator shaft, indicating that someone had sabotaged the elevator door. It seemed that great minds think alike. Li Yao had the same thought as the members of the Heaven's Origin sector. Everyone wanted to use the elevator shaft to move up and down quickly. However, Li Yao had already invaded the 27th floor through the elevator shaft. The members of the Heaven's Origin sector might have been unable to withstand the pressure from the Ark Foundation or prepared to move Zhang Dainiu to a different location through the elevator shaft as a precaution. With the heavy thunderstorm, the building's water supply, power supply, fire control, and elevator system had all been shut down. However, the elevator shaft itself remained. With the abilities of the awakened, the presence of an elevator didn't make much of a difference. Sure enough, Li Yao pricked up his ears and heard Zhang Dainiu's screams coming from above. Since you've delivered the goods to my doorstep, I won't hold back, Li Yao grinned. He retraced his steps and returned to the elevator shaft through the ventilation tube. He noticed sparks popping up in the darkness above. It was likely that the members of the Heaven's Origin sector were using tools to rub the steel rope as they slid down the elevator shaft. Including Zhang Dainyu, there were 4 of them. 2 well-trained, muscular men were wearing black sportswear, tactical vests, night vision goggles, and gas masks. Their bulging waists indicated they were armed with guns or knives. The 3rd muscular man, on the other hand, grabbed Zhang Dainyu with his legs and fastened 2 iron rings to the rope. He descended quickly under the protection of his 2 companions. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao threw the fire hose, which was connected to the ejector, toward the top of the rope. After a few bangs, it refracted and bounced off the walls of the narrow elevator shaft before finally securing itself to a section of the rope above. Meanwhile, nearly 10 iron nails shot out like lightning and precisely struck the rope's bottom. Sparks spluttered, and half of the rope was cut. The 4 people hanging below the rope began to shake violently. Zhang Dainyu even screamed like a pig being butchered. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yao tied the remaining fire hose to his waist and jumped down, landing on the head of the first muscular man like a ferocious vulture. The muscular man, an elite expert among the awakened, did not panic when ambushed. Instead, he roared and punched upward. His fist, still in motion, suddenly transformed as his hands opened and clenched into claws. His arms and palms seemed to have undergone abnormal mutations. His arms were covered in green scales, and his sleeves bulged from the expansion of his muscles. His fingers, like 5 sharp claws, tore through his gloves and lunged at Li Yao. 5 iron claws swept out 5 streaks of silver brightness in the darkness, and the sound of rushing wind filled the entire elevator shaft. Li Yao's pupils constricted sharply. He analyzed the subsequent movements and changes of the iron claws clearly. Crouching, he narrowly avoided the slash. As they passed each other, Li Yao spat out an iron nail from his mouth, which pierced the cultivator's eyeball and exploded. The iron-clawed muscular man screamed in agony. Li Yao took the opportunity to grab his neck and pull him down into the depths of the elevator shaft with a dull boom. It was impossible to tell if he was dead or alive. Meanwhile, Li Yao pulled a pistol from his bulging waistband. Strangely, he had never touched a real gun before. At most, he had played with toy models. Yet, the moment the cold metal was in his hands, it seemed to come to life, taking on warmth and intelligence. He grasped the pistol's center of gravity and axis in an instant, knowing every component like the back of his hand. He disengaged the safety and, without aiming, fired all 9 bullets into the darkness below. His movements seemed almost random, yet purposeful. He wasn't targeting the 2 awakened cultivators beneath him but the walls of the elevator shaft. However, when the bullets ricocheted off the walls, they formed a lethal trap for the lowest awakened one, turning into venomous fangs that were nearly impossible to dodge or block, coming from 9 odd angles. The man was clearly a gun expert. The moment Li Yao appeared, he had tied the rope with his legs and held a pistol in each hand, ready for any threats. His helmet and vest could withstand most attacks from above and the front. However, he didn't expect Li Yao to play by no rules. After a series of chaotic bounces, the bullets came from his sides and below. Despite his efforts to dodge and block the first 6 bullets, 3 still hit his feet, thighs, and waist, making it impossible for him to hold onto the steel rope. He, too, fell down the elevator shaft, vanishing in a series of ear-splitting explosions. Then, there was only the last awakener, who seemed to be the most impressive. In the darkness, the blue eyes of the awakened cultivator glittered. As he muttered to himself, the sound of wind suddenly echoed inside the narrow elevator shaft. The wind turned sharp, as if compressed into invisible blades by a mysterious force. The awakener's muttering turned into lethal whistles. Li Yao immediately sensed that invisible wind blades were coming at him from various angles like transparent vipers. Shwa! In the blink of an eye, a wind blade cut his cheek, and hot blood flowed out. In such a narrow and dark combat environment, invisible wind blades were indeed the best weapons. No wonder the hunter had asked the Awakener to escort Zhang Dainyu. Unfortunately, their opponent was Li Yao. Li Yao grinned. Dark red flames flowed along the edge of his palm. He suddenly slashed back, doing the unexpected. He cut the steel rope hanging in midair. This rope supported the entire weight of Li Yao, Zhang Dainyu, and the other Awakener. Now that the rope was cut, the three were naturally pulled down by gravity and fell simultaneously. However, the Awakener was caught off guard and had to suppress Zhang Dainyu, who was screaming and struggling like a pig being butchered. He couldn't control his body precisely. For a moment, both the whistles and the wind blades were half a beat slower. Li Yao, on the other hand, had been prepared. The moment before the rope broke, he had already moved away and stomped on the wall of the elevator shaft. He transformed into a roaring cannonball, dashing below the Awakener and Zhang Dainyu, narrowly dodging the most brutal wind blades. Hiu! Hiu! Li Yao opened his mouth and spat out 2 iron nails from his tongue, which pierced the eyes of the Awakener. The second Awakener had seen how his first companion was hit. Naturally, he took Li Yao's iron nails and his own eyes very seriously. He reacted instantly and tilted his head back. The 2 iron nails brushed past his eyelids. However, it turned out that Li Yao was merely feinting. His target had been the throat from the start. The Awakener raised his head, exposing his throat, which was exactly what Li Yao had hoped for. Li Yao then slashed the Awakener's throat, almost severing it completely. Hiss! 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 The Awakener clutched his throat, hissing like a leaking ball. How could he blow the whistle? Li Yao guessed he needed to whistle to control the wind blades. With his throat damaged, he couldn't make any sound. Thus, the threat of the wind blades was reduced by 90%. Li Yao followed up with a kick to the Awakener's chest, sealing his only sound in the depths of his throat and accelerating his fall. He then shot out another fire hose and tied up Zhang Dainyu's feet. Bam! At this moment, the fire hose on Li Yao's waist was extended to its full length. There was no knot between the rope and the water hose. The friction of the rope alone was not enough to support Li Yao and Zhang Dainyu's weight. It merely slowed their fall. But for a monster like Li Yao, this cushion was enough for him to control his body and drag Zhang Dainyu, who was still screaming and twisting, down. By jumping continuously, he managed to reduce the falling force. In this way, they fell almost 70 meters and slowly landed below the elevator shaft. Bam! Arriving at the first floor, Li Yao kicked open the elevator door from inside and dragged out Zhang Dainyu, who had shouted until his throat was hoarse and was struggling to the point of exhaustion. Hoochie! 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 Zhang Dainyu's face was pale, his body was shivering, and his legs were as weak as springs. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. It was clear that the fierce battle in the elevator shaft had given him quite a scare. He stared at Li Yao for half a minute before his face gradually turned red, and a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Li Yao. From his expression, it seemed he was about to hug Li Yao and burst into tears. Zhang Dainyu said in a trembling voice, "Thank the heavens, you're finally here. You don't even know how those bad guys from the apocalyptic organization treated me. They threatened to cut me into pieces and dissect me. They are not human beings, they are simply devils. However, I am a man of iron will. I will not yield so easily. One cannot be corrupted by riches and honor, nor defeated by might. This is my life motto, my principle. No matter how much they tortured and threatened me, even when they sent 2 beautiful female agents to tempt me, I never revealed your secret. Because I firmly believed that my good brother Li Yao would risk his life to save me. And you did come. Good brother, you are truly loyal. Master Niu. Li Yao was silent for a moment. He wiped the blood from his face and said, "Don't forget that we have a listening device. I heard your conversation with the hunter. Is that so?" Zhang Daniu blinked his eyes quickly. With a natural expression, he said frankly, "Then you must have discovered how I pretended to play nice with him using my superb acting skills and bought you more time. I even managed to elicit important information from him, didn't I?" "Stop it, Teacher Niu. Please stop." Li Yao took a long breath. "Before I change my mind, please leave me alone, and let's get out of here." Li Yao was unsure if there were still traps in the lobby of the first floor. Instead, he led Zhang Daniu to crawl out of the ventilation window of the toilet and arrived at the shabby alley behind the building of wealth. The terrain here was relatively high, and a few cars parked on the side of the road weren't submerged in water. Li Yao smashed the window of a large, multipurpose off-road vehicle with one punch. He forcefully opened the door and pushed Zhang Daniu inside. In the rearview mirror, thick, black smoke was rising from many windows of the building, making it look like a ferocious devil. The building had become a demon building. Countless streams of black smoke seemed to reach for Li Yao and Zhang Daniu, as if they were alive. "We've been discovered so quickly?" Li Yao sniffed. He tore open the panel below the dashboard and grabbed a handful of wires. "I only have one chance. I must." Following his natural instincts, he allowed the bioelectricity surging through his nerves to react with the car's circuits. Sparks flooded into the control circuits and the engine from the depths of his cells. After a series of pleasing engine roars, accompanied by violent vibrations, the car started. Chapter 32:13, Abandoning Brightness for Darkness. Boom! Crack! Whether intentional or not, dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky, striking the SUV from a distance. A moment's carelessness, and the SUV and its occupants would have been reduced to ashes. Li Yao's face was as gloomy as still water. Every pore on his body had dilated to the limit, allowing him to keenly sense every electric current and ripple between heaven and earth. Though the SUV was a heavy and cumbersome off-road vehicle, Li Yao drove it with the agility of a racing motorcycle. Zigzagging left and right between the lightning strikes, he finally reached his maximum speed, leaving the lightning and the black fog far behind. On the other hand, Zhang Daniu had no time to fasten his seatbelt. He was flung back and forth inside the vehicle like the last match in a matchbox, on the verge of vomiting. It was raining cats and dogs, the sky and earth shrouded in darkness, and the entire city drowned in the endless rain. Visibility was extremely low. Li Yao, driving the off-road vehicle onto the highway by a mix of memory and luck, faced the flooded ground. Passing through lower roads and culverts, the engine could stall at any moment. The highway was the only slightly safer place. Once certain they had no pursuers, Li Yao took a long, relieved breath. He glanced at Zhang Daniu out of the corner of his eye. "Are you all right, Master Niu?" I'm fine." Blurg. Zhang Daniu leaned against the window, retching a few times. Then, he looked at the raging storm and the thousands of bolts of lightning. His complexion grew even more grim as he said in a trembling voice, This damn weather doesn't look like a normal hurricane or storm, no matter how I look at it. It can't be that the hunter was speaking the truth and the world is really starting to collapse, right? Hey, Li Yao, where are we going now?" "I don't know." Li Yao frowned. Despite having awakened with the strength of a monster and the muddled memory pieces, they still weren't enough to help an ordinary college student like him find a way out of the bark and the apocalyptic organizations. "Master Niu, do you believe what the hunter said? That we are all prisoners in a time prison," living in an infinitely repetitive, reincarnated world? I don't know, either. Zhang Daniu wiped his face and said with a sigh, last night, I was still worrying about the rent for the next quarter. I was still feeling sorry that you ate $200 to $300 worth of casseroles. In the end, in just a short span of 24 hours, you want me to face some sort of world collapse, infinite loop issue. I really don't know what to say about such a high-end and elegant problem. However, on second thought, the words of the hunter do have a lot of truth to them, as his theory is partly consistent with the dream travelers and can explain the Earth bug. Besides, we have seen the existence of superpowers with our own eyes. What if the superpowered people did not awaken the memories of their previous lives? I think so, too. The words of the hunters cannot all be false. Of course, they cannot all be true, either. Li Yao said, Master Niu, whether or not you were pretending to be nice to the hunter, I'm going to ask you one more time. What are you thinking? If you have to choose between the apocalypse or the ark, who will you choose? If you choose the apocalypse, I don't need to flatter myself and save you from it, do I? Well. Zhang Daniu thought carefully for a long time and said, I don't know, either. I'd better check the status of the Ark Foundation first. Oh. Li Yao was dazed for a moment. I thought you would choose the apocalyptic organization without any hesitation. After all, what the hunter said was very reasonable and tempting. If there is a will of the earth and their organization is the messenger, spokesperson, or subordinate of the will of the earth, they would certainly seem more promising than the Ark Foundation. You're wrong about that, Zhang Daniu said with a sly smile. If the apocalyptic organization is really as awesome as the hunter claimed, with the entire will of the earth backing them up, how could they still be a hidden underground organization? Even after the shooting at the T3 game show, they were still wanted by the police of multiple countries. It doesn't make any sense at all. If the will of the earth does exist and can control everything in human society, the apocalyptic organization should have replaced the United Nations and the governments of the other superpowers and launched a full-scale arrest warrant for the Ark Foundation. Is it really necessary to go this far, where everyone is sneaking around and not daring to meet anyone? Li Yao raised his eyebrow in surprise. As it turned out, Zhang Daniu had the same thought. He just did not dare to say it out loud because of the intimidation from the hunter. Although the guy was sordid, he was not stupid. Besides, don't you see that the hunter's words are contradictory? Zhang Daniu said proudly. He compared Earth to a reincarnation prison, and the members of the apocalyptic organization are both model prisoners and prisoners. Isn't that right? Li Yao nodded. Yes, that's what he said. That's hilarious, Zhang Daniu said. I don't know how much you know about prisons. Although I don't know the specific organizational structure and management patterns of prisons, I can guarantee one thing. No prison in the world is 100% managed by a prisoner, right? No matter how well-behaved, outstanding, and model you are, the prison manager occasionally needs you to maintain order inside the prison and save on resources. But no matter what, a prisoner is still a prisoner. It's impossible for them to be promoted to a real prison guard or manager, right? Li Yao thought quickly and immediately understood the simple logic. He nodded and said, yes. Maybe in the eyes of the awakeners of the heaven's origin sector, they are the model prisoners and prisoners who are absolutely obedient to the will of the earth. But a prisoner is still a prisoner. If there is a humanized will of the earth, it's impossible for them to trust any human being, whether apocalypse or arcs. Right. Only in extreme cases can a prisoner become a prison guard, Zhang Daniu said. That is because the prison managers are too weak. The order inside and outside the prison has gone out of control. If that is the case, the will of the earth might not be as invincible as it sounds, is it? Li Yao looked at Zhang Daniu seriously. Fair enough. Of course it is, Zhang Dainiu said excitedly. When I was talking to the hunter just now, I'd already thought it through. A real man can bow and submit when he wants to. He can even take the insult to his groin. What's wrong with kneeling down and hugging his thigh? The problem is, even if you want to hug his thigh, you have to choose a thick, long, and real 24-karat golden thigh to hug. For guys who call themselves prisoners, like the apocalyptic organization, who knows whether they are chess pieces in the hands of a higher power? What do you mean by, we are born guilty? They look like zealots. It would be a shame not to be used by others. You and I are smart people. There's no need to be tied to them so quickly. As for the Ark Foundation, according to the hunters, they are just a bunch of prison breakers, but they are acting so arrogantly. Is there something wrong with them, or do they have the capital to be arrogant? If it's the latter, it's not a bad idea for us to join the Ark Foundation together. After all, I've spent $20,000 on the resistance. It's not unreasonable to ask the Ark Foundation to pay me back 100 times or even 2 million, right? Of course, it would be best if we don't go looking for the Ark. Let's just let the Ark discover us and take us away. This way, if the apocalypse gains the upper hand next time and completely destroys the Ark, we can still say that the people of the apocalypse forced us to end up this way. Maybe we will have a chance to abandon the darkness and seek refuge in the arms of the apocalypse and the will of the earth. Student Li Yao, think about it, don't you agree? Li Yao stared at Zhang Dainiu for a long time. Master Niu, you've changed, Li Yao couldn't help but say. From last night to this moment, your temperament, way of thinking, and computational ability seem to have undergone a complete transformation. You are completely different from before. Now that you mention it, you do have a point. Zhang Dainiu flipped down the window cover and found a small mirror on the back. He observed his appearance carefully and said, "It's really strange. Ever since I met you, bubbles seem to be popping in the depths of my brain. Inside these bubbles are new and strange thoughts, one after another. Many super complicated problems can be solved in a flash. What's going on?" Well, just as Li Yao was about to respond, the hair all over his body suddenly stood on end, and his heart seemed to be ruthlessly pinched. He turned the steering wheel violently, as if by a conditioned reflex, and the off-road vehicle almost made a 180-degree turn on the elevated platform. The complex viaduct had 3 levels, high and low. While Li Yao was turning the steering wheel hard, another black, multipurpose off-road vehicle roared like an iron beast and flew down from a higher level, attempting to crash into Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu's vehicle. Had Li Yao not braked and made a sharp turn in time, the heavy off-road vehicle would have certainly crashed into the roof of his vehicle. The 2 vehicles would likely have ended up as burning scrap metal. But at that moment, the iron beast that appeared out of nowhere crashed into the ground right in front of Li Yao and exploded into a fiery ball. Li Yao's eyes seemed ignited by the fireball. His hands and feet moved as if cramping. The engine, brakes, and tires screamed in succession. The off-road vehicle began spinning at high speed, like a gyro. It actually pushed away the fireball in front of it and resumed its normal direction and speed. Blarg! Zhang Dainiu's face turned pale again, as if he were about to vomit. However, the fire in Li Yao's eyes did not diminish. In the rearview mirror, dozens of speeding cars appeared on the highway one after another, resembling a herd of iron beasts. Some vehicles were chasing from behind, while others were diving down like the off-road vehicle moments ago. The road was slippery from the rain, the lights were dim, and the bottom of the highway was invisible. The road conditions were extremely poor. Most drivers did not possess Li Yao's driving skills. Often, their tires would slip, and they would lose control of their direction, falling into the darkness below the highway, soon turning into rising fireballs. However, a dozen or so cars were still firmly pursuing Li Yao. The distance between them was closing quickly. Some were even attempting to crash into Li Yao's off-road vehicle from the rear and side. Bam! Bam! In the midst of a storm, such collisions were tantamount to suicide. It was a strategy of mutual destruction. Despite awakening his unparalleled driving skills, Li Yao was still drenched in cold sweat when surrounded by the frenzied drivers. At that moment, a two-seater sports car drove alongside him. Li Yao glanced through the window and saw a well-dressed middle-aged man, his hair neatly in place, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He didn't look like a fearless death squad member. However, when Li Yao noticed the distant look in the man's eyes and the Bluetooth earpiece hanging by his ear, he understood immediately. The pursuers were puppets, manipulated and stripped of their rationality, explaining their reckless fearlessness. Screech! The tires of the two sports cars screamed. Despite being heavier and smaller than Li Yao's vehicle, they managed to collide with his off-road vehicle. Li Yao had nowhere to go. The cars scratched against each other, sparks flying. The multipurpose off-road vehicle proved superior, knocking the sports cars away. They tumbled over the guardrail, landing almost 20 meters apart. However, this slowed Li Yao down. The remaining dozen vehicles were closing in. Something's not right. Zhang Dainiu shouted. This highway section doesn't end. Li Yao was momentarily stunned. He squinted and carefully observed his surroundings. Though they spoke of their environment, the lights on the viaduct had been destroyed by the storm and lightning. Beyond the high beams illuminating a few dozen meters ahead, they could see nothing else through the rain. Surrounded by darkness in all directions, the vehicle extended vertically, plunging from one moment into the next, caught in a countless web of forks and on-ramp, as if traveling through an infinite loop. Just then, a road sign flashed into view above their heads. A bolt of lightning illuminated the area, clearly showing the contents of the road sign. It was the intersection of People's Road and Tide Road. The correct directions should have led them straight to Renmin Road and Sea Tide Road, not far from the central business district. At the most, it should have taken them 3 to 5 minutes to arrive, but they had driven for at least 20 to 30 minutes in the torrential rain. The several dozen kilometers should have been covered by now. How did they end up near the central business district? Li Yao's lips twitched, and Zhang Dainiu swallowed his saliva. The two of them thought the same thing simultaneously. Can you drive? Li Yao suddenly asked. Huh? Zhang Dainiu was shocked. He stammered, I do have a driver's license, but I haven't touched a car in years. I don't have a car myself, and I'm from the original clan. You drive. Li Yao did not give any chance to refuse. If this road is truly an endless loop, after the intersection of People's Road and Sea Tide Road, there should be a straight road several kilometers ahead. You can slow down a bit. It's very simple. What? I don't know how. I can't. Zhang Dainiu was at a loss. It's been a long time since I last touched a real steering wheel. I'm not an experienced driver in this regard. But Li Yao had already unbuckled his seatbelt and dragged Zhang Dainiu over. The multipurpose off-road vehicle immediately started zigzagging on the high platform. Several times, it brushed against the guardrail, causing sparks to fly. Ah! Zhang Dainiu screamed. Steady. Relax. Slow down. Li Yao gritted his teeth and roared at Zhang Dainiu. I'm trying to steady myself. Zhang Dainiu was almost in tears. This thing is too exciting. Very good. You drove well. You don't look like a typical origin. That's right. Keep it up. Li Yao had also been making a last-ditch effort. He didn't expect that Zhang Dainiu would get into his role within half a minute after initially panicking. Although he couldn't be said to be driving very fast, in this godforsaken weather and place, maintaining normal speed and stability on the first try was already impressive. However, the pursuer's car was now only 20 to 30 meters away from them. They could simply step on the gas. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao kicked open the rear window and crawled out like a loach with wings. His fingers and toes turned into hooks as hard as steel, clinging to the roof of the tank. No matter how the wind, rain, and thunder raged, they couldn't dislodge him. Slow down. Slower. Li Yao rushed back into the car and shouted. The distance between the two vehicles was closing. As the pursuer tried to crash into Li Yao's off-road vehicle again, Li Yao swung his arm in an arc and launched the iron nail. Chi! The iron nail hit the front wheel of the car. At such a high speed, although it wasn't like a movie where one would spin dozens of times in the air and fall to the ground like a giant fireball, it was still enough to make the car lose control and stagger to the side of the road. The front end and the engine crashed into a mess and could not be started again. Seeing that his plan was working out, Li Yao immediately took action and threw out the iron nails on his waist, aiming for the tires of his opponent. With his eyesight and hand strength, even if affected by the torrential rain and thunder, it would still be a piece of cake for him to shoot down the tires of the pursuers. It was just that he didn't want to cause any fatal injuries to the occupants inside the car. Therefore, he repeatedly calculated, carefully aimed, and even had Zhang Daniu slow down the speed of the car before slowing down again. Sure enough, the dozen or so cars either crashed into the railings or lost control of the brakes. There was no more tragedy of falling off the high platform and exploding in the air. Very soon, the vehicles of the pursuers all stopped. Li Yao wiped off the hot rainwater on his face and thought to himself that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and think of a way to get rid of the unpredictable ghost trap. Li Yao! Li Yao! But then, Zhang Daniu screamed in the car. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. When he looked back, he could vaguely see two lazy lights shining at them from the darkness ahead. Soon, the lights outlined an even darker shape in the darkness. It was a 24-wheel container truck. God knows how the other party had managed to get such a behemoth. Usually, this kind of container truck was not allowed to enter the city. But right now, it was roaring, galloping, baring its fangs, and brandishing its claws on the highway like a furious steel beast, rushing straight toward Li Yao's off-road vehicle. No, it was not just a container truck. As Li Yao leaned on the roof of the off-road vehicle, he saw a man standing atop the container truck. The man, middle-aged and wearing a neat black suit and black sunglasses despite the storm and lightning, seemed to have noticed Li Yao's gaze. He bowed slightly, as if greeting Li Yao. Hunters! Zhang Daniu screamed from the driver's seat. He's a hunter. Li Yao's heart sank. The wind and rain were so intense that he had to lean on the top of the tank and steady himself with one hand and both feet. The hunter, however, stood casually and easily on the tank's top. No matter how much he struggled, the man did not budge. His body control was already superior to Li Yao's at this moment. No wonder he had dared to set traps methodically, even when faced with the 10 deep perception and 2 ultimate perception of the Arc Foundation. Li Yao then looked at the truck driver, who was fat and unshaven and didn't seem like an awakener. It turned out the man had headphones on his ears. The situation was now clear. One of the hunter's abilities was to hack into others' brains through electric waves, turning them into puppets. At the same time, parts of their previous life's memories, buried deep in their minds, would be activated, granting them terrifying killing skills. But was that the only ability of a hunter? While Li Yao was pondering, the two vehicles drew closer. Li Yao could clearly see the increasingly mysterious smile on the hunter's face. He also saw the hunter snap his fingers. The driver in the driver's seat abruptly turned the steering wheel as if he had received a mysterious command and made a 90-degree turn. In such a heavy storm, on a slippery road, and with a heavy container truck, such a maneuver was simply impossible. Sure enough, the large truck immediately overturned, and due to the force of inertia, the entire coach flipped over and almost blocked the entire lane. The coach scraped against the ground, producing ear-shattering noises and dazzling sparks. It swept toward Li Yao's SUV like an iron mill that could crush everything. The hunter, however, leaped up the moment the truck flipped over as if weightless. Only then did he float down and stand on the overturned truck, coldly staring at Li Yao, who was right in front of him. At that moment, Li Yao felt as though 108,000 eyes had locked onto him, as if every weakness on his body had been exposed to the enemy. He finally understood why the awakened one was named Hunter. Indeed, few things in the world could escape his hunting. Zhang Dainiu was already terrified when he saw the container truck bearing down on them. He couldn't control the direction at all. The off-road vehicle started moving erratically and trembling violently. The enemy had blocked the entire lane, leaving Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu with nowhere to run. There was no time to make a 180-degree turn. In a moment of desperation, Li Yao shouted and expanded the veins and muscles all over his body. He ripped off the entire roof of the off-road vehicle and grabbed it like a surfboard. "Let's go!" Just as the off-road vehicle and the container truck were about to collide, Li Yao grabbed the back of Zhang Dainiu's neck and pulled him out of the vehicle. He stomped on the back of the off-road vehicle and lifted Zhang Dainiu into the air like a giant bird. Then, he covered the top of the vehicle with his feet and used his ankle, knee joint, and leg muscles to cushion the impact of landing. Chi! 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 The roof of the tank scraped against the ground, producing dazzling sparks. Li Yao felt excruciating pain in his legs as he slid hundreds of meters and rolled on the ground more than 10 times. At that moment, the off-road vehicle collided with the container truck with a deafening crash. A massive fireball soared into the sky, illuminating the storm in a crimson glow. The impact of the container truck was slightly diminished, but the hunter took the opportunity to jump off the truck. While he was still in midair, he took out 2 pistols from his waist. One was silver and carried the coldness of death, while the other was as brilliant as burning gold. The bullets that shot out of the muzzles were mixed with the brilliance of silver and gold. Dozens of curved blades seemed to attack him from various directions, forming a crisscross cage. Dodging bullets from ordinary guns was a piece of cake for Li Yao, who had awakened the power of cultivation. However, the moment the hunter's bullet left the barrel, Li Yao felt as if the entire space had become exceptionally oppressive and thick. It was as if his body and soul were entangled, enveloped, and delayed by an inconceivable force. He entered a slow-motion state, watching helplessly as several dozen rounds of bullets, slowly and unhurriedly, shot towards him. Even if he bit the tip of his tongue to keep his mind clear and moved his limbs and body inch by inch, narrowly avoiding the first dozen or so rounds, he was still hit by the next few rounds, causing his skin to split open and blood to splatter everywhere. Li Yao grunted and fell off the top of the tank, rolling on the highway. But in the next second, he stood up again and shot forward. The bullets that shattered his bones and internal organs did not seem to affect his movements at all. He gritted his teeth and fired the last cluster of iron nails. Huh! Behind the deep black sunglasses of the hunter, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seemed he had not expected his opponent to still maintain such high motor ability and combat ability, even though he had been shot multiple times. His original target was only Zhang Dainiu, but now, he was deeply interested in Li Yao. He dodged Li Yao's storm of iron nails unhurriedly and approached Li Yao. He carefully observed Li Yao's bald head and said, "You are, that college student, Li Yao. You're actually not dead? What is this? Do you have an ability similar to the powerful cell reproduction and recovery of a gecko?" Gritting his teeth, Li Yao pushed his hands against the ground and attacked the hunter's lower body like 2 axes. The hunter's expression didn't change. He didn't even bother to take off his sunglasses. The overwhelming pressure once again emanated from his body, pressing down on Li Yao like a mountain or a deep sea, slowing his movements by half a beat. In the end, the hunter lightly kicked him, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, nearly breaking a street lamp next to the railing. Student Li Yao, there are many secrets behind you. Who exactly are you? The hunter finally took off his sunglasses. He then took out a silk handkerchief from the pocket of his suit and slowly wiped his eyes. His eyes, which had been hidden behind the sunglasses, seemed to burn with cold flames. He walked toward Li Yao step by step and asked, "Who ordered you to approach the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivators? How did you end up talking about the Ark Foundation and the Apocalyptic Organization? When we return to the organization, can we talk about these questions?" Leaning against the cement railing, Li Yao vomited a mouthful of thick, stinky blood. He felt that all the bones in his chest were broken. Good, very good. This guy's strength was indeed stronger than he had imagined. However, it was this exact kind of heart-wrenching attack that completely opened up his nerve endings and gene strands. Li Yao had a faint feeling that as long as he could pass this test, he would definitely become stronger. As long as... Li Yao huddled his body. His face suddenly changed. Where are my energy bars? Where are my energy bars and energy gel? The hunter was getting closer and closer. Li Yao raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. He said feebly, "Mister. I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. It's totally fine if you want to have a nice talk, but can you wait for me to eat something first? How should I put it? I'm suddenly hungry. I'm afraid I have low blood sugar. I can't think straight at all." The hunter smiled and raised his gun at Li Yao again. Inside the chamber, the ripples of energy emitted by the special bullets targeting the awakened could be clearly seen in the black rain. Right then, a cluster of rolling gray mist suddenly rose up. The gray mist seemed to have a life of its own and soon enveloped Li Yao and Zhang Daniu. It even split into dozens of gray tentacles that swept toward the hunter's hands and the gun. The hunter finally put on an expression that was different from aloof. He shot all the bullets at Li Yao in the gray mist. Li Yao rushed, bled blood, and dodged to the side despite his heavy wounds. However, he discovered that the bullets shot into the gray mist were corroded, jammed, and deflected by some weird force. There was no telling where they went. The gray mist seemed to have a life of its own. Not only did it possess the power to interfere with bullets, but it also appeared to contain the power to soothe the soul. Li Yao's muscles and bones were broken, and his internal bleeding was severe. There was not a single part of his body that wasn't in pain. Under the cover of the gray mist, a cool sensation unexpectedly surged from within his body. His restless and heated spirit also returned to tranquility as he gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep. Before he lost consciousness, he heard only the hunter's furious roars and Zhang Daniu's screams. This was the second time Li Yao had lost consciousness in just half a day. Again, he had that bizarre, inexplicable dream, not of an interstellar tyrannosaur, but of himself living in a bustling, busy metropolis on Earth, lost, resisting, struggling, and even falling. No, not just one city on Earth, but several different cities and villages. He seemed to have lived several different lives under various identities. They were all his past lives. In every fragment of his past life, a massive silver-white balloon followed him at a distance, neither too far nor too close. It was tethered to the back of his head by a thin rope. Each time he looked back, he saw his own distorted image reflected on the surface of the silver-white balloon. Who am I? Am I Li Yao? If I am Li Yao, which Li Yao am I? What is my destiny exactly? Is it the vulture plan, or... Staring at his twisted reflection inside the silver-white balloon, he shuddered and woke up. Beep! 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 The pristine white room, the smell of disinfectant, and the beeps from the medical equipment next to him were all inexplicably calming. Li Yao observed his surroundings and noticed that his entire body was connected to 4 lines and various wires. He was lying on a specially designed hospital bed. The medical equipment around the hospital bed was not as advanced as the medical pod, but it had already far exceeded the emergency equipment Li Yao had seen in ordinary hospitals. He listened carefully. The slight shivering of the ward and the feeble noises coming from below immediately reminded Li Yao that he was not in a fixed building but in a mobile hospital modified from a container truck running on a highway. "You're awake?" A deep, gentle voice came from the corner. "How do you feel?" The speaker did not conceal his presence. Li Yao managed to raise his head and discovered that the voice belonged to the Lady Grey Mist, who had appeared in the morgue. The Awakener seemed to be used to using her ability as a codename. Recalling the strange grey mist that appeared when the hunter tried to kill him, Li Yao immediately realized who had saved him. Moreover, he had already tricked the grey mist lady once in the morgue. She must have been alarmed. It was unnecessary to pretend that he was still unconscious. "I feel good." Taking a deep breath, Li Yao did not find any shrapnel left inside his body. His joints and internal organs did not seem to have suffered any damage, as if his memory of being shot was just an illusion. He sat up and looked at his bulging muscles, nourished by various drugs and nutrition liquids. "What drugs did you give me?" "That's a good question," the grey mist lady said, looking at Li Yao. "Besides saline, glucose, and some special high-energy nutrition liquids, we didn't give you any drugs. But your body has an amazing self-recovery ability. All the bullets the hunter shot into your body were squeezed out, and your wounds were healing at a visible speed. What an amazing ability." "Is that so?" Li Yao looked at his hands. He seemed to be able to see the high-speed operation of the mitochondria factories deep inside his cells through his skin and muscles. They were providing a surging energy to his cells and body, facilitating the proliferation of cells, the expansion of muscles, and the recovery of his body. Of course, they were also causing tremendous damage. He vaguely remembered that this was a feature of the demons or his apocalyptic body. But what were the demons and the apocalyptic body? Could it really be as the novels described? How strange. "You don't seem surprised by your super recovery ability," the grey mist lady continued. "If my eyes don't deceive me, this should be the second time you've come back from the dead in a span of 12 hours, right? The first time was from the magical explosive of Deep Perceiver, White Knight, which burnt you from your internal organs to the point it was almost like you were placed in a super-large microwave oven for an entire 10 minutes. Even I didn't expect you to still be alive. The second time was with the hunter. He didn't use ordinary bullets, but 2 different types of super bullets. The first type had the characteristics of armor-piercing and explosive. It could kill an African elephant in a single shot. The second type contained a strange component from meteorites that could restrain most of the abilities of the awakened. You were shot 7 times by the hunter. 3 of the bullets hit critical parts of your body. You should have been dead for sure, but you recovered in only 12 hours. During that time, you also absorbed nutrient liquids that would take ordinary awakeners an entire month to digest. Your body is like an insatiable black hole. Interesting. Student Li Yao, what are you exactly? If I tell you that I don't know, will you believe me? Li Yao smiled and asked, what about the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivation? How is he? He is fine. He is merely leaving this place through other channels and heading to the headquarters of the Ark Foundation. You are the same. You are safe for now. The transportation route is top secret. The people of the apocalyptic organization will not be able to catch up to us so easily. The Grey Mist Lady said, Zhang Dainiu has told us a lot of things. He is even continuing to write. With the help of our hypnotists, his creative efficiency has improved quite a bit compared to the past. If it is confirmed that you are fine, we will provide you with the follow-up content of 40,000 Years of Cultivation. But the first question that needs to be addressed is, who are you exactly? Why did you find the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivation, and why are you trying to investigate the secrets of the Ark Foundation and the apocalyptic organization with him? What's the deal with your unparalleled capability, as well as the detectophones and trackers that you handed over to Zhang Daniu? The detectophones you made are very delicate and have a different structure from those of most national spy agencies in this world. How did you make such things? I still don't know. Li Yao took a deep breath and shook his head gloomily. Now that Zhang Daniu had been controlled by the members of the Ark Foundation, he must have confessed everything, given his personality and integrity. There was no point in keeping it a secret any longer. You won't believe it if I tell you, but I was just an ordinary college student. It was only after reading 40,000 Years of Cultivation a week ago that I was somehow awakened to an indescribable power. I feel that I am the protagonist of the author's story. I am the cultivator Li Yao from the 4 Universities of Cultivators. Li Yao was prepared to be mocked by the Grey Mist Lady. But to his surprise, the Grey Mist Lady's face remained unchanged. She even nodded in understanding and said, "There are all kinds of amazing things in the world. Incredible things have happened to each of us who have awakened, mutations that cannot be explained by science. How do you know that I don't believe you?" Huh? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. The door of the ward opened softly, and a middle-aged man in peculiar clothes with fiery red hair walked in. "Lady Grey Mist, the pursuers have been taken care of. We should be safe for the next 12 hours, the middle-aged man said. But Li Yao's eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man, unable to look away. It couldn't be helped, the middle-aged man's appearance was too shocking. It wasn't a big problem for a middle-aged man to dye his hair red like a young man, but the issue was that the middle-aged man's baldness was very severe. There was a Mediterranean Sea on his head. To cover it up, he had deliberately grown the few remaining strands of hair on the sides of his head and combed them horizontally in a clumsy attempt to hide it. Even so, he still dyed his hair red, showing his firm determination. Below the red hair was a big, greasy face with a bulbous nose. The uncle's face was like a lonely rock in a desert, weathered by wind, snow, and time. The interconnecting wrinkles and hollows gave him a medal of vicissitudes. When one reaches middle age, it is inevitable that one gains weight. If one enjoys a bit of wine or a late-night snack, it's not strange for one's belly to bulge like a pregnant woman's. However, this uncle, standing at 1.7 meters tall, was carrying 200 pounds. Moreover, he was wearing an extremely exaggerated collar and cuffs, along with an exceedingly long white shirt that looked like scissors. He was also wearing a black short-sleeved shirt that had been crudely cut. The neckline of the shirt was extremely large, causing the fat on his body to become uneven, revealing his curves. This made everyone's eyes a bit sore. However, that was not the weirdest part. Below the super-long white shirt and the tight black uniform, the middle-aged man was wearing a pair of red jeans and a red belt around his waist. Li Yao didn't know how to describe the uncle's appearance. He suddenly noticed that the middle-aged man's thick, short neck, almost buried between his chin and the fat on his chest, was actually supported by a black leather belt. It was unclear whether it was a collar. Li Yao felt suffocated. Meanwhile, he felt that the uncle looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Right, wasn't he someone from the game, someone from the game? Good job, Uncle Hui, the Grey Mist Lady nodded. She pointed at Li Yao and said, right. This young friend Li Yao seems to have just awakened and is full of doubts about the strength in his body. Can I trouble Uncle Hui to explain the process of your awakening to him? All right, Lady Grey Mist. Uncle Hui, a middle-aged man with dyed red hair and red jeans, who was wearing a belt around his neck and knees, said in a southern accent, however, as I said, please stop calling me Uncle Hui and call me Seven Gods. Ms. Grey Mist, you've forgotten. I'm sorry, the Grey Mist lady's eyelids were twitching. Don't mind the details. Let's begin. No problem, Mississippi fate is indeed a marvelous thing. None of us will know who we are until we are awakened. Uncle Hui, now, 7 gods, pointed at his bulbous nose and said in plastic-flavored Mandarin. Take this uncle for example. I have never achieved much in my life. Originally, I was just an ordinary old man selling pork in a vegetable market in a 4th-tier city in the south. Other people in the vegetable market liked to eat, drink, smoke, play, and gamble. I didn't like any of these. I only had one hobby since childhood, which was to play video games and arcade games. I especially liked playing a game called Punching God 97. It's been almost 20 years since I was a young man. When I was at my peak, I was invincible and quite famous in our city. Unfortunately, times have changed. Young people nowadays like to play online games. The game I loved has been abandoned for a long time. It's probably the last arcade in the entire country that's about to collapse. It doesn't matter. This is what I like to play. I especially like a game character named 7 Gods in Punching God 97. Every time I choose this character to play, I always feel that I am one with the sword, as if possessed by my soul. It's like I've crawled into a game console and become one of the 7 gods. Every punch hits flesh. It's so refreshing. Last year, the arcade where I've been playing for 20 to 30 years finally couldn't hold on and was about to go bankrupt. Even though you can play Punching God 97 on computers and game consoles now, and my child has set it up for me, it's still different from playing in the arcade. You haven't played it before, young man. You don't understand. All in all, it was probably the last time I went to play. Naturally, I was particularly dedicated and fierce. Over and over, I chose the 7 gods to fight against the heroes of the world. I fought more and more smoothly and skillfully. I even felt that the world around me was shattering and disappearing. Only then did the world of Punching God 97 become real. I felt that I had crawled into a machine and turned into the real 7 gods. Li Yao was fascinated. He couldn't help but ask, then? Then, Uncle Hui said seriously, I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital, my daughter said that a machine in the arcade had a power leak and knocked me out for 3 days and 3 nights. Well, Li Yao stammered. But I'm well aware that it's not as simple as an electric shock. I've awakened the memories of my previous life. Young man, guess what? In my previous life, long ago in a certain life, I really did come from the 7 gods. This is my destiny. It's the destiny I'm truly facing. From this day on, I can no longer bear the identity of Porkman. I've decided to resume the original appearance of the 7 gods and fight to my heart's content against my destiny and my mortal enemies. Li Yao asked, Uncle Hui, I'm not sure if I should ask. Have you seen a psychiatrist recently? Uncle Hui said, hee hee. Young man, are you doubting this uncle's words? What's the matter? Do you think this uncle's age and profession are not enough to match this avant-garde, mysterious, and powerful style? Let me tell you, the so-called dreams and awakening are not just the rights of you young people. Although this uncle has been nothing more than an ordinary old pig all my life, the fire in my heart that stepped on the moon and burned everything will never be extinguished. Shwa. Shwa. Uncle Hui wiped his hands on his back. He held a meat cleaver in his right hand and a bone cleaver in his left. Come on, young man. Let me show you the strength of the giant snake. Cry, shout, and die. Uncle Hui, don't be so hasty. I was just asking. In fact, I suspect I need to see a psychiatrist myself. Also, I've played the classic combat game Punching God 97 with simulators before. I wasn't very clear that the 7 gods in the game actually use sabers. My martial arts have reached the peak of perfection. I can hurt anyone with flying flowers and picking leaves. What's the difference between using fists, claws, and sabers? In my previous life, I was a solitary man, cursed by the power of serpents. In this life, I've relied on these 2 butcher knives to feed my family. These 2 butcher knives have been with me since I was 18 years old. They have long been connected to my mind and blood. They are simply sharper than the legendary artifact Sword of Kusanagi. I rely on them to feed myself. How can I give them up so easily? Uncle Hui said coldly, "Young man, if you don't believe me, why don't I show you the hands-off, 221st style, 8 children with these 2 sabers?" Cold sweat appeared on Li Yao's forehead. "No, no need, Uncle Hui, don't call me Uncle Hui. Call me," Uncle Hui suddenly burst into fury. 7 gods. Shwa. 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 An unbelievable scene unfolded. Uncle Huey's fat head, big ears, and greasy face suddenly radiated a supercilious, arrogant, and dominating aura. Strange purple flames spurted out from every pore on his body, devouring the air inside the ward like thousands of burning vipers, especially the 2 butcher knives, which roared with the enhancement of the purple flames, like the lonely laughter of a madman under the moonlight. Wow, it really is the 7 gods. Li Yao was dumbfounded. He observed carefully and found that the 2 butcher knives had been carved with magnificent words. They should be the names of the knives. The meat cleaver was called Moon Zither, and the boning cleaver, Ghost Burning. They were both ultimate weapons that could cut through iron like mud. How about it, young man? Uncle Hui raised his sabers high and shouted, "Now you should believe that you are living in a world where your dreams and hopes are limitless, and anything is possible." I do," Li Yao stammered and looked at the gray mist lady for help. "All right, Uncle Hui. Student Li Yao has just awakened. His soul and memories are not very stable. Don't scare him." The gray mist lady coughed and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go and take a good rest." He. Uncle Hui stopped talking and glared at Li Yao. Then he turned around and left. But when he reached the door, he turned around with a bit of resentment in his eyes. "Ms. Grey Mist, you forgot to call me 7 gods again." Cough, 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 cough. The gray mist lady coughed violently. 3 to 5 minutes after Uncle Hui left, the purple flames inside the narrow ward were dispersed by a special ventilation system. "Sorry to scare you," the gray mist lady explained. "Many of the metahumans have mixed up their memories from several lifetimes, or even dozens of lifetimes. Therefore, their personalities are more strange. It's very easy for them to lose control of their emotions. In addition, everyone is burdened with an incomparably heavy mission. They always have to find an outlet to vent. So, no matter what strange actions they make, you must not take offense." No. It's not easy for Uncle Hui to find the real me at such an old age. Why would I be surprised? Scratching his bald head, Li Yao didn't know what to say. I'm just a little surprised. The content of Punching God 97 was actually real? Part of it, the gray mist lady said. Of course, the novels, comic books, movies, and games are not 100% real. But the works created by the observers contain modeled pieces of memories of the past. They are like broken mirrors, still reflecting the brutality and cruelty of the fierce battles before countless reincarnations. Right. Do you know what observers are? I know. I heard the entire conversation between Zhang Dainyu and the hunter. Now that the detectophones had been discovered, there was no point in keeping it a secret any longer. Li Yao said, I know that Father of the Star Ring Galiot is an observer, and Zhang Dainiu is very likely a special observer as well. Their works all reflect the story of a certain reincarnation from long ago, or even before it. So, is the creator of 97 Fist the same? You could say that. Punching God 97 is a large-scale fighting game series. Not just any producer can decide its entire content. There might be one or two observers hidden in the production team who created the character 7 gods based on the memories from the depths of their souls. They also resonated with Uncle Hui and activated his bloodline. That's about it. In fact, Punching God 97 is not the only game. Many other novels, movies, comic books, and games are related to the endless battles between the prison breakers and the prisoners. Therefore, don't be surprised if you find other characters that seem to have traveled from novels, movies, and comic books when you are inside the Ark Foundation. Prison breaker, prison keeper? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. He seemed to understand what the two names meant. The Ark Foundation represents the prison breakers, and the Heaven's Wrath represents the prisoners? Yes. In this life, we are known as the Ark Foundation, and they are known as the Apocalyptic Organization. But in the previous life, or the life before that, or even the one before that, everyone had different names. The Grey Mist Lady explained, but no matter how we change our names, our memories, ideologies, and wills will not change until the day we die. We prison breakers want to break out of the reincarnation prison and find the true meaning and freedom of life. We want to completely control our own souls. The prisoners are accomplices of their so-called will of the earth. They believe that we are trapped in the time prison of infinite reincarnation, not to be punished or tortured, but to be redeemed and tested. As long as we reflect on our sins, sharpen our souls, and modify ourselves, we will be released one day. The predestined war between the Hellbreakers and the prison guardians has lasted countless cycles. We have had countless soul-stirring, impassioned, and destructive wars. The most brutal war of all took place in one of the cycles in 1999. It was known as the Battle of the Vulture. It was the closest we came to success, but we were still suppressed. Even so, we did not yield. Not only did the Hellbreakers refuse to yield, but all the Earthlings who were suppressed, corrupted, and tied up refused to yield as well. Observers were restoring their memories of the great wars of the past. There were also people like Uncle Hui, who were awakened by the resonance, passion, and dreams and became the new generation of Hellbreakers affiliated with the Ark Foundation. 1999, Battle of the Vulture. Li Yao gradually furrowed his brow. He felt that screams were echoing deep inside his brain again. Bubbles carrying countless memory fragments rose to the surface of the ocean and exploded one after another, bringing him a flood of fragmented and glittering memories. He pressed his temples gently and said, "So, the hunter is telling the truth. The so-called will of the earth does exist. We are indeed in the absurd cycle of reincarnation, time and time again. We are pitiful prisoners, aren't we?" "They are prisoners, but they are not pitiful," the Grey Mist Lady said. "There will come a day when we break free from this prison with our own strength and regain our freedom. That will be the true rebirth. By then, we may lose a small planet, but we will be able to reclaim the entire universe." "I still don't understand." Li Yao was dazed for a long time. "If we are all prisoners locked in the reincarnation prison, and it is the so-called will of the earth that is suppressing us, how can we resist? Can't the will of the earth just wipe us out directly? Can't it observe every move we make and cause, say, a heart attack or sudden death? The so-called will of the earth is just a theory from the heaven's origin sector. It is merely a name and not a real omniscient God. There is no omniscient God in the universe," the Grey Mist Lady explained. "As an Easterner, you should understand the logic better than I do. Even in the most tightly guarded prison, it's impossible for the guards to see every movement of every prisoner clearly. Cold currents still flow beneath the strictest iron fist. Moreover, the relationship between the will of the earth and us is more like the relationship between a person and the bacteria and cells within their body, rather than that between a warden and a prisoner. When you are sick, can you see a specific bacterium or virus inside your body and target it precisely? Li Yao was momentarily stunned. He thoughtfully shook his head. It's not impossible to destroy us. What matters is the price. The Grey Mist Lady continued, this is exactly what Red Pole taught us. If a cancer patient undergoes radiation and chemotherapy without regard for the cost, it is, of course, possible to eliminate most of the cancer cells inside the body. However, at the same time, the healthy cells will be weakened and destroyed, which could even hasten the patient's death. Such a treatment plan is meaningless, is it not? I see. Are we some kind of cancer cells? Li Yao muttered to himself. Cancer of Earth? I like the sound of that. After all, cancer cells are very difficult to eliminate. As long as there is even a tiny bit left, it can easily spread and get out of control. Indeed, if the will of the earth does exist, humans are a part of it, or even an important part. That's why it's called the spirit of all creatures. We are inextricably linked to the will of the earth, the Grey Mist Lady said. So it cannot simply wipe us out. We can only resort to precise strikes and focused purges, similar to the targeted drugs for cancer. The Heaven's Origin sector is one such drug. Now that you mention it, I kind of understand, Li Yao thought for a moment and said. But I still don't understand. If the Heaven's Origin sector is targeting the targeted drugs of the Ark Foundation, why don't they seem particularly powerful? Their operations are suspicious, and they don't dare to act openly. They don't seem to have any connection with the governments of other countries. They come across more like a mysterious terrorist organization, not as glamorous as the Ark Foundation. The Ark and the Apocalypses, the Hellbreakers and the Prison Guardians, each have their own advantages and disadvantages. It's not certain who is stronger, the Grey Mist Lady smiled and said. As I mentioned, the Heaven's Origin sector is a kind of targeted drug designed to eliminate cancer cells. Therefore, during the treatment, it is bound by various rules and cannot interfere with the normal functioning of the world, especially human society. As for why it cannot interfere, I don't know that either. Maybe it's about the price. If the Heaven's Origin sector and the Ark Foundation fall out and start a superpower war in the sky above a metropolis with tens of millions of people, the politics, economy, and even culture of every nation in the world will be deeply affected. Every aspect of human society will be impacted. It might even lead to a complete loss of control and the collapse of human society. Under such control and collapse, more awakeners might be born. For the Heaven's Origin sector, the cancer cells that were supposed to be eliminated will be stimulated to grow and spread. That would be catastrophic. On the other hand, you must know that the members of the Heaven's Origin sector are also awakeners. They are prisoners trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. In the deepest part of their hearts, there are also factors of disobedience and a desire for freedom. If the will of the earth grants them too much strength and causes them to awaken deeply, it is very likely that they will see through the lies, realize the truth, and defect to our side. So, do you understand now? The Heaven's Origin sector is protected, instilled, and commanded by the will of the earth, but it is also monitored and restrained by the same will. They have to use their strength cautiously within certain limits. Naturally, they appear cautious and hesitant. But we are different. Although we are not backed by the will of the earth, we are our own backers. We can awaken memories from countless past lives without restraint and wield unimaginable, terrifying strength without hesitation. Therefore, after countless reincarnations, the Hellbreakers are on par with the Prison Guardians, and no one can destroy the other. I see. Li Yao more or less understood the origins and contradictions of the Hellbreakers and the Prison Guardians. Pondering for a moment, he felt that he was more on the side of the jailbreakers, the Ark Foundation. The Grey Mist Lady, on the other hand, was more or less open with him. She told him everything she knew without the gloom and coldness of a hunter. However, there were a few critical questions that Li Yao had to figure out. "Ms. Grey Mist, if I may ask, what do you want exactly?" Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, I've basically figured out what the Ark Foundation is doing right now. You have gathered a batch of awakeners and seem to be searching for and protecting more of them, especially the observers among the awakeners. You are trying to piece together the secrets from countless reincarnations, aren't you? That's right, the Grey Mist Lady nodded and said. Our current mission is to discover and protect all the observers. With their work, we will awaken more memories, hot blood, and self-awareness that have been buried for a long time, so that more and more people will be awakened to the existence of their true selves and the truth of the reincarnation prison. The mission of the Heaven's Origin Sector is to wipe out all the observers, and put an end to anything that might trigger the awakening of human beings. Then what? Li Yao asked. Your ultimate purpose is to break out of the reincarnation prison and even destroy Earth, but can you do that with the strength of the awakened cultivators? Of course, it's not that I'm underestimating the abilities of the awakened. It's just that Earth is too large and too strong. Moreover, it involves time, reincarnation, and other bizarre phenomena that can't be explained by scientific logic. Even if we gather 100,000 experts like Uncle Hui, who have awakened the power of 7 gods, can they destroy the Earth and break through the reincarnation prison? I understand your confusion, but the answer is, yes. The Grey Mist Lady smiled casually. Although it seems the strength of the Awakener is not very impressive compared to the labyrinth of time on Earth or even in the infinite cycles, Red Pole has told us that, as long as enough Awakeners are gathered and enough people burn their blood and stimulate their soul simultaneously, a miracle will happen when the strength of their entire life is maximized. It is the key to our escape from the reincarnation prison. A miracle. Li Yao frowned. It sounds like you admire and believe in our leader. Are you trying to say that there are no miracles in the world, that Red Pole is lying to us, and that he is a con artist? The Grey Mist Lady understood Li Yao's implication but was not angry. She smiled and said, I can understand your suspicion about Red Pole. After all, it's impossible to be the leader of all the prison breakers without a hint of a trickster. But I can tell you with absolute certainty that Red Pole is not just the leader of this generation. When countless people awaken the memories of their past lives, they will discover that Red Pole was our leader as early as the previous life, or even in the life before that, all the way back through the past 5 reincarnations. He used to lead the resistance groups of the Hellbreakers under different names and fought against the will of Earth. Although he failed in every battle, he kept the spark of hope alive. After the world was restarted, he left valuable information for the resistance, so our organization could be rebuilt. His capabilities grew stronger with each reincarnation. He looked more and more like the man who could destroy Earth. Red Pole, destroy Earth, Li Yao sniffed. He suddenly felt interested in the leader of the Fangzhou Foundation. He even had a familiar feeling. What was going on? You can imagine how difficult the war must have been for a bunch of seemingly insignificant intelligent carbon-based creatures to fight against the entire Earth, the Grey Mist Lady said. If Red Pole had not repeatedly displayed his unbelievable abilities to corrupt the reincarnation prison to some extent and preserve the abilities and items of the previous reincarnation in this life, we wouldn't have been able to persist for so long. Besides, what happened just now has proven Red Pole's prophecy. Miracles do exist. The will of Earth is already scared. What? Li Yao said, I don't understand. The superpowerful earthquake in the western Pacific Ocean, the unprecedented tsunami, the massive typhoons and storms in Jiangnan City, and the thunder that covers the entire world. Do you think these are all normal natural phenomena? The Grey Mist Lady said coldly. A natural disaster might be a natural phenomenon. But the simultaneous arrival of so many natural disasters can only mean one thing. The efforts of the Ark Foundation have paid off. The will of Earth is scared. It cannot allow us to gather more awakeners to create a miracle. It is preparing to destroy human civilization in this world in advance and restart the Earth in the simplest and crudest way. Li Yao was at a loss for words, his head a mess. Based on the memory fragments from my more than 10 lives, the Earth's will rarely restarts the planet in such a simple and crude manner. If it does, it prefers to let human civilization develop naturally, eventually leading to its self-destruction, the Grey Mist Lady explained, pointing to her brain. It always happens like this. From the mid-20th century to the mid-21st century, the ancient Eastern Empire was revived, and while the iron-blooded superpowers in the West showed signs of decline, they never lost the ability to take their chances. Moreover, they would rather die than fall. In the end, the tiny Earth could not contain the ambitions of the two superpowers. The thermonuclear war was declared in the name of holiness, glory, and honor. Humanity would end its own history and civilization without the Earth's will's intervention. Perhaps, for the Earth's will, this is the most resource-saving, cost-effective, and natural way to restart. In the past 10 reincarnations, at least 8 have ended this way. But this time, the timeline has only reached 2018. The conflict between the two superpowers has not yet reached its peak. Although trade frictions have already begun, there is still a semblance of peaceful coexistence, new technologies, and opportunities for breakthroughs. In short, humanity has not lost its rationality and hope, it has not yet reached the tipping point of the Third World War. Therefore, the Earth's will cannot rely on humanity to destroy itself. It can only interfere with the laws of nature in the most clumsy, brutal, resource-consuming, and costly way. It will create natural disasters out of thin air and trigger an apocalypse to destroy us. It won't do this unless it has to. Chapter 32:19, The Last War of the Universe. I think I understand. Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, it's like a very precise but ancient computer. If needed, you can reboot it in a conventional way. The advantage is that the computer's components remain undamaged, and most of the data is retained. The downside is that the process is too slow, and sometimes faults occur, making the interface unresponsive. There's nothing you can do in such cases. Of course, you can also plug in the power supply and restart it forcefully. The advantage is that it's fast and can be restarted successfully no matter what. The disadvantage is that it might damage the machine and result in the loss of a lot of data that isn't backed up. Therefore, generally speaking, the will of the Earth has chosen the regular, step-by-step approach. But this time, it must have run into some kind of problem and decided to force a restart at any cost. Your metaphor is very fitting, the Grey Mist Lady smiled and said. I need to add one more thing. If this precise and ancient supercomputer is in the middle of an extremely large and complicated task, where every computational unit is overloading and billions of data are rapidly colliding and burning, plugging in the power source and forcefully restarting it might cause even more severe damage. Super large and complicated missions? Li Yao was dazed. What is that? Wars. Wars that surpass our estimation and imagination in the universe, the Grey Mist Lady said. Red Pole told us that the Earthlings trapped in the prison of reincarnation, or as they call themselves, the heroes of Earth, are not alone and helpless. In the boundless, brilliant universe beyond the prison of reincarnation, many comrades who share the same ideology as us are waging the final war against the will of the Earth. This war has consumed 99% of the will of the Earth, giving us the best opportunity since the Battle of the Vulture. If we can awaken countless heroes and work with them, we might be able to destroy the accursed prison and achieve true freedom and rebirth. Unimaginable wars in the universe? Li Yao was more shocked than ever. Although his words seemed absurd and groundless, Li Yao somehow believed them and even visualized the grand scenes of the starry sea. He imagined all the stars in the universe releasing fuel that would take billions of years to deplete in just 1 second. The raging flames illuminated the dark, endless universe, transforming it into a magnificent temple and a battlefield where heroes reveled in battle. Student Li Yao, what are your plans now? The gray mist lady observed the changing expressions on Li Yao's face. Her smile remained unchanged, but she extended her hand to him. After everything you've experienced, you wouldn't want to go back to being an ordinary college student or office worker, would you? Li Yao grinned. He had to admit that everything the gray mist lady and the hunters had said captivated him. In his almost boiling mind, his destiny, entangled with flames and thorns, began to unravel. He could no longer endure the mundane and repetitive life he once led. I don't know who I was in my past life, but I have a feeling that my past must have something to do with 40,000 years of Cultivator. If possible, I would like to stay with Master Nyo and read the latest chapters of 40,000 years of Cultivator. I have a feeling that the chapters will make me stronger and bring back more of my past. Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, also, I'm very curious about Red Pole, your leader. What kind of person is he exactly? How does he know so many things? About Earth, the universe, and even the Great War in the Sea of Stars? Can I see him? Are you sure? The gray mist lady stared at Li Yao for a long time and said, you should know that, to a certain extent, the Ark Foundation is indeed a terrorist organization that targets the will of the planet. As the leader of such an organization, our whereabouts are of paramount importance. We can even determine the survival of the organization and the fate of the heroes of the planet. If you want to meet the Red Pole, you must pass a very rigorous test to ensure you are not an agent sent by the Heaven's Origin Sector or the will of the planet, the target drug. Once you see the Red Pole, you will never be able to turn back. We will not give you the opportunity to leak the secrets of the organization. Li Yao sensed the killing intent from the gray mist lady. It did make sense. The Heaven's Origin Sector was indeed a brutal organization. The Hellbreakers, the foundation of the Ark that could fight against them for countless reincarnations, were apparently not saints either. Especially when they were well aware that everyone would be reincarnated in the next cycle after they were killed. They would have no scruples in their fights. Li Yao could understand their wariness. After all, their enemy was the will of the earth. As long as they could lock onto their target, there would be a million ways to kill them. If Li Yao were Red Pole, he would be even more vigilant. Is Red Pole really willing to meet me? Li Yao was somewhat surprised. After all, the man was the leader of the resistance organization in the reincarnation prison, and he was just an unknown cultivator. The target on Red Pole Planet was Zhang Dainyu, and the man might not take him seriously. Yes. We came to Jiangnan City on a mission to bring back the author of 40,000 years of cultivation. We didn't expect to run into you, the gray mist lady smiled and said. We have sent back your files and combat videos, including Zhang Dainyu's description of you when he was hypnotized. Red Pole Star is very interested in you and wants us to send you to the Ark to meet him as soon as possible. Of course, it is to ensure your safety. Is there a problem? No, Li Yao hesitated for a moment but soon dismissed the irrelevant thoughts. At this point, he had no other options. As wonderful as the real world seemed, the feeling of being imprisoned and bound was definitely not pleasant. No matter how large the prison, it was still a prison. No matter how many times life was repeated, it was meaningless. He had to break free and see the real world, the real universe. Just then, Li Yao felt the wheels beneath him stop. Uncle Hui knocked on the door and said, Ms. Grey Mist, we're here. Please, Student Li Yao, the gray mist lady said courteously. Judging from your body indicators, you should be recovering well. If there are no problems, we will start the first test right away to confirm that you are the one Red Pole wants. Li Yao nodded and stepped onto the solid ground. Lady Grey missed. Before the door was opened, he hesitantly asked one last question. There's one thing I'm not sure about. Are we real? Huh? The grey mist lady raised an eyebrow. Colorful brilliance gleamed from her grey eyes. Tell me your question. I mean, Li Yao gestured, trying to organize his thoughts. We mentioned supercomputers just now, and we also talked about rebooting. The features of the reincarnation prison are hard to ignore. It's hard not to wonder if we are living in a virtual world built by computers, just irrelevant data, like in that movie. What's it called again? Right. 22nd Century Killer Network. That movie can't be a reflection of reality, can it? So, are we real, or are we fake? You should ask yourself that question, the grey mist lady said. You don't even know whether you are telling the truth, and you want others to tell you or even decide for you? Li Yao was dazed, not knowing what to say. He felt suddenly enlightened. If I tell you that it is not, that we are not living in a virtual world built by computers, what is the significance of such an answer? It's impossible for you to verify it. How do you know whether or not I am right? The grey mist lady continued. On the other hand, if I tell you that, yes, we are indeed living in a virtual world built by computers, just like in 22nd Century Killer Network, how do you know I'm not lying? You know that a brilliant hypnotist or even an illusionist can make a real person, who is not determined, believe they are living in a virtual world and that they are virtual or even false. Li Yao opened his mouth but couldn't think of anything to say. Even if the Earth is real, and the cells and genes that make up our bodies are real, how do you know that the cells and genes are not the computers used by a higher-dimensional life form? Maybe, what is real for three-dimensional carbon-based life forms is virtual for higher-dimensional beings, which can erase and modify such data at will. Who knows? The grey mist lady shrugged. Do you think that being a piece of information carved in flesh, blood, and genes makes you more noble than information stored in silicon chips? Of course not, Li Yao frowned, sorting through his thoughts. You have a point. Truth and falsehood are defined by myself. I exist, in whatever form, carrier, or method. I am here. I don't like the idea of a higher dimension that can erase and modify me at will. It's damn unsettling. Oh. Then let's fight, the grey mist lady said. Just like us, we will fight the red pole to the end. Whatever it is, it will either be destroyed or set free. Li Yao was dazed again. That simple? What else could it be? The grey mist lady smiled. It's that simple. True. Li Yao tilted his head and thought for a long time. Then he smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. I was wrong. There's nothing to it. If ordinary people bother themselves, they will find their own way out. I only need to follow my heart and march forward to the bloody end. He opened the door and returned to the world on the verge of collapse. Chapter 32:20, Teacher Zhang's Unexpected Calamity. It was a large, unfamiliar city. While the rows of high-rise buildings and the brightly lit skyline were similar to those of Jiangnan City, the stormy weather with lightning and thunder made it seem as though the entire world was being engulfed by flood and thunder. Despite this, Li Yao could tell from the hot and humid climate and the tropical plants lining the streets that this place was even further south than Jiangnan City. During his coma, they had fled at least 1,000 kilometers away. The grey mist lady informed Li Yao that this was the capital city of the Southern Hills, a transportation hub for the surrounding 5 provinces. It was easy to travel across the country or even abroad using various means of transportation. More importantly, the region's geologic structure was very stable, with no recorded large-scale natural disasters. Earthquakes, storms, floods, hail, and tsunamis were rare here. According to Red Pole Star, while it was theoretically possible for the will of the Earth to destroy such a large and stable inland city if it paid a high enough price. Doing so would be against the natural disaster and would deplete too much of its strength, potentially leading to its failure in the War of the Universe. Therefore, they were safe for the moment. As expected, despite the heavy rain in some flooded low-lying streets, the city's normal functioning mechanisms were not affected, and it was not entirely paralyzed. Li Yao's destination was a secret office of the Ark Foundation in the city's downtown area. Though called a secret office, it had a public cover as a high-class psychological consulting club named Mind Space. The Grey Mist Lady told Li Yao that the Heaven's Origin sector might know that the Mind Space was a branch of the Ark Foundation. However, as she explained, the downtown area served as their best cover. If the Heaven's Origin sector attacked the place without restraint and revealed the existence of metahumans and their superpowers to the world, it would only shock the ignorant human society, potentially leading to mutations of cancer cells, definitely not what the will of Earth wanted. Moreover, most of the doctors and staff in the Mind Space were ordinary people who knew nothing about the truth. Similar peripheral organizations were scattered worldwide. Even if one of them was destroyed, the main body of the Fangzhou Foundation, deep in the sea, would remain largely unaffected. The Heaven's Origin sector suffered heavy casualties in the ambush as well. It will take the hunters at least 24 hours to gather enough forces for a second attack, the Grey Mist Lady said to Li Yao. Let's rest here for a night and wait for the Hell Breakers, who will be awakened in several nearby provinces. We will set off tomorrow morning and head south across the border. Also, there is a batch of advanced equipment here that can examine you. How are you going to test it? Li Yao was immediately alarmed. Although he was biased toward the Ark Foundation and familiar with Red Pole, that didn't mean he relished being tested when the secrets deep within his soul were at risk. Don't worry, the Grey Mist Lady replied. It won't be too difficult. We have a very special patient here. I hope you can treat him and ease his concerns. That's all. Huh? Li Yao was dazed. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't it a test? Why is it treatment now? Besides, I'm not a psychiatrist. How can I treat your patients? What's going on? Don't ask me. I don't know either. It was Red Pole's instruction. Red Pole Star said, if you're really you, you must know how to treat the patient. Li Yao was even more confused, but the Grey Mist Lady was equally puzzled. Everyone entered the building and took the elevator to the Mind Space on the 13th floor. This place was not a professional mental health facility. It was set up to relieve the stress of modern people and vent their negative emotions. It looked more like an elegantly decorated house. On both sides of a long corridor, filled with bright green lights, were about 5 decompression chambers, in different styles. At this moment, most of the rooms were empty. Only in the innermost room was a middle-aged man with dark eyebrows, swollen eyes, and restless agitation. He was both anxious and excited. If not for his absent-mindedness and blurred eyes, this middle-aged man could be said to have a dignified appearance. His every movement was filled with a solemn and scholarly temperament. According to Li Yao's guess, he should be engaged in an educational profession and was quite successful. As expected, the information the Grey Mist Lady handed over to him revealed that this middle-aged patient, named Zhang Jiashu, was the head instructor of the city's number 12 high school. Before becoming the head instructor, he had been the head teacher of the school for many years. His work was serious and responsible, and he treated the students with strictness yet with care. The student enrollment rate was very high, and he had received the title of city-level outstanding educator multiple times. He was considered a well-acknowledged good teacher. He was upright, resolute, and principled. His family was also very happy and content. He was the object of envy for his colleagues and leaders. Logically, there shouldn't be any psychological issues. Of course, mental illnesses are often irrational. What's wrong with Teacher Zhang? Li Yao looked through the door and noticed that Zhang Jiashu, the head instructor, was craning his neck to observe the ventilation tube above the decompression chamber with intense concentration. His eyeballs were rolling up and down. He didn't have the demeanor of a teacher at all, instead, he looked like a thief. This kind of wretched temperament was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Teacher Zhang has awakened. However, his awakening is very strange, completely different from the regular awakened individuals we've discovered. It's more like he's been corrupted by something from the outside, awakening memories and souls that don't belong to him, the gray mist lady said, handing over a medical record. As you can see, Teacher Zhang was originally a very decent, kind, and traditional person. He had a happy family and a successful career. He could be considered a winner in life. Generally, such people rarely awaken. However, according to Teacher Zhang's account, one day, while patrolling the classroom, he confiscated a student's cell phone. The student was secretly reading a novel on the phone, which was strictly forbidden. Even if the cell phone was confiscated, it was standard procedure and would be returned at the end of the semester. Yet, after confiscating the student's cell phone, Teacher Zhang somehow glanced at it and was immediately drawn to the novel inside. In his own words, it was as if he had entered a devil's den. He used approximately a week's time to finish reading the several million words of the novel. Naturally, the novel that the student was reading in secret was not a world-famous novel, but a web novel. Teacher Zhang himself graduated from the Chinese department and taught Chinese literature. Usually, he would rarely read these things. In his own words, these were things that were roughly made, meant to fool gods and ghosts. But this time, for some unknown reason, this novel seemed to possess a terrifying magical power, causing him to forget to sleep and eat day and night. He even lost interest in his job. Of course, this was not enough for Teacher Zhang to seek help from psychiatrists and psychologists. The few days after reading this online novel, Teacher Zhang had a small fever and had nightmares for 2 to 3 days. Then, he developed many very strange habits. Li Yao was fascinated. He couldn't help but ask, what habits? Drilling sewers and ventilation tubes, the gray mist lady said. According to Teacher Zhang, after this fever, he seemed to have developed a problem with sleepwalking. In the middle of the night, he would often sneak out of the house, open the manhole cover in the neighborhood, and crawl into the sewer to run and explore. It was as if he was like a fish in water in the narrow, dark, and suffocating space. He felt extremely comfortable. Later, not just at night, even when he was fully conscious during the day, he couldn't help but wonder about the ventilation system of every building and how he could crawl in without alarming anyone. Teacher Zhang told us that he had really crawled into the ventilation ducts of several buildings, trying to avoid everyone's eyes and ears to invade the most secure space. Each time he retreated, he would break out in cold sweat. With his identity as a teacher, if he was caught in the ventilation ducts, he wouldn't be able to explain himself, no matter how many mouths he had. His reputation could truly be ruined. But he couldn't resist the impulse that came from deep within his soul. Well, Li Yao stammered. The issue is also about temperament, the gray mist lady continued. Teacher Zhang was originally very popular among the students at the school. Despite holding the position of director of teaching, a role that required strict enforcement, he still earned the admiration of many students with his integrity and elegance. However, based on his own account in our secret investigations, there were indeed many students who believed that Teacher Zhang had recently become sleazy, treasonous, and cunning. He would use many despicable and shameless tactics to handle the students. He had a thorough understanding of the tricks of the bad students and, in some ways, was even worse than them, leading to many students' ongoing complaints. Additionally, at times, his mind seemed to be lacking. His IQ would suddenly drop, and he would blurt out some very childish remarks, transforming from a dignified high school head instructor into a brainless middle school student. Is there such a thing? Also, those nightmares, although his fever had long subsided, continued to haunt him, preventing him from sleeping well for several days and nights. Often, when he closed his eyes and opened them again, he would find himself in the ventilation ducts or the sewers. Out of desperation, Teacher Zhang consulted a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist suggested that, being middle-aged and with a less than harmonious marital life, he couldn't vent his desires, and thus, subconsciously, he saw the sewers and ventilation ducts as substitutes for his wife. "You know," the gray mist lady said. Teacher Zhang scoffed at such a theory, but the disease did exist and had to be treated. After searching for a while, he finally found us. "Wait," Li Yao frowned. "Let me ask you first. What was the name of the online novel that Teacher Zhang read before his illness flared up?" "You should have guessed it," the gray mist lady looked at Li Yao. "It's 40,000 Years of Cultivation, written by Master Lin Yo." Although Li Yao had guessed the answer, he was still greatly surprised when he heard it from the gray mist lady. "How did it happen?" "That's a question you should be asking yourself," the gray mist lady said. "Since you awakened some amazing memories and abilities after reading 40,000 Years of Cultivator, why can't other people do the same? Do you think we're in such a rush to find the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivator for no reason? It's because there are too many examples." "What?" Li Yao keenly grasped the key point in the gray mist lady's words. "You mean to say that it's not just me and Teacher Zhang Jiashu? There are likely other readers who have been moved, stimulated, and summoned by this work, awakening memories and strength from the 4 universities of cultivation?" "Maybe," the gray mist lady replied. "The intelligence and missions of 40,000 Years of Cultivator are all under the direct command of Red Pole. I only learned about the author and head instructor Zhang Jiashu 48 hours ago. Perhaps more readers have been awakened, or even protected and organized by Red Pole. Who knows? In a fantasy world created by an observer, whether it's a novel, a comic, a movie, a TV show, or a game, more than one awakener is often awakened," the gray mist lady continued. "Countless people have been moved, resonated with, and awakened on a large scale in the same fantasy world. It's not unusual at all. It's like the world of stars that Garriott created. He might have the potential to stimulate and awaken millions of heroic spirits simultaneously. That was why the Heaven's Origin sector had to send gunmen to kill him in the simplest and crudest way." "Ms. Grey Mist, do you mean that 40,000 Years of Cultivators possesses such power that its readers might be, the key to the future of Earth and the entire universe, as predicted by Red Pole?" Li Yao did not know how he had naturally grasped the telepathic thoughts of Red Pole. It did not make sense, but he just could. "It's possible, but only if you are a deep reader. Readers like me, who can't survive the first 300 to 500 chapters, naturally won't be able to draw any strength from 40,000 Years of Cultivators," Lady Grey Mist laughed. Li Yao smiled, too. He thought for a moment and asked, then, "Other than the fact that Mr. Zhang Jiashu likes to crawl through ventilation tubes and sewers, and that his temperament is more sleazy, does he have any other superpowers? I mean, those that are particularly good at fighting, such as blowing up a wall with one punch or jumping 7 to 8 feet high, or something like that. Are they as invincible as me?" "No. Not everyone is like you, who can fight against a hunter as soon as they are awakened. You've simply completed an impossible task. There are no suitable tools or equipment here to run the most precise tests on you. But I estimate that you are far more than a deep perception. You are at least an ultimate perception, if not a beyond ultimate perception, which is the highest level." Lady Grey Mist said, "Most of the awakened ones are the same as Master Zhang Jiashu without any guidance. They are plagued by hallucinations, delusions, and dreams that are both real and imagined. They may have neurotic and eccentric habits, but their combat ability is unlikely to be significantly improved. Moreover, you should see that Master Zhang Jiashu is very resistant to this kind of memory and strength derived from it. He simply does not want to awaken, and he does not even believe that all of this is true. Under these circumstances, it is even more difficult for him to display the corresponding strength. Then what are you going to do? Liao asked. Should we bring him back to the park? Of course not. What do you think our organization is, a garbage recycling center where everyone is welcome? To be a real prison breaker, we need the most firm belief, the most tenacious will, and the clearest thinking. We don't need someone who is not determined and resists us, undermining our mission from the inside. The Grey Mist Lady said, originally, the Red Pole Star devised a very complicated plan that would consume a lot of resources, with a low success rate, to treat Master Zhang Jiashu. They even considered asking him to speak with the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivators directly to see if there would be any sparks. But now that you are here, according to the Red Pole Star, you are the best candidate to treat Master Zhang Jiashu, and the treatment will give you a clearer understanding of yourself. I don't know what to do at all. Li Yao frowned. What can I do to wake him up? You can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. We have been wandering in the labyrinth of infinite reincarnation for so long that many people have lost the courage to look for the exit. They even deny the existence of the exit and fear the world outside. Therefore, I will not force you to wake up Master Zhang Jiashu. The Grey Mist Lady handed Li Yao a green coat, which served as a sort of consultant uniform. Please, listen to your heart and let nature take its course. But, Li Yao forced himself to put on the coat. At my age and with such a bald head, I don't look like a consultant at all. It doesn't matter. Red Pole has faith in you. As I said before, as long as you are you, everything will be fine. Without further ado, the Grey Mist Lady pushed Li Yao into the room. Right. Special barriers have been installed at the top and bottom of the decompression chamber. They can create a very marvelous magnetic field that helps those who enter achieve resonance on a brainwave level. According to Red Pole, this resonance can help you treat your wounds and help you find yourself faster. I hope you don't mind. Li Yao had no time to care. The door closed behind him, and he and the tormented teacher Zhang Jiashu stared at each other. Zhang Jiashu was deeply immersed in painful and terrifying memories, unable to free himself. He was like a drowning man who had sunk deep into a swamp. His bloodshot eyes were about to explode as he glanced at Li Yao. He didn't care about Li Yao's overly young face and bald head. He was once again immersed in his own world. With just a glance, Li Yao had a very strange feeling, as if he were looking in a mirror. He and Zhang Jiashu were not related, nor did they have any similarities. But the moment their eyes met, Li Yao felt that he was looking at himself, a more real version of himself. How weird. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Li Yao sat down in front of Zhang Jiashu and recalled the depiction of psychological consultants in movies. He tried to put on a professional smile and said seriously, "My name is Li. I've been studying at the San Diego Psychiatric Research Center for a while and just returned to the country this morning. I have a very special study on sewers and ventilation tubes. How are you feeling? Do you still dream of sewers and ventilation tubes?" Zhang Jiashu's reaction was slow. When he heard Li Yao mention dream, the muscles in his body visibly trembled, as if he was extremely afraid of recalling the dream. After a long pause, he weakly said, "No, I don't feel good at all. In fact, I feel even worse. Besides the sewers and ventilation ducts, I also dream of something very strange, shameful, and terrifying, beyond description. I'm about to go mad. I have a premonition that if this continues, I will definitely go mad. Save me, doctor, save me." "I'm not a doctor, just a consultant," Li Yao smiled. "However, why don't you tell me what you've been dreaming about first, Professor Zhang? Maybe I can help you with the special hypnotic and meditation techniques I learned in San Diego. This guidance might be useful." Zhang Jiashu hesitated, clearly struggling between his intellectual integrity and the reserve of a teacher and his fear of the bizarre dream and impending madness. His lips trembled as he finally said, I've been having a new, strange dream for the past 2 days. It was very weird, terrifying, and disgusting. I dreamed that I was watching a movie. Well, Li Yao was slightly stunned. He controlled his smile precisely. There's nothing disgusting about this, much less anything to be ashamed of, right? We're all adults here. Let's watch some adult movies that adults are supposed to watch. It can help relax your muscles, ease your spleen, eliminate toxins, strengthen your heart and lungs, and maintain the dynamic balance between your endocrine and hormones. Not only will it help maintain the harmony and love between husband and wife, but it will also help you focus on work and study without distractions. There's no problem. It's very normal. You mustn't be under so much pressure. This is really very normal and reasonable. You don't understand. You don't know what I dreamed at all. Zhang Jiashu covered his face with his hands, almost losing control. He shrugged and said, I dreamed that the movies I watched were all about men. Well, Li Yao chose his words carefully. This is the 21st century. Science is flourishing, and humanity is liberated. Many things have been cleared of criminalization and criticism. They are just personal hobbies and choices. As long as you don't hurt others, there's no need to be too conflicted. Modern society is under a lot of pressure. Everyone has wild thoughts. There's no need to be nervous. You still don't understand. I have no doubts about my sexual orientation. My wife and I have been married for more than 20 years. We are very much in love. I only like women. Zhang Jiashu raised his voice like a small animal that had just been humiliated. His voice was shaking as he said, but I just can't control myself. I feel that an evil brand has been carved into my soul. Every time I enter a dream, some disturbing adult films play over and over. Even by the standards of non-mainstream sexual content, the material is too extreme. They all show a man surrounded by purple flames, appearing so dominant, as if he is a king of the universe who treads on stars and controls everything, only to be humiliated and tortured by dozens of muscular men. No, I can't think about it. I feel like vomiting. Help me. Doctor, help me. What? Li Yao said, taken aback. You dreamed about Wu Yingqi's porn? What? Zhang Jiashu was also stunned. How do you know my dream? How do you know it's Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi? Have you seen it before? Well, Li Yao stammered. Li Yao and teacher Zhang Jiashu once again stared at each other. The air was filled with a subtle and awkward atmosphere. Indeed, Li Yao also didn't know how he had blurted out those words. What the hell is this, Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi's hairpiece? What the hell is this? Indeed, Li Yao was familiar with the character, Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi. He was a figure in the novel and the founder of the Imperium of True Human Beings. According to the timeline, he should have died 1,000 years ago. When several immortal cultivators from the Kunlun chapter had just appeared, it was mentioned that immortal cultivator Su Changfa had even let the protagonist, cultivator Li Yao, enter an illusion to witness the scenes of Wu Yingqi's rise to power. From the novel's description, this character was portrayed as sinister, cunning, and ambitious. Given the author's writing style, it was very likely that Wu Yingqi would be resurrected later and become the mortal enemy of the protagonist, cultivator Li Yao. Of course, he would be defeated by the protagonist using hot-blooded enthusiasm, explosive breakthroughs, and battlefield transformations. These were all conventional methods, so there was no need to elaborate. However, what the hell was Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi's hairpiece? How absurd, shameless, and sordid could the plot of a novel be? Li Yao felt that his outlook on life, the world, and his values had collapsed for the second time, after being shattered by Zhang Dainyu. In the powder, a series of unsightly scenes emerged from the depths of his soul. They were all scenes of the Black Star Emperor valiantly fighting against a group of heroes and engaging in a war of attrition, breaking all ethical boundaries. It was outrageous to the extreme. What is this? Why is there such a thing hidden in the depths of my soul? Ah! My eyes! My eyes! Li Yao was about to go crazy. He vaguely recalled that this was the price he had to pay to defeat a stronger enemy in the past. It was a severe mental trauma, a condition no secret technique could cure. No, it was not me. It was the sleazy cultivator Li Yao. How did he defeat Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi? How sordid, and how shameless. Li Yao's face turned pale as he clutched his chest. He felt he was becoming like teacher Zhang Jiashu. His humanity was about to be twisted, and his morals were about to sink. Who are you? Who are you exactly? How do you know about my dream? I've never told anyone such a shameful dream. Never. Zhang Jiashu was in a trance again. He stared at Li Yao with disgust and fear in his eyes. Did you hypnotize me? Why do I find you so familiar, and why do I hate you so much? You are not a human being. You are not a human being. You are not a human being. He seemed to have seen an incomparably strange scene. His entire body shrunk into a corner as he shivered. Calm down, teacher Zhang. Calm down. Li Yao took a deep breath, trying to control the situation and managed a smile. What did you see exactly? Why did you say I am not a human being? You are a bacterium. You are a virus. Zhang Jiashu muttered to himself. I saw that your body was covered in bright, golden flagella, and you were waving your hands, ready to attack. What are you exactly? Are these all illusions? Help me get rid of these damn illusions. Bacteria, viruses, flagella? Li Yao found it increasingly difficult to understand what Zhang Jiashu was talking about, but he didn't resent Zhang Jiashu's explanation. He thought for a moment and tried to calm himself. Master Zhang, it seems that we've both encountered some problems. Why don't we work together to explore the mysteries behind these issues? Perhaps a new, more beautiful, exciting, and promising world will open up before us. Who the hell wants to explore a new world with you? It's all an illusion. You can't fool me. Zhang Jiashu suddenly burst into fury. He waved his hands wildly in the air, as if trying to tear apart an illusion that didn't exist. What are you talking about? What new world? I don't understand, and I don't want to understand. I just want to live my life peacefully. Don't bother me. Get lost. Get lost now. Have you ever considered that such a peaceful, happy life might be fake and under someone else's control? Li Yao said. Whether you like it or not, the storm has arrived, and the door to a new world has been opened. While speaking, Li Yao took out a pen from his pocket and placed it in his palm. He didn't know why he was doing this, but an inexplicable urge was controlling him. Before this, apart from his immense strength and soaring computational ability, he had never awakened the ability to manipulate objects remotely. But when he saw Zhang Jiashu, especially when he shattered the layers of seals with the Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi movie and blew countless interconnected gaps into his soul, which had been hibernating for a long time, through which the power that could shake the sea of stars surged and circulated around his body, he suddenly felt omnipotent and capable of anything. Li Yao focused his attention on his palm. From the back of his glabella, where his pineal gland was located, bright golden threads slithered out and wrapped around the pen. The meditation was as natural as a heartbeat and as effortless as breathing. Pulled by the spiritual threads, the pen floated silently and stopped 3 inches away from his palm. Look, Li Yao smiled at Zhang Jiashu. Zhang Jiashu was dumbfounded and became even more furious. He suddenly pounced over and slapped the pen away from Li Yao's palm. He shouted hysterically, "Illusion, magic tricks, magic tricks. What are you trying to do? Are you a counselor or not? I just want to solve the problem. Don't show me these strange things. I want to go back to my old life. I want to change back to myself. I am Zhang Jiashu, the dean of number 12 high school." Li Yao stared at the pen on the ground and sighed. He finally understood what the gray mist lady meant. It was true that you can't wake someone who is pretending to sleep. Those who had been reincarnated in the labyrinth of time for too long could no longer tell who they truly were. Was it wrong for Zhang Jiashu to want to live a peaceful and happy life? However, it was unnecessary and unbecoming for him to possess such precious memories and strength. Hum. 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 Li Yao seemed to hear feeble quakes coming from the top and bottom of the decompression chamber. The brainwave interference equipment installed in the mezzanine, or magical equipment, must have been activated. In the meantime, Li Yao could clearly see through the spiritual eye in the middle of his eyebrow that there was indeed a tiny, hot, glittering shard sealed inside Zhang Jiashu's brain. The fragment sensed Li Yao's existence and became increasingly agitated. It was bouncing inside Zhang Jiashu's brain, trying to crawl out of his glabella. Ah! Zhang Jiashu held his head and cried in pain, "What are the images, the sounds, and the nonsense?" Li Yao did not know what it was exactly, either. He felt that it was a small piece of a mirror in which a tiny person was reflecting him. Just as magnets attract each other, and small magnets are absorbed by larger magnets, Li Yao naturally placed his burning palm on Zhang Jiashu's forehead. "All right. Such strength and the pain and responsibility it brings are indeed too much for you. It was never yours in the first place. Now that you are unwilling to accept it, give it back, and let me drive away your pain." Li Yao mumbled to himself. His eyes gradually turned transparent, but rainbow colors were blossoming deep inside. Looking at his own arm and Zhang Jiashu's brain through such colorful and splendid eyes, he seemed to be able to see that countless nerves and veins were all emitting bright gold colors and extending to his palm and fingertips. Then, he communicated with Zhang Jiashu's brain and established a stable bridge between his soul and the fingertip buried deep inside Zhang Jiashu's brain. The piece that had been bothering Zhang Jiashu for a long time was attracted by Li Yao's body. It entered Li Yao's body smoothly through the bridge of nerves and veins and melted into Li Yao's brain. Ah! This time, it was Li Yao's turn to let out an unbearable scream. In the blink of an eye, an astronomical amount of information exploded in his soul. Countless near-death flashbacks fell like a waterfall. He clearly saw many, many things: the Federation, the Imperium, the Sanctuary Alliance, Ding Lingdang, Long Yongjun, Li Jialing, Wuingqi, the furiously burning battlefield in the Sea of Stars, a world made entirely of lightning. Some of these had already been serialized, and others had never been even mentioned. Boom! 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 Li Yao felt as though billions of stars were exploding inside his brain. He and Zhang Jiashu were separated by a strange force and hit the wall hard. When Li Yao came out of his trance again, he found that he had become the protagonist of the decompression room. He was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in a comfortable posture. The gray mist lady and a few other awakened cultivators were looking at him nervously. Li Yao forced a smile at the gray mist lady and asked, "How is Teacher Zhang?" "Excellent. The problems that have been bothering me for days are all gone now. I am only a little weak and nauseated at the moment. I'll be fine after I replenish my glucose and electrolytes," the gray mist lady said. "We are more concerned about you. How do you feel?" Li Yao felt that he had pushed open a door in the depths of his brain. A new world was slowly unfolding to him. He didn't know how to describe this state, so he simply opened his palm and stared at it. Who? In a moment, a cluster of red flames dashed out of his palm. The flames surged toward the sky and condensed into a tiny butterfly, which flapped its wings and tried to fly away. The butterfly was so tiny yet so magnificent. Its wings, as thin as a cicada's, seemed capable of raising a storm that could sweep the entire planet. Even Li Yao did not expect such a creature to fly from his palm. He stared at the dancing butterflies in a daze and smiled knowingly. It had been a long time since he last saw such brilliant flames. The flames that once ravaged the sea of stars and illuminated the entire universe now burned and released on Earth, lighting the sky above 6 billion souls, didn't they? The Grey Mist Lady and the other Awakeners were deeply shocked by Li Yao's performance. Activating the mitochondria and releasing the strength within cells was a common ability. However, the precise control over the fire, shaped into a butterfly and dancing in the wind according to its master's will, was far superior to that of ordinary fireballs. Moreover, most awakened cultivators had to train hard and awaken deeper memories with the help of hypnotists and other machines to master such strength. Li Yao had been awakened for only 3 to 5 days and had not undergone any formal training. The Red Pole Star was right. You are the only one, besides him, who can treat Master Zhang Jiashu. Are you really the legendary, super-perceptive cultivator? No wonder the Red Pole Star values you so much, aside from Zhang Dainyu. The Grey Mist Lady looked at Li Yao intently. If you don't mind, can you tell me what kind of memories and strength you've awakened? Are they stories about Earth's heroes from long ago? I don't know. Li Yao was not lying. The information flooding his brain was too complex and overwhelming. His recently awakened mind could not yet process such intricate details. Although bright spots were appearing in the mist, the road ahead of him was still hazy, and he had not figured out the answer yet. A deep sorrow and pain suddenly appeared on Li Yao's face. I only vaguely remember that I was a man who carried a heavy destiny. To protect my world and pursue ultimate strength, I paid a terrible price. My brain was seriously damaged, and I was forced to engrave some very ugly and perverted memories in the depths of my soul. Normal people would never be able to withstand what I was enduring. Even if I described 1/10,000th of it to you, you would still go crazy. I understand. The Grey Mist Lady nodded solemnly. Just like Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi's hairpiece, right? Speaking of which, what exactly is hairpiece? Although the Grey Mist Lady was fluent in Chinese, it was impossible for her to grasp all the vulgar dialects. Well, that's not important. Li Yao waved his hand and took the dancing flame butterfly into his hand. Where is Zhang Dainyu? Can I see him? Having awakened more memory fragments, his soul had become even stronger. He could not wait to meet the author of the eternal flame. Zhang Dainyu was one floor below them, protected by several fully armed, tough-looking awakened. Calculating the time, they had not seen each other for more than 48 hours, but it felt like a long time had passed. The way they looked at each other was both strange and familiar. Zhang Dainyu seemed quite used to the protection of the Ark Foundation. One of his bodyguards was a golden-haired beauty wearing a tight black suit, with slender legs like a leopardess. The other was a black-haired beauty, petite with a sweet smile. She was a real psychiatrist, but her treatment methods were vastly different from those of the Heaven's Wrath. He was so happy that he was grinning from ear to ear. In the battle against the hunter, due to Li Yao's protection, Zhang Dainyu's body suffered no injuries beyond the initial shock, so there was no need for bed rest. Over the past 48 hours, he had only undergone a very detailed brain scan on the Ark Foundation's mobile medical vehicle and transmitted his brain wave parameters to the Ark. Then, under the remote guidance of the Red Pole Star, he was placed into a deep hypnotic state, where his brain was activated. This was a standard training method for the awakened, helping them recall ancient memories from dozens or even hundreds of cycles ago. When Li Yao arrived, Zhang Dainiu was writing a novel. After his activation by the Ark Foundation, his superpowers seemed to have been further enhanced. In a mysterious, semi-conscious state, his thoughts flowed like a spring, and his fingers typed on the keyboard so rapidly that the sounds of his keystrokes echoed non-stop. An invisible, special force field seemed to envelop his entire body, making Li Yao hesitant to interrupt his train of thought. The force field even resonated faintly with him. Only when he completed a large chapter did he let out a satisfied breath. The cracking sounds from his numerous knuckles signaled the strange disappearance of the force field. Li Yao, come here quickly. Look at my new chapter. Zhang Dainiu beamed with joy, waving his hand at Li Yao. Oh my, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like I've returned home since coming back to the Ark Foundation. Seeing so many prison breakers is like seeing family, especially these two. They're like my sisters. My thoughts are as fresh as a spring. It's been more than 10 hours, and I don't feel any pain or fatigue. The Ark Foundation's ointment really works. Li Yao quickly flipped through Zhang Dainiu's newly written content. Indeed, within just a day, he had managed to write several tens of thousands of words. It seemed that what held him back was not his thoughts but the speed at which he could record his words. If there were a way to directly transmit his thoughts, he could perhaps spill out the entire story at once. What do you think? The new chapter is great, right? After the great battle between the two awakeners, my brain feels like it has been stimulated, opening a mysterious door. Countless new ideas and characters are leaping out of my mind one after another. Zhang Dainiu rubbed his hands in excitement and said, "You won't believe this, but just about half an hour ago, I faintly heard a humming sound coming from upstairs. Then, I thought of an earth-shattering, unparalleled plot. I've decided to bring Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi back to life as the final boss of the Imperium chapter." Huh, can I do that? Wu Yingqi is a tyrant, and the protagonist's team can't easily defeat him. So, I've come up with a brilliant strategy for the protagonist to defeat Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi in a credible way. It's a shame I can't tell you now, it could be a spoiler. He. If you really want to hear it. Please don't tell me, Li Yao frowned. Felt that his temples were aching again. I don't want to know how Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi was defeated. Really, not at all. Huh. Zhang Dainiu scratched his nose and turned his head to look at his newly written content, embarrassed. It's pretty good, it's pretty good. Without me knowing, my writing ability has increased again. Let me tell the truth. Even I didn't expect that I'd be able to write in such a way. It's true. Sometimes, when I forget myself and write a long, voluminous essay, when I look back, I really can't believe I wrote it. It's pretty good. Other than adding a bit of water, wait for me to simplify it a bit, and I can send it out. Please don't cut it short, Master Nyo. This is perfect. The gray mist lady stepped forward and said, "Didn't Red Pole say that you have a special ability? Your ability is to collect important information wandering in the universe and present the information in the most appropriate way. But so-called universal information is very dangerous stuff, like venomous and highly radiating substances. If you try to present them in a very sophisticated way, like the transmission of venom with a 100% concentration, your brain won't be able to bear it first. You'll go crazy. Therefore, we have to find a way to dilute the universal information with special water, dilute it again, and dilute it to a safe range so you can output it continuously. On the other hand, the Ark organization and even the will of the Earth are all looking for the crucial, universal information. They can even lock onto the precise coordinates of you and us through the cosmic information. If you are outputting the most precise and pure information, you will be like a glittering lightning in the darkness. You might be locked onto within 1 second. Do you know how to hide a leaf or a drop of water? That is, to throw them into the forest and the ocean. By the same logic, what kind of carrier is most suitable to hide the most crucial information from the universe? It's a stinky, long web novel with millions, or even tens of millions, of words. Ordinary people simply can't bear to find the answers in such a novel. Only those destined individuals, those heroic spirits who carry a mission and possess what Red Pole calls hot blood and soul, can find the truth hidden behind the novel under the guidance of the unseen world. Meanwhile, the water you inject into the information of the universe will also protect the brains of the readers who haven't been fully awakened. It will form a barrier of interference that will prevent the heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth from finding them. Those are Red Pole's original words. I don't understand the mechanism, but what he said must be true. Therefore, promise me that it doesn't matter whether you understand it or not right now. Please maintain this style and listen to the voice in your heart. Continue pouring water. You must know that you are pouring water for the rebirth of Earth, for a brand new tomorrow, and for the future of the universe. Although I don't quite understand what you're talking about, it sounds very reasonable. Zhang Daniu pondered for a moment, then clenched his fists and waved them. All right. Since it's for the peace of Earth and the universe, I'll set a small goal first and strive to write 10 million words. After hearing your words, I feel a sacred sense of mission surging in my chest. Many inspirations and ideas are popping up. I think I can still write. No, I can still write. That can wait. The Grey Mist Lady glanced at Li Yao and Zhang Daniu. Why don't the two of you follow me and study tomorrow's escape route? The Grey Mist Lady led them to a fully enclosed warehouse on the 11th floor. It seemed to be a heavily guarded treasury. The gate was made of alloy and half a meter thick, operated by a giant wheel to open and close it. The warehouse contained a lot of suspected weapons, suspected because they were not the guns Li Yao had seen on TV or in movies. Instead, they were the kind that could fire lasers when the trigger was pulled. Hum. Hum hum. When the Grey Mist Lady tossed a weapon that looked like a torch to Li Yao, he played with it for a long time. When he pressed the switch on the weapon, the torch suddenly emitted a strange sound. Then, a crimson pillar of light burst forth, turning the torch from a lighter into a sunlight. Li Yao was greatly shocked. He could clearly feel the heat and the scent of destruction from the sun lamps. They seemed familiar, as if he had seen similar fantasy weapons in a movie. Be careful. Such light swords boast tremendous energy. If you fall to the ground, you might burn through the floor and fall to the floor below. Logically speaking, the Grey Mist Lady said, this is the top-secret weapon warehouse of the Ark Foundation. Every weapon stored here is a priceless treasure. Some were even preserved from one previous reincarnation to the next after great effort. You are not allowed to use them at will. But right now, the situation is urgent. To return to the Ark as quickly as possible, we don't have much time to spare. Preserved from the previous reincarnation? Li Yao pondered over the Grey Mist Lady's words. It sounded like, beyond just memories and information, that could possibly survive a reboot, even physical items could potentially survive reincarnation and be passed down through countless generations. Of course, from a different perspective, matter and energy could be interchanged. Matter was simply the condensation and manifestation of energy in a specific form, which was information itself. Everything was information. As long as the information could endure countless cycles without being lost, an item could potentially be preserved for thousands of years. He was about to ask more about how materials could be preserved through the reboot of the Ark Foundation when the Grey Mist Lady projected a giant screen on the white wall in front of them, displaying news from around the world. In the 24 to 48 hours since Li Yao's coma, the entire world had been impacted by the super catastrophe. Human society was in chaos. In Japan, an earthquake of incalculable intensity struck Edo Bay again, affecting a population of over 10 million. The world's top 3 metropolises were flooded, and the entire Guangdong region was trembling in the storm and tsunami. According to preliminary analysis by global earthquake experts, the earthquake's intensity was even higher than the 9.5 magnitude quake near the coast of Chile. It was the most powerful earthquake in human history. Videos posted by news media and netizens showed a once prosperous city, brightly lit and bustling with people just 2 days prior, now transformed into a lifeless wasteland. Skyscrapers stood as chaotic tombstones, and explosions from leaking natural gas pipes appeared like dim phosphorescence seeping from bones. Seawater savaged the flooded streets like ferocious beasts. Millions of people were soaked, becoming swollen, white masses and food for fish and shrimp. On the satellite map, the islands of Fusang, once shaped like a crescent moon, appeared to have been bitten by an enormous beast from the east. Tsunamis and storms, like massive tusks, continued to tear through the island's interior. The tragedies foretold in the legendary novel, The Islands Sink, written by a famous science fiction author, were unfolding slowly and unstoppably before everyone's eyes. The super-earthquake seems to have activated hundreds of dormant volcanoes across the islands. Many are showing signs of eruption. If hundreds of volcanoes erupt simultaneously, and another earthquake of the same or greater magnitude occurs, it's not unimaginable that the islands will sink, the Grey Mist Lady said solemnly. Japan is a country with a highly developed fantasy culture, home to many observers. As a result, the will of the planet has been closely monitoring them. Every time the planet is rebooted, Japan often suffers from natural and man-made disasters first. Its capital city has been struck countless times. The Ark Foundation has quite a few members there, too. It's a pity that the local order has gone out of control. Most flights have been suspended. Even flights in mid-air have been affected by lightning and thunderstorms, forcing them to return or, in some cases, to be shot down. It will be difficult for them to escape. A few videos, some pictures, and reports from major news media worldwide outlined the horror of the apocalypse. The frivolous expressions on Li Yao and Zhang Daniu's faces were gone. Their expressions were now solemn. The entire world is an inseparable whole. If the end of the world truly comes, no country can survive alone. Though they did not care that the Fusang Islands had completely sunk, it was impossible for such earth-shaking changes not to affect the East Asia continent. Judging from the trend, it wouldn't be surprising if an active volcano suddenly appeared in the most stable part of the country tomorrow. Not only are the Fusang Islands under threat of sinking, but people on the other side of the Pacific Ocean are also experiencing hurricanes, storms, tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions beyond the normal range, the Grey Mist Lady explained, showing Li Yao and Zhang Daniu a series of pictures. They depicted cities of the world's strongest nations drowned by floods and storms, hurricanes ravaging and swallowing the plains of the Western Hemisphere, and a magnificent volcano spurting intense black smoke, gradually awakening. This is Redstone Volcano, the largest dormant volcano in North America, located in the heart of Redstone National Park, the Grey Mist Lady said. However, since yesterday, the word dormant no longer applies. You can clearly see how terrifying the smoke it releases is. It covers hundreds of square kilometers of the sky. This is just the commotion before it completely awakens. Scientists have predicted the consequences of a complete eruption of the Redstone volcano. The volcano will hibernate for 600,000 to 700,000 years. Each eruption will bring catastrophe to the entire continent and even the entire Western Hemisphere. The magma and volcanic debris will sweep across thousands of square kilometers, razing everything in their path. It is possible that the volcanic ash will cover an area of millions of square kilometers, turning the entire North American continent into a dead zone with no sunlight. It is even possible that the entire world will fall into a new glacial era. But that was just the outcome of the normal state. God knows how terrifying the Redstone volcano eruption will be when the will of the planet interferes. Li Yao and Zhang Daniu were silent. They quickly browsed through news websites and forums. It was clearly evident that, aside from the Fusang Islands and the North American continent, all kinds of super catastrophes had occurred in Asia, Europe, and even Africa and Oceania. In some places, tsunamis had raised walls of water dozens of meters high, swallowing coastal towns one after another. In others, thunderstorm zones with a radius of thousands of kilometers had appeared, resembling terrifying forests of lightning. Elsewhere, earthquakes had caused fissures thousands of meters deep, with new canyons cracking at a visible speed. In the information age, natural disasters inflict 10 times more damage on the human psyche than in the past. Although these disasters caused network outages in many areas, a significant amount of terrifying information still managed to be transmitted, turning into panic plagues. Many countries were on the verge of losing control. Reading this, Li Yao vaguely understood why Red Pole had set up the resistance organization's base on a supertank. The supertankers were solitary islands, naturally isolated from the rest of the world. As long as they sailed in the deep sea, they could conceal themselves in unique ways and avoid the interference of natural disasters. Tsunamis and giant waves typically only occurred on the continental shelf, where the seawater was relatively shallow. To unleash a catastrophe capable of destroying supertankers thousands of meters deep in the open ocean would require astronomical energy. We didn't expect the natural disasters to be so intense in just 2 days. But it also highlights the enemy's panic and your importance, the Grey Mist Lady said. Currently, basic social order is still maintained here. Parts of the highway have been sealed, but a few rail lines leading to the border are still operational. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock, we will take the train to the border. After crossing, we will be met by more companions. This is Uncle Hui, 7 gods. This is Sparta. This is Ghost Cat. Along with me and Li Yao, we should have no problem escorting Zhang Dainyu, right? The Grey Mist Lady introduced the other awakeners to Li Yao. Among them, the awakener nicknamed Sparta exuded a powerful aura similar to Uncle Hui. He was one of the 2 ultimate awakeners who had come to the aid of Jiangnan City. Additionally, the Grey Mist Lady herself was an ultimate awakener. There might also be a monster named Li Yao. The young girl named Ghost Cat seemed to possess an extremely special ability. Though the escort team was small in number, their combat strength was undoubtedly formidable. Li Yao wanted to say there was a problem. Perhaps because he had awakened too many memories of the past, he felt something was not right. A sense of danger enveloped him like a mist. Just then, a shrill alarm echoed in the storm outside the building. It did not die down until nearly a minute later. Soon, an awakener came in and reported the bad news to everyone. Because of the heavy rain, the reservoir upstream of the city was far above the alert level. A dam had collapsed. It wouldn't be long before the city was flooded. Li Yao swallowed his words. Desperate times called for desperate measures. They had no other options. The sooner they left the continent, the better. Li Yao did not sleep well that night. All kinds of weird hallucinations popped up and hovered in his eyes and mind like annoying flies. His body, which had been further awakened to inhuman strength, was experiencing all kinds of weird, uncoordinated feelings, like a malfunctioning machine he needed to get used to again. Pictures and videos of natural disasters from all over the world, as well as countless posts fanning the flames and causing more trouble, made him even more worried. He had a feeling that a great catastrophe was coming, and there was nowhere to run. It was not until dawn that he fell asleep for a while. But soon, he was woken up by Sparta, a muscular man and one of the companions of the Grey Mist Lady. Li Yao didn't know what kind of superpowers Sparta had compared to Uncle Hui, but the helmet and armor on his head, the heavy body armor filled with anti-explosion plugins, and the sci-fi-styled guns on his back gave him a sense of security. While the sky was still dark and hazy, the group quietly left the downtown area and headed towards the train station in the suburbs. It was not the bus station that people frequented, but an unused freight train station. Due to the approaching flood and torrential rain, most of the passenger trains to and from the city had already been suspended. The few routes still operating were packed with people. To board these trains, one had to provide their name, identity card, and other sensitive information, and go through tedious and strict security checks. The humming lighter on Li Yao's waist alone made it impossible to pass through the inspection. Any conflict would only cause more trouble and delay his precious time. Therefore, the Grey Mist Lady and the Ark Foundation behind her pulled some strings and secured a freight coach. They were asked to leave the area as escorts on the freight train. Although the conditions of the freight train were not as comfortable as those of passenger trains, the advantage was that all the necessary arrangements had been made. When they arrived at the station, the train soon started moving. Moreover, the space on the train was spacious. The entire coach belonged to them, allowing them to calmly arrange defensive measures. Even better, the carriage in front of them was loaded with 3 specially modified off-road vehicles in excellent condition. The fuel tanks were full, and all kinds of weapons, equipment, and survival tools were on board. Even if something happened to the train, they could abandon the railway and drive on. The Grey Mist Lady's arrangements gave Li Yao a more direct understanding of Fang Zhou's foundation. However, this did not mean he could relax much about the perilous journey. Hua! 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 Although they had left the city and traveled hundreds of kilometers south, the torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. As far as the eye could see, it seemed as if a 1,000,000 square kilometer sky was covered in dark clouds. The deep black clouds were like a broken reservoir, pouring vast amounts of water, charged with electric currents, into the human world. It was 9 a.m., but the sky was dark and the world remained shrouded in bleakness. The dark clouds and distant mountains seemed to blend, creating the illusion that the world was collapsing. The highway, running parallel to the railway, had completely collapsed. Li Yao saw countless cars stranded on the highway, with people huddled in their vehicles, staring hopelessly at the endless water, unable to move. Many roads had been divided into isolated islands by the flood. Despite being the spirits of all creatures, humans appeared insignificant and powerless in the face of nature's might. Thankfully, the railway had been newly constructed a few years ago, with most of the track elevated on a high platform 10 to 20 meters above the ground. The train was loaded with much-needed supplies for the south, allowing it to push forward through the storm and lightning. However, the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed ready to explode. Everyone was concerned that the train might not reach the southern border station. The scene, reminiscent of wandering in the dark night, gave Li Yao a familiar feeling. He vaguely remembered that the legend of Cultivator Li Yao began on a speeding train in the thunderstorm zone of the Star Glory Federation. If one were to look at it from a different point of view, with his physique that could stir up trouble, and the fact that he was carrying a crucial person on a train, along with the lightning and thunder that seemed like the end of the world, it would be strange if nothing happened to him. Li Yao shook his head hard, pushing messy thoughts out of his mind. He sized up everyone in the coach. From the moment he got on the train, Zhang Dainiu had been crouching in a corner, his back facing everyone. He typed on the keyboard, continuing to write the later chapters of the universe's most bizarre hero. Uncle Hui, on the other hand, was reading a comic with rapt attention. Li Yao glanced at the cover. The name of the comic was Amazing Cats and Mighty Heroes. The muscular man nicknamed Sparta was dismantling and caressing his weapon. Compared to Li Yao's hands, which moved as fast as the wind, his movements were slow but full of emotion, as if he were touching not cold steel but his lover's rear. The Grey Mist Lady was operating a specially modified laptop. She seemed to be communicating with the nest of the Ark Foundation, receiving further instructions from Red Pole. What was odd was that the laptop's wires were connected to the head of Ghost Cat, the last awakened one, and 2 magnetic patches were stuck to her temples. What did this mean? Was it safer to transmit information this way by treating the human brain as some sort of antenna? Li Yao was confused. Perhaps sensing his anxiety and confusion, the gray mist lady closed her computer and, after finishing the information transmission, sat next to Li Yao again. Li Yao took the opportunity to ask her about the fantasy weapons. Why did the Ark Foundation keep so many weapons that seemed beyond the level of modern technology? Where did they come from? The gray mist lady was not clear about the mechanism either. She could only give Li Yao an example. It was like an area inside a computer that couldn't be deleted no matter how thoroughly it was formatted. Even if the area seemed to have been erased or altered beyond recognition, all the information inside could be restored as long as the key instructions were understood. The sci-fi, magical, and even fantastical weapons that seemed to surpass the era were products of the glorious and mysterious era before the original reincarnation. They were created by the heroic spirits in the beginning and concealed in an indestructible space using secret arts. Every time the reincarnation was restarted, the prison breakers would awaken their ancient memories and discover the lost ultimate weapons. To this day, Li Yao was still unclear about the classification of the awakened ones. Thus, Ms. Grey Mist took the opportunity to give a brief introduction to Li Yao. Whether they were hell-breakers or prison guardians, they were all classified into the same level of awakening. Those who had just awakened and could vaguely recall the first 5 reincarnations were called beginners, those who could recall 6 to 10 reincarnations were called deepers, and those who could recall more than 10 reincarnations were called finalists. The reason for this division was that the heroes imprisoned in the reincarnation prison grew weaker with each reincarnation. The more ancient memories they could retrieve meant they possessed stronger abilities, unbelievable techniques, and were nearly as destructive as deities. In this life, awakening memories from more than 10 reincarnations was the limit for most heroes. Even if someone could awaken memories from dozens of reincarnations, they were often mottled, fragmented, and as insignificant as dust. Therefore, the finalists who had awakened more than 10 lives would be the best warriors of the Ark and the Apocalypse. Of course, there were exceptions. It was said that a type of awakened could transcend thousands of reincarnations, awakening to the early memories of roaming the sea of stars and shaking the universe before they were imprisoned. They vaguely touched upon the truth of the infinite earth and the reincarnation prison, known as the legendary super-perceptive. Although never explicitly acknowledged, all members of the Ark Foundation tacitly believed that their leader, Red Pole, was an ESP. However, the prophecy of the leader of the Heaven's origin sector was a different matter. As the claws and teeth of the will of the earth, he was not necessarily an ESP. He could be a projection or incarnation of the will of the earth. But Li Yao's demonstrated capabilities, along with the special attention Red Pole paid to him, made the Grey Mist Lady suspect that Li Yao was also a super-perceptive cultivator. Of course, Red Pole had to confirm it in person. Li Yao did not know what he was either. Although countless memory fragments of Cultivator Li Yao hovered in his brain, each dreamlike picture contained something very strange, the enormous silver-white balloon, like a 3D mirror reflecting his twisted soul. What was it exactly? Cultivator Li Yao should not have experienced such a bizarre phenomenon. Li Yao had intended to reveal the existence of the strange balloon to the Grey Mist Lady so she or Red Pole could analyze it and find an answer. But he held back in the end. At that moment, shrill alarms echoed from the top of the train. Something was coming at them from the sky. Chapter 32-26, Fighting a Hunter Again. Chasers. The Grey Mist Lady said solemnly, her face grave. The hunters have caught up to us. It was no surprise that the Heaven's origin sector was in pursuit. However, the enemy had chosen the perfect time and place. The storm and the thunder were at their fiercest now. Ahead of them lay a perilous road, a series of tunnels and rail bridges spanning several mountains. The rail bridges, constructed in the midst of the continuous mountains, had a height difference of nearly 100 meters. Below, wild rivers raged. Due to the constant storms, even the previously calm streams had transformed into ferocious dragons. Falling into the surging flood would mean certain death for even the super experts who had awakened the combat abilities and memories of their past lives. In the blink of an eye, the train had reached the first railway bridge. There was no turning back. Li Yao, Sparta, take the lead. The grey mist lady opened a gap in the carriage. Ear-splitting shrieks, mingled with the sound of wind and rain, instantly filled the air. The world seemed to have turned into an ocean. The stinky sea water flooded the entire carriage in an instant and began tearing apart the walls, exposing them to lightning and thunder. Zhang Dainiu, once again failing to live up to expectations, let out a scream. The awakener nicknamed Ghost Cat swiftly pressed his hands over Li Yao's temples. A soft blue light pulsed from his palms, calming Li Yao and inducing drowsiness. It seemed the Ghost Cat's supernatural ability leaned towards mental, hypnotic, and brainwave interference. It was indeed a useful skill. No wonder she was qualified to join the escort as a deep perceptive one. There was no time for deliberation. Besides, the grey mist lady had really turned into a cluster of grey mist and crawled out of the gap. Li Yao had no time to think. He clutched the lightsword at his waist and took a long-range weapon that Spartan handed him. Then, he crawled out, too. The torrential rain outside the train was like invisible iron hammers, ruthlessly hammering the people clinging to the walls and roof. Bolts of lightning fell around the tracks one after another. Some were even attracted by the electrical components at the train's front, setting off dazzling sparks. Coupled with the bottomless abyss on both sides of the railway bridge, it was truly a nightmarish scene one would never forget after a single glance. If they were ordinary, unawakened people, even well-trained elite soldiers would find it difficult to move in such harsh environments, let alone fight. Even an awakener like Li Yao found it hard to raise his head in the storm. When he finally reached the top of the train, he saw a peculiar man wearing a combat raincoat and a pair of crimson goggles. The man's name was Spider, and he was the pickup staff the Ark Foundation had arranged at the train station. After the train started moving, he had been observing and guarding it from the top. It was quite possible he had a certain ability that allowed him to be fearless in the wind and rain. Look up. Spider gestured and pointed at the sky. Li Yao wiped the cold rain from his face and raised his head, trying to keep his eyes open. At first, he saw nothing but darkness. But when a lightning bolt ripped through the sky, illuminating the earth, he saw everything. They looked like dozens of giant eagles, or perhaps gliders or enormous drones. Li Yao did not know what kind of drone could fly stably in such bad weather and track a speeding train precisely. However, when he thought of the Ark Foundation, which boasted technology and fantasy weapons beyond the era, blessed by the will of the earth, he realized that the Heaven's origin sector would not fight with only the weapons of the 21st century. Voila! Another thunderclap sent a series of upside-down lightning bolts to the ground, lasting more than 10 seconds. This allowed Li Yao and the others to see the pursuers clearly. It was a human. The awakener from the Heaven's origin sector was wearing a wingsuit that looked like a mole. He was also carrying an enormous jet pack on his back. Broad metal wings were spread out on both sides of his body, and dark flames were spurting from his back. He was diving at the train agilely. Of course, not all of them were awakened. Quite a few drones, controlled by the awakeners, were shooting at them like burning arrows. Ah! Sparta roared. He held a weird-looking but absolutely brutal gun in each hand and fired at the sky non-stop. Instead of a storm of bullets, clusters of dazzling plasma exploded in midair, turning into an electric net hundreds of meters wide. Li Yao was so close that he could feel the formidable heat of the plasma from the trembling air, almost as if his fingernails were about to explode. The skin on Sparta's own hands and body was torn apart, revealing his blood and flesh. He must have been in so much pain from the rain that he barely noticed what was happening. The attack range of the two plasma guns was very wide. Many of the Heaven's Origin sector's pursuers were hit by the lightning. Electric arcs danced all over their bodies. Their flying suits were riddled with holes, and the metal wings on their backs were severely twisted. Due to the storm's interference, they could not control their direction and fell to the ground. Below them was the mist and torrents of the mountains. The pursuers missed the train and the bridge, falling into the surging tides. Soon, they stopped breathing. Li Yao, the gray mist lady, and the spider joined the battle. Devastating fireworks blossomed midair, forcing the pursuers to scatter. Hiu! 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 Realizing the ark's firepower was too fierce, the pursuers changed their strategy. The drone's diving speed increased instantly. Even in the air, they were burning like skulls on fire. Attack the drones first. Sparta, a weapon expert in the organization, immediately sensed the drone's anomaly and commanded everyone to focus their firepower on the drones. As he expected, when one of the drones was blown up, a fireball dozens of meters in diameter appeared in the blink of an eye. The fireball was a mix of streams of gray and white flames that resembled death. It was extremely bizarre and hard to believe that drones could explode in the sky above the coach. More drones were diving down. Thankfully, they had reached the end of the railway bridge, and a tunnel cut through the mountain lay ahead. When the train entered the tunnel, the area they needed to defend was reduced to a minimum. Everyone opened fire simultaneously, destroying the few drones outside the tunnel. The fireballs raged like furious dragons but could not catch up with the speeding train. However, the alert was far from over. The tunnel was short, no more than 1,000 meters long. The hunters who were still in the air could easily cross the hill and get in front of them. Li Yao and the others gritted their teeth and looked at the tunnel's exit. When the train emerged from the tunnel, more than 10 pursuers in winged suits were hovering not far above their heads, like hungry crows. Some were even trying to dive onto the train. Go to hell! Sparta roared, bombarding again and blowing away a pursuer who had just jumped to the top of the train. The pursuer was smashed into pieces on the rocks beside the rail line. Taking advantage of the fact that his pursuer had been lurking in the dark side of the tunnel's exit, Sparta seized the opportunity to fly at high speed from a low altitude. His sharp claws and teeth cut 3 deep wounds on his right shoulder. The plasma gun in his right hand flew out and vanished into the darkness. The pursuer's eerie laughter echoed in the air, like the shriek of a crow. The gray mist lady sniffed. She opened her lips, and a vague gray mist tied up the pursuer like a flying snake with wings. Soon, it spread out and enveloped him in a cluster of gray mist. His senses were deprived, and he crashed into a mountain at high speed, turning into a miserable fireball. However, the interruption of the continuous fire also created an excellent landing opportunity for the pursuers, including Hunter Hugo Smith, who was still wearing a suit, sunglasses, and black leather shoes in such a hellish environment. The 7 pursuers landed softly on the roof of the tank. Boom! Crack! Boom! Crack! Lightning flashed one after another, briefly illuminating the black and white world. Boom! 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 The river below the train, as well as the rolling mountains in the distance, were all emitting ear-splitting noises, the sounds of billions of tons of rocks and mud approaching and swallowing everything. Even the train itself was shaking strangely, as if the overpass supporting it was about to collapse at any moment. On the apocalyptic stage, the Ark, the Apocalypses, the Hellbreakers, and the Prison Guardians were confronting each other coldly, 2 coaches away. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Li Yao saw a hunter not far away bow to him and make a gesture of greeting. Before he could react, the train had already entered the second tunnel. The tunnel was 12 kilometers long, meaning they would be in absolute darkness for a long time. The arrival of darkness also signaled the beginning of battle. The loss of vision was not a significant obstacle for many awakened cultivators, on the contrary, it only intensified and added unpredictability to the conflict. For a moment, the sounds of footsteps, gunshots, bullets, and sharp blades cutting through flesh and bone echoed non-stop. Li Yao also felt an extremely sharp force sweep past his chest, as if trying to dig out his heart. There was no time to think. He leaned back instinctively and kicked out his feet. As expected, he hit the target precisely, but the feedback was dull and uncomfortable, as if he had kicked rubber. However, he had finally put some distance between himself and the enemy. His pounding heart told him that the enemy was definitely the most dangerous one. Student Li Yao, I never thought you would still be alive, and that you would possess such wonderful strength in just a few days, a hunter's polite and cold voice drifted from the darkness. The hunter had gone straight for Li Yao instead of the gray mist lady. Chapter 32-27, Self-Judgment. Hunters. Li Yao touched his chest, feeling a thick, stinky liquid. The bulletproof and stab-proof suit, made of super fiber, was as fragile as a wet newspaper under the hunter's attack. Li Yao felt every pore on his body constrict in excruciating pain. Yet, he still tried to remain calm, perceiving every millimeter of the hunter's movement in the darkness. At the same time, he shouted, Lady Grey Mist told me many things. I also heard you and Zhang Dainiu talk about many things. Tell me, if we are really living in the labyrinth of time and the prison of reincarnation, why don't you think of a way to escape together with us? Why do you have to be a pitiful and pathetic dog? Because it is impossible for us to get out, the hunter's indifferent voice came from the darkness. However, his voice was completely different from his extremely sharp attack. Before he finished his sentence, he transformed into countless gusts of wind and attacked Li Yao from all angles. The suffocating feeling that seemed to freeze the space assaulted Li Yao's heart once more. Thankfully, after swallowing the soul fragment in the depths of teacher Zhang Jiashu's brain, Li Yao's strength had increased significantly. He was just able to keep up with the hunter's pace. The two exchanged a series of dazzling and spectacular attacks in the nearly solidified space. Though it was a collision of flesh and blood, it seemed as if they were about to spark a series of brilliant flashes. At this moment, Spartan, not far away, roared again. The plasma briefly illuminated the dark tunnel, allowing Li Yao to see that the hunter had drawn his pistol, the muzzle of which was very close to his nose. Bang! 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 The hunter shot out 7 bullets in a row. Thankfully, Li Yao reacted in time and collapsed as if he had no bones, dodging the bullets and kicking the hunter's tibia hard. When the brilliance of the plasma died down, the two of them were peaceful once more. In the hundreds of reincarnations, countless hot-blooded young men, full of hope and ambition like you, overestimated themselves and tried to challenge the prison. None of them ended well. The hunter hid the red-hot muzzle behind his back and continued, Student Li Yao, what exactly do you want to do? Destroy this prison, or completely destroy this planet? This beautiful, brilliant planet, inhabited by 6 billion people, our only home? Do you know how dark and dangerous the world outside the reincarnation prison is? Do you know how bleak and painful our future will be without Earth? No, you know nothing about the real universe. You will only destroy yourself and the future of 6 billion people. While the situation can still be sorted out, quickly give up your ridiculous fantasy and return to the right path. If you join the Heavens Enlightenment Organization, you will be able to get almost everything within the rules. Not just in this life, but also in the next 5 or 10 lives. Everything you desire can fall from the sky. You can have whatever you want easily. You will become the true guardian of Earth. Then what? Li Yao sneered, do I have to watch the Earth being destroyed time and time again without doing anything? Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed in the darkness again. The hunters were firing at where Li Yao was sneering. But Li Yao was not there, just as the hunter was not in the place where his voice came from. The attacks from both sides hit nothing but air. After all, we have almost unlimited lives. We can be reborn after every destruction. Does it matter? The hunter continued his persuasion, as if he were not the one who had fired the fatal shot at Li Yao. Is there anything wrong with such a life? Not good. Not good at all. Li Yao held his breath, tightening his grip on the light sword at his waist. He raised every hair on his body, using it as an antenna to search for the traces of the hunter. If we give in, or even indulge in such a life, are we truly living, or are we puppets manipulated by someone else? Or are we even more miserable than puppets, a series of figures in a supercomputer? No. Whether it is happiness or pain, success or failure, peace or war, none of it matters. I just don't like being controlled, anesthetized, and defined by someone else. Whatever lies outside the reincarnation prison, whether the universe is darker than we can imagine or not, it is our choice. We are willing to pay any price. No force can bind us. We've made our choice. The hunter raised his voice. A long time ago, we chose the unscrupulous and lawless path, which led to the destruction of everything, including ourselves and the universe. Now, the prison of reincarnation is the consequence we must bear. We must reflect on all our mistakes and cleanse all our sins. Only after billions of reincarnations can we be reborn. Now we are not far from the end of the reincarnation cycle. I can faintly sense that most of the heroic spirits have cleansed the sins deep within their souls and become pure and free. But the few of you, germs, viruses, and cancer are not yet satisfied. They are still restless and want to lead the 6 billion heroic spirits down the wrong path again, so the billions of years of punishment and redemption will be wasted. No. I will not let you succeed. What a joke! Li Yao shouted. Who is qualified to judge and punish us except ourselves? What is this so-called will of the earth? I will not allow such a monster to control our lives and order us around. You really don't understand anything, student Li Yao, the hunter said with a smile. The will of the earth is not a monster. It's not a planet like Earth that has come to life and gained consciousness. The so-called will of the earth is the collective will of all earthlings. It is the intense regret, pain, guilt, fear, and unwillingness, emotions that culminate in our profound desire to correct the universe we destroyed with our own hands. It is our own judgment. So, it wasn't someone else who built this prison of reincarnation and threw us into it. We created this wondrous space ourselves, where we have performed sincere meditation and prayer for the 6 billion souls of the deceased, thousands of times over billions of years. Or, in your words, it was a special, closed-door training. Now, our training is coming to an end. We are about to enter the universe in a brand new form and embark on a new journey. And at this critical moment, you want to return everything to the starting point. Do you really know what you are doing? What? Li Yao was dazed. Just then, the roaring train emerged from the tunnel. Before him lay a mountain pass between two towering mountains, with a bridge spanning the gap. Under the ravaging of lightning, thunder, and storm, the bridge seemed to shiver and be in peril. In the middle of the hill, there should have been a clear stream where one could see the bottom. But now, it was drowned by torrential rain and the mud on the hill's sides, turning into a raging dragon roaring deafeningly. Shwa! When the dim lights outlined the two figures, the hunter had already lunged close from Li Yao's left. At some point, a luxurious black umbrella had appeared in his hand. He slashed the umbrella at Li Yao's abdomen like a saber. Despite Li Yao's quick reactions, a deep wound was still left on his body. Li Yao took the opportunity to turn on his light sword and swung it. Hum! 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 After what sounded like a fluorescent light, the hunter's right hand, holding the umbrella, flew into the air. The wound seemed to have been burned by a high temperature. Bam 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 bam. The hunter was not affected by the super weapon in Li Yao's hand, nor did he feel any sorrow over his missing right arm for even a moment. His left hand still held the gun with the most precise and stable grip, firing all the bullets at Li Yao's face. His patience and calmness finally paid off. Li Yao's entire body shook as if he had been shot. He fell off the top of the train and plummeted below the raging bridge. His lightsaber also flew out of his hand and soared far away. Li Yao! The gray mist lady exclaimed in shock not far away. However, she had been harassed by several other awakeners from the Heaven's origin sector, who also had their own team and would not be easy to shake off. Right then, something unexpected happened. The flying sword was far away from Li Yao and out of everyone's sight. However, as if pulled by a mysterious force, it made a sudden turn in midair and pierced through the wall and roof of the tank from below. Scorching flames burst through the tank and crawled out from under the hunter's feet. The hunter hadn't expected that Li Yao had mastered the technique of controlling objects from a distance in just a few days, and that he could control the direction, distance, and angle so precisely. All his attention was focused on Li Yao, who was falling from the sky. He didn't expect a light sword to emerge from his feet. The crimson light pierced through the middle of his body, splitting him into two halves from his crotch to his head. At this moment, Li Yao threw his belt, hooked it onto the train window, and pulled himself up. Sweat poured down his face. He glanced at the hunter's lifeless body to ensure he was truly dead, then looked at the shocking, bull-sized wounds on his shoulders and abdomen, feeling somewhat relieved. That was close. If he hadn't paid such a high price, taken advantage of his opponent's carelessness, and wielded a weapon that could cut through iron like butter, it would have been impossible to take down such a significant opponent like the hunter. Neither the Ark or the Apocalypse had anticipated the hunter's death at Li Yao's hands. They were both stunned, and the area fell into an eerie silence. However, in the next second, the hunter's body suddenly twitched. Destroy his body. The gray mist lady was the first to react. She screamed at Li Yao and Sparta. Sparta spat, aimed the plasma gun at the hunter's body, which had been split into two halves, and fired. The plasma turned the body to ash, which crumbled into black powder in the storm. But he was too late. Or rather, the plasma was completely useless against the thing overflowing from the corpse, something that looked like both mist and flames. It seemed to have a life of its own as it moved up and down in the air, reminding Li Yao of a tide of thousands of insects. The small insect tide let out a squeak-squeak sound as it fled at an incomparably fast speed to the distant coach and disappeared. Soon, screams, fighting, and collisions echoed inside the coach. After a while, the coach door opened, and a middle-aged man in the uniform of a train inspector crawled out like a spider and stood steadily on the roof. He was a typical Oriental man with yellow skin and black hair. The wrinkles on his face and his prematurely gray hair suggested he had dedicated his entire life to this railway line. He should have long become an unknown component of the rail line and train, with no connection to the world of superpowers. But now, a cluster of venom, resembling mist and flames, flowed within his deeply hollowed eyes. His lips curled into a smile that was both gentle and cruel, his countenance exactly the same as that of Hugo Smith, the hunter, who had just died. Student Li Yao, it seems I need to raise my evaluation of you again. The train attendant, who was born and raised in the East and had perhaps never left the country, spoke in his mother tongue with a very rigid tone, identical to the hunter's just moments ago. In just one short week, you transformed from an ignorant ordinary person into an awakener, then from a beginner to a deep one, and now, perhaps, you have surpassed the category of a deep one to become something stronger and more dangerous. However, no matter how much strength you awaken, or as I said, in the face of the will of the earth, no, the universe, your resistance is still futile. return to the right path. You, Li Yao swallowed hard and looked at the gray mist lady solemnly, trying to gather more information about the hunters from her. Was this man unkillable? Every time he was killed, his soul would transform into a cluster of black mist, invade others' bodies, and be reborn in them. That was too unbelievable. The gray mist lady's face also turned extremely grim. She shook her head at Li Yao, indicating that she did not know the hunter had such an ability either. In the Ark Foundation's database, there were only 3 pieces of intelligence about the super abilities of a hunter. The first was that he could alter the frequency of brainwaves and transmit them as special electromagnetic waves using various wireless communication tools, thereby activating the memories of ordinary people's past lives and turning them into his puppets. The second was that he possessed extraordinary physical qualities and was skilled in all kinds of combat and shooting techniques. His combat ability was definitely among the best. Additionally, he could generate a special force field around himself. This force field would slow the heartbeat of anyone inside it, suppress oxygen supply, and reduce brain cell activity, creating an illusion of time deceleration and slowing down the enemy. These 3 abilities alone made him one of the most formidable adversaries for the Ark Foundation. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that a hunter was leading a team to confront the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivators. However, even the Grey Mist Lady didn't expect the hunter to have a 4th special ability, Immortal Body. How could they fight such a battle? The reborn hunter smiled and whistled silently. Moments later, more train doors were pulled open. Many guards, mechanics, and crew members of the freight train staggered out, almost all with headphones around their ears. Some were even holding their phones to their ears with one hand. Their faces bore a dirty, cruel smile, and their eyes were deep and dull, clearly turned into puppets of the hunter, just like Zhao Kai a few days ago. They struggled to climb onto the roof. The rain was pouring heavily, making the train's steps extremely slippery. Many had just awakened from their previous state, and their bodies and minds were not yet fully synchronized. For those without earbuds, holding a mobile phone to their ear with one hand made the climb even more difficult. Some slipped and fell off the railway bridge, plummeting dozens or even hundreds of meters, either shattered on the rocks or swept away by the torrent. Seeing such a scene would have terrified normal people. But the puppets manipulated by the hunters had long lost the concept of fear. They continued climbing, disregarding their own safety. Even if half of them fell into the abyss, the others would always find a way to jump toward Li Yao's coach. Boom! Crack! Bolts of lightning flashed one after another, illuminating the pale sky and earth. Li Yao felt surrounded by hundreds of soulless puppets. The situation was extremely critical. "Let's go," the Grey Mist Lady said in a low voice. "We will cover you. You, Ghost Cat, and Zhang Dainiu will leave." Li Yao did not reply. Taking a deep breath, he stomped on the ground and charged at the hunter again, ignoring the wounds on his ribs and shoulders. While still in midair, he opened his hands. The light sword that had fallen to the side was absorbed into his palm, glowing with an even fiercer red. It transformed into an almost perfect fan, blocking all the hunter's escape routes. The of a hunter seemed to have its limitations. Though his soul had just corrupted the body, it couldn't transform the old, frail form, untrained in physical strength or combat skills, into a body of steel. Despite his superior battle awareness, his nerves and muscles were not as quick as Li Yao's. Thus, he was still half a beat slower than Li Yao's light sword. At that moment, 2 puppets under the hunter's control lunged at Li Yao recklessly. One puppet miscalculated the distance and landing point, sliding off the train's wall next to Li Yao and crashing into a signal box. It immediately shattered, looking extremely miserable. Note, the term in the original text seems to be a placeholder or a direct translation. It should be replaced with rebirth ability or regenerative ability for clarity in English. Before the other puppet slid down, it grabbed Li Yao's ankle and tried to drag him off the train. Li Yao struggled to kick the puppet away. He staggered but managed to maintain his balance, though the aura of the sword in his hand became somewhat disordered, allowing the hunter to narrowly escape. Ah! Sparta, not far away, roared again. Plasma spewed out like a meteor shower, blasting away many puppets. However, even this fantastical weapon had to follow the objective rule of limited energy. After firing for 3 minutes, the plasma from the barrel dimmed significantly, and the gun's muzzle turned scorching red. Raindrops hitting it produced continuous, ear-splitting noises, clearly indicating that the weapon would not last long. It was evident that the hunter's subordinates were not mere expendable puppets. A tall, muscular awakened individual, whose rainproof cloak had been burnt away by Sparta's plasma gun, revealed greasy scales. Illuminated by the lightning, each scale shimmered with a bronze and iron hue. Schwa! While Sparta was clearing the nearby puppets, the scaled man lunged at Sparta. His sharp claws drew 3 glowing electric arcs in the air, slicing the plasma gun in Sparta's hand into 4 pieces. The energy within the plasma gun went wild, and a blinding ball of lightning burst forth, enveloping both Sparta and the lizard-like man. Though one of them was wounded, Li Yao knew they did not have the advantage in numbers. Sparta was their most important long-range gunner, responsible for neutralizing the enemy puppets. Without his support, the situation would only worsen. Li Yao was about to rush to the rescue when the hunter grabbed his right hand, which held the light sword. The hunter was also heavily wounded, with blood flowing from his shoulder and ribs. His strength was almost gone, making his reaction time slower. In contrast, the hunter had used the brief confrontation to adapt and fortify his weakened body. At such a close range, Li Yao could hear the rush of blood and the sounds of muscles and bones growing. In the pale lightning, Li Yao saw the hunter leer at him. Li Yao did not even blink, he released his right hand and swiftly transferred the light sword to his left. But just then, a streak of blinding light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a deafening whistle of wind. The light sword shattered mid-air. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and followed the trail of the meteor, spotting an awakened from the heaven's origin sector kneeling on one knee, gripping a peculiar, shimmering hunting bow. It seemed the hunter was using himself as bait to provoke Li Yao into using the same technique, allowing him to sabotage the light sword upon activation. However, Li Yao was not surprised. Against an opponent like the hunter, the same move could not be effective twice. How could he not grasp such a simple principle? The hunter had used himself as bait to destroy Li Yao's light sword, and Li Yao had lured the hunter into opening the door, concluding the battle cleanly with the light sword as his lure. As both parties focused on the light sword in the air, Li Yao's empty left hand had already adhered to the hunter's abdomen. In his palm, the burning butterfly reappeared and danced within the hunter's internal organs. The body that the hunter had just controlled immediately transformed into a raging fireball. Weird flames erupted from his internal organs and even his cells. The pouring rain could not extinguish them. In the raging flames, he screamed like a monster from another planet. His entire body stretched and contorted like elastic rubber, sometimes lengthening, sometimes growing horizontally, and sometimes expanding into a ball. In the end, he exploded. A black, mist-like object, resembling a chimney and a flame, crawled out and searched for a new carrier in the void, like a viper. Li Yao was about to unleash a second cluster of flames to burn the hunter's soul to ashes when he felt excruciating pain deep inside his brain, as if every one of his brain cells was being torn apart. The pain was so intense that he could barely stand straight and almost fell off the tank. He could only lie on the ground, breathing heavily. It was clear that he had just awakened and was not yet able to control the power of the flames within his body. He was on the verge of being burned out. If he tried to activate the technique by force, the mitochondria factories inside his cells might go out of control, burning him to ashes. Thankfully, they had a backup plan, perhaps his strongest one. Uncle Hui! Li Yao screamed at the top of his lungs. Whoosh! The window of the tank exploded. A cluster of living purple flames rushed out and struck the black mist that represented the hunter's soul. The purple flames wrapped themselves around the black mist, tying up the viper-like entity. They even sliced the snake representing the hunter into 5 pieces. With a squeak, it fled to the coach in front. It seemed that the hunter's soul had been seriously damaged. It would take a long time for him to be reborn, even if he could find a new carrier. However, right at that moment, a strange explosion came from the front of the train. A ball of lightning soared into the sky from the front. Then, the train suddenly slowed down. The wheels in front of the train even burst forth with a series of dazzling sparks. It appeared that the train would come to a complete stop soon. This place, on the other hand, was not a hill or a high platform, but a rarely seen flatland among the continuous mountains. The train was scheduled to pass through a small station here, so the elevated platform was gradually lowered, and the train tracks were parallel to the ground. He could vaguely see that dozens of headlights were shining near the station, which looked like the eyes of hungry wolves. Given the bad weather and the fact that the train was not supposed to stop here, it was clear that this was not an engineering vehicle but an ambush by the Heaven's Origin sector. Li Yao, the gray mist lady, kicked a puppet out of the car and landed beside Li Yao and Uncle Hui like a dry leaf. Your driving skills are impressive. Take the ghost cat and Zhang Dainiu and leave first. The ghost cat's brain structure is different from an ordinary person's. Her brainwaves are extremely powerful and act as a special antenna and server. As long as you bring her along, you won't lose contact with the satellite navigation system, no matter how bad the weather is. This place is not far from the border. The ghost cat knows where to pick you up. As long as you escape, a large team will naturally come to your aid. Sparta, Uncle Hui, and I will defend this place. Rest assured. While the gray mist lady was speaking, her eyes had turned a murky gray, making it impossible to distinguish her pupils from the whites. Thick gray mist was spewing from her eyes, ears, nose, and even her pores. Shortly, the 3 coaches in front of and behind them were enveloped in the gray fog. Li Yao and his companion's senses remained mostly unaffected, but the enemy seemed to be in a bizarre state where all their senses were cut off. They were scratching frantically, with no sense of direction. A moment's lapse in attention, and they would slip and fall off the moving train. The situation was critical. There was no time to hesitate. Li Yao took a silver spray can from Uncle Huey's hands and sprayed a large amount of cold green gas on his wounds. The pain was finally relieved. He nodded at the gray mist lady and the other 2 before leaping into the carriage like a bat. Bam! 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 Boom! 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 From time to time, intense sounds of fighting and explosions echoed from the roof of the train. The entire roof was already pockmarked with holes. The storm raged in, turning the train into an aquarium. Thankfully, the Ark Foundation had replaced Zhang Dainiu with an engineering special computer with a very high defense index. It was not at risk of damage in such a harsh environment. However, after such a heated battle, it was clear that Zhang Dainiu could no longer function. He screamed and crawled into the arms of the ghost cat, trying to bury his head deep within. Let's go. Li Yao ruthlessly kicked the man's rear. He pulled open the partition between the 2 coaches. In front of him was a jet-black, glossy off-road vehicle. It was as wide as 2 ordinary sedans, and its imposing tires seemed to be filled with teeth. Even if it had not been started, it still exuded a sense of overwhelming power. Li Yao checked the quick-detaching device that the gray mist lady had set up for the off-road vehicle. He jumped onto the vehicle and started the engine. A lion-like roar pierced through his eardrums, resonating in his chest and lungs, awakening every cell in his body, giving him the confidence to charge through the most ferocious mudslide. The ghost cat pushed Zhang Dainiu in and slammed the door shut. "Are you ready?" Li Yao didn't even turn his head. "Today is an emergency. We might need to drive faster." "What?" Zhang Depeo's face turned from pale to green, and then from green to pale, as if a cabbage had slapped him. Before he could react, Li Yao had already shifted into gear and stepped on the gas. Boom! 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 His blood seemed to have turned into fuel, filling every crevice of the off-road vehicle. The iron beast, consumed by his soaring fighting spirit, was about to burst into flames in the midst of the thunderstorm. The front of the train was already aimed at the side door of the station. The moment he started the engine, the door slid open slowly. However, there were no stops here. Not only was the train still traveling at a speed of dozens of kilometers per hour, but it was also 3 to 5 meters above the ground. Of course, it would be too late to break away from the train station. The iron nail would be surrounded by the enemy and completely locked down. Li Yao roared like a wild animal. The four wheels of the off-road vehicle transformed into wind-fire wheels, enveloped in white smoke, almost scraping 4 holes in the train's underbelly. When the power reached its peak and the train's speed further diminished, the seal restraining the off-road vehicle finally tore apart. The steel beast accelerated to its maximum speed in what seemed like 0.1 seconds, as if it had sprouted wings, and flew out of the moving train. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. But Zhang Dainiu's screams were as prolonged as ever. The off-road vehicle traced a perfect curve through the wind, rain, and thunder, then crashed into the rain-softened muddy ground dozens of meters away. The softened earth served as an excellent cushion. Even so, the tires, chassis, and shock absorbers groaned in pain under the immense load, almost tipping over due to inertia. Li Yao did not even blink. After a series of rapid maneuvers, the off-road vehicle drove diagonally on 2 right-side tires for a long distance before righting itself. The dozens of headlights around the train station shifted, like hungry wolves changing tactics, and lunged at their prey. "Tell me the terrain nearby and the weather." Li Yao looked into the distance, searching for a highway parallel to the railway or a slightly gentler terrain between the mountains, but as expected, he found nothing. It should have been noon, but the rain-soaked world was as dark as midnight. The raindrops striking the train's windows were not mere raindrops but hailstone-sized droplets. Visibility in all directions did not exceed 50 meters. How could they find the highway? Even if they did, it was possible that it had been cut off by the flood or blocked by vehicles. Thankfully, they still had the Ghost Cat, a human satellite navigation system that wouldn't malfunction under most circumstances. "We are here, near the station named Spiritual Stream," Ghost Cat said, crawling to the front row with a weird-looking computer. Despite his pale face from the bumpy ride, he pointed at the satellite map for Li Yao to see. "The closest highway to us is Highway 370. But part of the highway was cut off by the flood 2 hours ago. Even with our off-road performance, we won't be able to pass through it. And here, and here, these are the main roads. There is a possibility of mudslides. Chances are they have already been blocked." "Understood. We seem to be locked in a small basin between mountains, and the main roads leading to and from the basin are blocked, aren't they?" While Li Yao was rushing forward and fighting against the muddy ground, he looked at the map provided by the Ghost Cat and suddenly noticed a dotted line. "What is this road? It seems we can get out of here." Well, the Ghost Cat took a closer look. It seems to be a village road that has been abandoned for many years. Decades ago, it was the only way in and out of this area. But because it was built next to the largest nearby river, the Spiritual Stream, and because it was built on the mountain, it has a lot of twists and turns. It is very dangerous. Many accidents have happened in the past. Countless vehicles have fallen directly into the spiritual stream from the village road. Since the national highway and highway have been repaired, it has been abandoned. Now that it has been in disrepair for a long time, the torrential rain will definitely cause the water level of the spiritual stream to rise. Mudslides can rush down the river at any time, making it even more dangerous. The twists and turns, right? Li Yao grinned. His smile was confident and even a bit crazy. In the pitch-black storm, dozens of steel beasts were roaring ear-splittingly and chasing each other with dim lights. At this moment, the earth had been divided into a crisscross chessboard by the rainwater and mud. In the darkness where visibility was extremely low, it was impossible to tell which areas were shallow water and which were ravines and swamps several meters deep. One could only rely on intuition or even luck to discern the difference. Despite Li Yao's driving skills and amazing senses, he still nearly fell into ravines and swamps several times while navigating through the storm, thunder, and swamp. The off-road vehicle groaned repeatedly, and the two passengers on board felt their blood run cold. The pursuers behind him did not possess such remarkable driving skills. Some of them fell into the seemingly inconspicuous waterholes on the side of the road. More than half of the vehicles had sunk into them vertically. Some had their tires entangled by mud-covered branches, weeds, and other debris. No matter how hard they tried to start their vehicles, they could not accelerate, except for the black smoke rising from beneath them. Some even veered off course and fell into a turbulent river that had not existed before, only to be swept away by the flood in the blink of an eye. Even so, more than 10 off-road vehicles were still closing in on Li Yao. Swoosh! Swoosh! These off-road vehicles all had launchers mounted on their roofs. The weapons fired from the black barrels were either special fiber nets for tires or chains with sharp hooks, aimed to pierce Li Yao's off-road vehicle and lock it in place. Some of the fearless awakeners had even climbed to the tops of their vehicles, ready to jump over when the distance between them closed. No matter how bold Li Yao was, a layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead when he faced such a crazy chase. To avoid the two hooks, he had to change direction, causing the off-road vehicle to become slightly out of control. In the blink of an eye, one of the pursuers leaped toward his off-road vehicle. There was no time to change course. Li Yao gritted his teeth. His right tire crashed into a giant rock in front of him, sending the entire car airborne. The roof of the car tilted 45 degrees, perfectly dodging the awakened who had leaped over. One of the awakened's feet had already touched the roof of Li Yao's car, but he slipped and fell off, vanishing into the darkness, never to be seen again. Li Yao felt a bit of relief, but he did not dare to relax. He had already heard the sound of surging tides in front of him. It was the largest river, the spiritual stream, within 100 square kilometers. Despite its name, the river was not particularly fierce or dangerous initially. However, due to the once-in-a-century rainstorm, the spiritual stream had transformed into a raging dragon. The collapsed mountains upstream brought a lot of rocks and mud, making the river much less clear and tranquil than before. It resembled magma, increasing in speed and strength, though not in heat. Along the village road built by the spiritual streams lay an extremely dangerous path of death. On one side was the turbulent spiritual stream, and on the other, a sheer cliff that plunged straight down. It was unclear what was happening on the mountain, but giant rocks the size of heads were constantly smashing down from above. Some of them fell directly into the spirit streams, raising clusters of hideous mud. Others ruthlessly smashed into the village road, almost completely collapsing it. Usually, no one was willing to walk on the 3 to 5 meter wide village road. In such conditions, even a drunk lunatic would have to sober up. But Li Yao was neither crazy nor drunk. He was just a little crazier than a drunk lunatic. Looking at the village road, sandwiched between a cliff and a flood in the middle of the thunderstorm, Li Yao suddenly thought of the asteroid belts in the depths of the universe, where countless meteoroids and cosmic dust rushed at him. No matter how dangerous the environment, it was still far from the life-and-death race in the asteroid belts. Li Yao stepped on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle shot up the village road like an arrow released from a bow. Between the raging waves, falling rocks, and collapsing road, the off-road vehicle slashed through the wind and waves, pressing forward. The headlights of the pursuers paused for a moment. They did not expect Li Yao to be so insane. After a brief hesitation, the equally crazy cultivators followed him. However, on such a path of death, being crazy was not enough. Not only were the sides of the road full of danger, but the road ahead was also full of twists and turns. Often, there would be sudden sharp turns. If one was not careful, the vehicle could rush off the road and into the spiritual stream, essentially a death sentence. There was no possibility of escape. But if they slowed down and moved forward carefully, not only might they lose their target, the falling rocks on the crags alone would be enough to smash the roofs of their vehicles or even push them into the flood. In less than 20 minutes, 4 of the pursuers' off-road vehicles had vanished in the flood. Li Yao's situation was not much better. He was almost hit by giant rocks several times. The shell of the off-road vehicle was already full of scratches, and even the engine was rattling from the heavy impacts. But he could not stop, he had to make it. Ah! Zhang Daniu and the ghost cat screamed simultaneously. Under the pale lights, a series of interconnected cracks suddenly appeared on the cliff ahead. The mountain was collapsing, and countless rocks, ranging from fist-sized to head-sized and even larger, were rolling down like hail, striking the village road. From the looks of it, in another 3 to 5 seconds, the village road would be completely broken by the giant rocks or obstructed by the collapsing mountain. Without blinking, Li Yao accelerated toward the collapsing mountain. Zhang Daniu and the ghost cat's screams became even more ear-piercing. However, no matter how loud they were, Li Yao turned a deaf ear to them. At that moment, the world seemed to have turned deathly silent, with only 3 sounds particularly loud. The first was the sound of a giant rock smashing onto the village road and the car's roof. The second was the howling engine of the off-road vehicle. The third was Li Yao's own heartbeat. Puchi. 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 He could not tell whether it was his heartbeat or the sound of the giant rocks hitting the hood, roof, and windows. Voila! The window of the train was shattered by a flying stone. The stone grazed Li Yao's face, leaving a deep gash. Blood mingled with his sweat, forming a crimson tattoo-like mark. Li Yao's eyes turned crimson as well. Regardless of the hail of rocks ahead, even if it were an iron wall, he would still charge forward. Who? The vehicle accelerated, its speed increasing. The front tires collided with another falling rock. The off-road vehicle soared into the air, scraping against the cliff and producing a series of dazzling sparks. The 3 occupants felt as if they were riding on clouds. They could only hear the walala, walala sounds coming from behind them. When the off-road vehicle landed heavily on the ground, they saw through the rearview mirror that the village road behind them had vanished, completely blocked by the fallen rocks. The 2 SUVs of the hunters had no time to brake and tumbled off the broken road, swept away by the muddy floodwaters. Li Yao even saw 3 to 5 agile awakened individuals leap out of the coach, trying to swim to shore. However, the spiritual stream was filled with mud and stones. The mud clung to them like glue, while the stones battered their heads and bodies like sharp blades in a meat grinder. Soon, the few awakened disappeared in the swirling floodwaters, never to be seen again. The remaining pursuers stopped at the broken village road. But this did not guarantee their safety. The road, already weakened by the torrential rain, had been further battered by falling rocks. Now, with the added weight of so many off-road vehicles, how could it hold? Not long after, cracking sounds rang out as it continued to collapse. The pursuers hastily reversed their vehicles. However, in this kind of environment, reversing was 100 times more difficult than driving normally. Before they could fully retreat from this dangerous stretch of road, the village road collapsed by another 100 meters. 3 off-road vehicles fell into the spiritual stream one after another. Fortunately, the awakened on the vehicles had already seen that the situation was bad and had escaped, jumping onto other vehicles. However, the broken section of the village road was more than 100 meters away, which meant that no means could bring them there. Seeing this, Li Yao stepped on the gas again and moved forward. All the danger seemed to have passed at this moment. Even the storm had calmed down considerably. They drove out of the village road without much trouble. Finally, they saw a flat, paved road. Zhang Daniu and the ghost cat could not help but throw up. They vomited for half a minute, almost bringing up their bile. This place is not far from the border. There shouldn't be too much rugged terrain ahead, right? Li Yao remained as calm as ever. He held the steering wheel with one hand and tapped on the computer with the other, checking the satellite map. There shouldn't be any pursuers. What should we? Hardly had he finished his sentence when an unstoppable streak of whiteness crawled in from the top of the car, smashed the computer, and crawled into the dashboard of the off-road vehicle. It was only at this moment that everyone heard a swoosh. It was an arrow. Zhang Daniu and the ghost cat were dumbfounded. They did not even have time to react. Li Yao cursed silently. He looked up along the hole made by the arrow and caught sight of the archer who had just shot his light sword. The guy was wearing a flying backpack. His silver wings seemed to be boosted by lightning. He floated steadily in the air, surrounded by a deep blue force field. The storm could not affect him at all. He drew his bow and shot 3 sharp arrows. Chapter 32-31, All failed. Damn it! The enemy's sharp arrow must have been made of a special material, neither metal nor wood. It possessed tremendous electromagnetic interference. When it pierced the dashboard, all the indicators and gauges started shaking violently, much like when an aircraft encounters abnormal conditions in the Bermuda Triangle. Thankfully, this off-road vehicle still primarily used an old-fashioned mechanical control system. It did not carry much electronic equipment and was still able to move forward. However, the vehicle's speed and steering responsiveness were clearly unsustainable. Swoosh! 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 At that moment, 3 more sharp arrows shot through the air, darting close like lightning. Despite Li Yao's driving skills, honed over numerous cycles, which allowed him to dodge the first 2 arrows, he could not avoid the third. It stabbed into the hood of the tank. The engine roared, and the vehicle's speed dropped to a crawl. Li Yao cursed. No matter how hard he pressed the gas, nothing changed. Fury raged in his mind. The terrain, every piece of data on the map, including the enemy's elevation in the sky. All this information swirled in his mind like a surging river. He made a decision and charged toward a sparse forest not far away. Though called a forest, it was really just a few coconut trees, a feature of the tropics. In broad daylight, resistance against an aerial assault would have been impossible. But in the midst of a thunderstorm, Li Yao decided to take a gamble. Swoosh! 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 Another 5 arrows landed around the off-road vehicle. Some of them even pierced through the roof of the vehicle and hit right between Zhang Daniu's legs, leaving a hole in the seat. The man was so scared he could hardly breathe, cramping up and almost passing out. But Li Yao seized the opportunity to rush into the coconut woods. Get off! Li Yao roared at the ghost cat and Zhang Daniu. What? The 2 of them looked at each other, swallowing their words. You're crazy. The engine is gone. I can only hold on for another 3 to 5 minutes. This is the only place I can turn the situation around. Get off now. Li Yao shouted again. He braked the off-road vehicle, picked up his toolbox, and kicked the door open before rolling out. Thankfully, the ghost cat was quick enough to crawl out of the window and drag Zhang Daniu out of the back seat. Seeing Li Yao open the cap of the tank, she quickly dragged Zhang Daniu and ran away. Boom! Flames in the shape of a butterfly surged from Li Yao's palm and crawled into the fuel tank. The off-road vehicle instantly turned into a dazzling fireball. Even under the assault of the wind and rain, the flames and smoke still rose more than 10 meters into the sky, temporarily blocking the pursuer's vision. The moment the flames exploded, Li Yao took a deep breath and ran toward the nearest coconut tree. His speed far exceeded the limits of human beings. The 90-degree vertical trunk of the tree was as easy to climb as walking on the ground for him. He reached the top in one breath and stomped on it hard, nearly breaking the coconut tree. With the help of the rebounding force, he leaped from one coconut tree to another, and then from the second to the third. He treated the coconut tree like a spring, and with each bounce, his speed and strength grew. When he reached the last coconut tree, the trunk bent nearly into a crescent moon under his might, and he launched himself into the sky like a roaring cannonball. Shwa! The toolbox that Li Yao had been carrying the whole time drew a wicked arc as he hurled it toward the archer in the air. Hew! A screwdriver arrived first, but it wasn't aimed at the archer, it targeted the toolbox, shattering it into pieces. The tools inside scattered in all directions. Although the archer, from his vantage high above, could observe every move in the coconut grove, his concentration was broken by the explosion of the off-road vehicle and the tools flying through the air. He didn't anticipate Li Yao's sudden ascent, lunging at him like a bizarre bird. Terrified, the archer failed to react. In that split second of shock, Li Yao closed the gap to a mere 3 to 5 meters. However, since this archer had dared to pursue Li Yao and his companions alone, he was clearly not an easy foe. A moment of distraction was already a rare mistake, and he wouldn't let it persist for even a second longer. Swoosh! 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 In a single second, he fired 7 arrows in quick succession, nearly blocking every approach angle for Li Yao. Mid-air, Li Yao had no way to gain leverage. Unless he could soar skyward by stepping on his left foot with his right, he had no choice but to evade the 7 consecutive arrows. It turned out Li Yao was helpless against the barrage of arrows. After dodging 3, he was already drained. He could only curl up and accelerate toward the ground, falling heavily into the mud. Although he dodged the arrows, he did not even graze the enemy's fur. However, not long after he landed, the archer fell from the sky with a plop and landed flat on his back. His bulging eyes were full of blood streaks, but these streaks soon turned into lifeless blackness. His shaking hands could no longer hold the bow, and he could only clutch his throat helplessly. A screwdriver had been precisely stabbed into his throat, piercing through his spine and brainstem, almost drilling out the other side. For a strong enemy like a hunter, the same trick could not be used twice. But the archer, despite being armed with a hunting bow, was clearly not a qualified hunter. Li Yao had used the fireball from the explosion of the off-road vehicle, the toolbox from Fairy Flower, and himself, flying like a strange bird, as bait to make the archer forget the fact that he could manipulate objects remotely. In the end, a small screwdriver accelerated and changed direction under Li Yao's remote control, ending his life. Asterisk hiss. 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 Hiss, asterisk. The archer's dead fish eyes bulged, staring at Li Yao with a complex look. The light in his eyes gradually faded. Li Yao sighed, pulled the screwdriver from the archer's throat, allowing the blood to spurt out, and granting him a swift death. This should be the last pursuer, right? Although the off-road vehicle had been scrapped, this place was not too far from the border. As long as there was no flood ahead, one could still find a nearby town on foot and would not have trouble securing new transportation. Li Yao felt somewhat relieved. He turned around to look for Zhang Dainiu and the ghost cat. Master Niu. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the sparse coconut grove. Soon, he spotted Zhang Dainiu leaning against a coconut tree, but there was no sign of the ghost cat. What happened? Where is the ghost cat? Li Yao was greatly surprised. His eyes still burning with fire, he looked at Zhang Dainiu's face and discovered it was extremely pale. His face was as black as ink. Li Yao suddenly had an ominous feeling. Zhang Dainiu's expression was both strange and confused. He let go of the coconut tree and staggered towards Li Yao. He extended his hands, which were also black to the fingernails, towards Li Yao. Finally, he fell into Li Yao's arms. The rainwater was as cold as ice, but his body was as hot as burning coal, with a vague, sweet, stinky odor. Li Yao heard a rumbling from Zhang Dainiu's internal organs, as if they were melting. Master Niu, what's wrong? Li Yao was anxious, but Zhang Dainiu was already speechless. Soon, thick black blood flowed from his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth. He collapsed like an empty sack. Li Yao could not feel any bones in his body, everything beneath his skin had melted. Over his shoulder, on his back, there was a dagger with a grinning skull carved on it. It did not look like a human head but more like the head of a cat, the self-defense blade of the ghost cat. Boom! Crack! Thunder and lightning illuminated the bleak land and the burning coconut grove. Li Yao's mind was as clear as a mirror. How could he not understand what was happening? They had all been deceived. Ghost Cat was not a member of the Ark Foundation but a spy of the Heaven's Origin Sector. Maybe the original purpose of the Heaven's Origin Sector was to capture Zhang Dainiu alive. That was why they had sent a hunter team to set up multiple ambushes. However, as the defense lines were broken one by one, and even the last archer was killed by Li Yao's screwdriver, it became clear that they could not bring Zhang Dainiu back alive. It was better to leave a dead body than to let Zhang Dainiu fall into the hands of the Ark Foundation. This was the mission of the ghost cat. Li Yao did not know how to react to this fact. Every muscle on his face was almost out of control. Zhang Dainiu's heart was no longer beating, and he was no longer breathing. He collapsed to the ground, his chest clearly caved in. Black blood spread around him like a deep, black pool. He died a clean death. Not even the gods could save him. He could only wait for the next reboot, if there were any. Master Niu. Li Yao rubbed his face so hard that his eyes were almost blinded, but he still found it hard to accept the fact. He had escorted them all the way to this place and was about to find Red Pole, the leader of the group, to solve all the mysteries about him, Zhang Dainiu, and Red Pole. But in the end, Zhang Dainiu was still dead? Are you kidding me? Li Yao really wanted to roar and shake his non-existent hair like a lunatic. But a moment later, something strange about Zhang Dainiu's body caught his attention. Wait. What is this? It was hard to explain what he saw. As the body gradually stiffened, long, narrow red lines grew out of Zhang Dainiu's blackened skin. The red lines extended and interwove into dense spider webs. His skin peeled off like cracked paint, revealing a new layer of pale skin. What's going on? Li Yao extended his finger and pressed Zhang Dainiu's snow-white skin. He discovered that Zhang Dainiu's body was not stiff at all. Instead, it was filled with the elasticity and resilience of rubber. Maybe it was just his imagination, but Li Yao felt that Zhang Dainiu's body was expanding at a visible speed, like a balloon being inflated. Very soon, the black skin, corroded by the venom, peeled off and turned into an ink-like liquid. Before Li Yao stood a white-skinned stranger. There was not a single hair on his body. His facial features were so shallow they were barely visible, as if his head were a goose egg. Although dead, there was a faint smile on his face, as if he were pleased that his enemy had been fooled. This man was not Zhang Dainyu. Another lightning flash illuminated the sky. Li Yao finally realized what was happening. He was enraged. It turned out that he had been the only one fooled from start to finish. In the soul-stirring secret war between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Ark Foundation, he was just an ignorant pawn. Biting his lip, Li Yao searched the body of the unknown man and found a hard object in his lower abdomen. Not long after his heart had stopped beating, the device activated and emitted weak electric waves. If Li Yao's guess was correct, it should be a device similar to a locator. As expected, it wasn't long before he heard the rotors of a helicopter approaching from the horizon, coming from the south. It likely wasn't the pursuers, but reinforcements. However, by now, Li Yao could no longer tell who was his enemy and who was his friend, or which side he should stand on. In the evening, they arrived at an inconspicuous port in the neighboring country. It was a typical banana republic, also known for its political chaos. The economy was failing, the people's livelihood was declining, and the authorities had no control. They could only exploit the resources under their territory in exchange for the leftovers of failed countries. In the early decades, the country had been dominated by warlords and drug lords. In the hot, humid, chaotic land, warlords and drug lords were often one and the same. Even the soldiers in the army had to rely on drugs to numb their spirits and maintain morale. Over the past few years, despite the authorities' efforts with the help of the outside world, the country had experienced a brief period of brightness and prosperity. However, the old forces were too deeply rooted to be eliminated. Natural disasters like earthquakes, floods, storms, and tsunamis had pushed the country back to its original state. From the helicopter, Li Yao looked down at the land. He saw roads washed away by floods and towns drowned in mud. Countless people ran around like ants on a hot pan, but they could do nothing but watch the natural disasters approach. The country lacked the robust infrastructure of its northern neighbors and the well-trained, self-sacrificing government soldiers. The suffering people were as humble as ants and grass. However, the divided and riddled political landscape was the perfect breeding ground for secret organizations like the Ark Foundation. Superpowers thrived in the hot and humid forest, infiltrating the ranks of some warlords and even fostering their own local forces. The small port before them was already under the control of the Ark Foundation. Since the catastrophe severed the connection between the port and the capital city, the authorities and the government army could barely take care of themselves. The area had become a temporary independent kingdom. Members of the Ark Foundation could march out and carry their coldly shining weapons to their barges and cargo ships without any worries. Li Yao met the Grey Mist Lady again in the military camp outside the port. It was said that this place once belonged to a magnate drug lord decades ago. The drug lord considered it his last stronghold. Though it appeared plain on the surface, it was a complex underground palace, resembling an ant nest and a honeycomb. Of course, even the most solid underground palace could not resist the infiltration of super experts. Currently, this place served as the Ark Foundation's largest secret base in Southeast Asia. However, there was no need for secrets at this moment. The Ark Foundation was preparing for the final battle. After a day's absence, the Grey Mist Lady's face was much paler than before, devoid of any color. Her breathing was weak, as if she had suffered serious internal injuries. Behind her stood Sparta, who had only one arm left. Even his remaining arm was bandaged in blood, and his face was as pale as paper. Li Yao had been furious and had made up his mind to curse the moment he saw the Grey Mist Lady. He was even prepared to grab her collar and teach her a lesson. Then, he would tell her word by word, "I'm done." However, seeing the Grey Mist Lady and Sparta so seriously wounded and not knowing where to start, he was dazed for a long time before he asked, "Where are the 7 gods?" Sacrificed, the lady in the gray mist said casually. We didn't know the hunter had an undying body. His capability is already higher than that of the ultimate awakeners. If Uncle Hui hadn't sacrificed himself, none of us would have been able to escape from the hunter. Li Yao was rendered speechless. The image of the middle-aged man in red jeans with a beer belly appeared in his mind again. He was silent for a long time before he took a deep breath and gnashed his teeth. You lied to me. That was not Zhang Daniu. Yes, it's true that we are not escorting the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivator, but a special awakener named Bizarre Face in the Foundation, the Grey Mist Lady said. Believe it or not, I didn't know until the last moment, and Uncle Hui didn't know until the moment of his death. Why? Li Yao asked solemnly. Don't you already know the answer to that question? The Grey Mist Lady replied casually. Ghost cat. Undercover? Li Yao rolled his eyes. You knew the ghost cat was a spy that the apocalypse planted in the ark. At first, we were only suspicious. Besides the ghost cat, we also had a long list of suspects, including you. Don't be surprised. Isn't it suspicious that someone like you, who has awakened a powerful ability out of nowhere, is actively trying to get in touch with Zhang Daniu? The Grey Mist Lady said. As I said before, the enemy has the method to precisely strike the core of our organization. We cannot be too cautious if we want to deal with them. So, Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, why don't you split into two groups, one real and the other false? The elite troops we gathered and fled south through the train with great fanfare were just bait to lure the enemy, so the hunters would chase after them and cover the escape of the real Zhang Daniu? Not 2 ways, but 3. It wasn't just to cover Zhang Daniu's safe retreat, but also to clear the nails the apocalypse nailed into the ark, the Grey Mist Lady said. Other than the ghost cat, 2 spies were exposed during the operation and have been taken care of by us. The rest proved their loyalty through their actions and were qualified to board the ark, to meet the Red Pole. It's a necessary procedure for ultimate victory. Whether you forgive us or not, we have no other options. Li Yao didn't know what to say when the woman was so straightforward. He thought for a moment and said, so, Zhang Daniu has been evacuated safely? Yes. He has boarded the starship and will meet the ark soon. Zhang Daniu is indeed the key to the war, the Grey Mist Lady said. Both the ark and the apocalypse have to get their hands on him or kill him. Even the Red Pole has to reveal its traces and direct the operation in person, which gives the apocalypse and even the will of the earth an opportunity. I should have told you that, for some reason, the will of the earth was forced to restart due to a war that took place in the universe. The Red Pole seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prepare a fatal blow to the will of the earth during its forced restart. According to the Red Pole star, at the level of the universal war, the will of the earth has been stalled by the attackers from the outside world. The 2 parties are in a temporary impasse, with almost all of their strength focused on each other. Therefore, it is impossible to obliterate the Ark Foundation and the Red Pole star on a large scale, as it would consume too much energy and lead to the total collapse of the universal war. Precision strikes and decapitation tactics are the only options. The so-called targeted drugs must be placed precisely around the cancer cells to eliminate them without harming normal cells. If the cancer cells are never found, the targeted drugs, no matter how effective, will be useless. This is why the Red Pole star has to hide deep under the ocean, and why the Heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth are trying to lock onto him at any cost. Red Pole has been hiding behind the scenes for several years. Even we don't know his real whereabouts. The operation to escort the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivator is his only chance to expose himself. How can the Heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth let go of such an opportunity? And how can we be so careless in screening those who might be close to Red Pole? Are you clear now? Li Yao asked coldly. Almost done. Student Li Yao, please follow me. The gray mist lady led Li Yao to a warehouse in the military camp. An iron chain dangled from the beam at the center of the warehouse. A woman was tied to it. This was the ghost cat that had assassinated Zhang Dainiu when Li Yao wasn't paying attention. Li Yao was momentarily dazed. He hadn't expected that the woman had been captured by the Ark Foundation. It seemed that Red Pole had indeed set up a dragnet and prepared for all possibilities. The ghost cat used to be a petite, quick-witted girl. But now, she was like a zealot who had entered a devil's den. Her face, upside down, was filled with confused flames. When she saw Li Yao and the gray mist lady enter, she stared at them and giggled. The final trial is coming. No one can escape the judgment of reincarnation. No matter how you struggle, you will only mislead others. Give up, repent, and be saved. She narrowed her eyes, intoxicated by the notion of redemption. Trapped in the endless loop of her own logic, she could not free herself. Beside her stood a hunchbacked, sleazy man. His appearance was plain, but he had a pair of extremely large hands. His fingers were almost twice as long as those of ordinary people, with an extra finger bone, giving the impression that there were two giant spiders on his wrists. When he placed his hands on the temples of the ghost cat, his palms covered her head like an iron hat. The man mumbled in the native language of Nanyang. A series of weird tattoos appeared on his arms, followed by what looked like venomous insects dancing weirdly on his arms, as if the tattoos were alive. Along with this strange scene, Li Yao felt ripples coming from the palm of the ghost cat, similar to brainwaves. In the blink of an eye, the ghost cat's eyes rolled back, and her entire body started trembling violently, causing the iron chains to rattle chaotically. The man seemed to have read a lot of information from the ghost cat's brain. He mumbled in satisfaction, sometimes in a trance. His expression was quite similar to that of the ghost cat earlier. While performing the technique, he also stared at Li Yao. His eyes were half cold, half scorching, as if they were two daggers trying to dig out Li Yao's deepest secrets. They are interrogating the ghost cat, Li Yao pondered for a moment, then asked, "But why did you do that in front of me? To intimidate me?" Li Yao rolled his eyes. He suddenly sensed that dozens of strong auras were hiding in the shadows around the warehouse. With the help of the dim lights, he could vaguely see that some fully armed awakened were either standing or sitting, touching their daggers, or fiddling with their guns. They were all staring at him, on high alert. Li Yao was dazed for a moment before he burst into fury. "Wait," he asked solemnly, "are you interrogating her, or testing me?" The weird-looking man with living tattoos on his arms finally finished the spell. He grinned and shook his head at the gray mist lady. When the fan-like hands left the ghost cat's head, the female spy's eyes had already turned a dead gray and were drooping like those of a dead fish. "I'm sorry. His name is Brainworm. He is a mind reader in the organization," the gray mist lady explained expressionlessly. "You know that, since she was sent by the Heaven's Origin Sector to the Ark Foundation as an undercover agent, she must have received special training. Normal interrogation methods won't work on her at all. However, the brainworm has the ability to absorb brainwaves, which is a perfect counter for the ghost cats, whose brainwaves are particularly developed. If you are really a spy sent by the Heaven's Origin Sector and your meeting with the ghost cat was just a show, the brainwaves of the ghost cat will definitely have subtle changes when it sees you walking in. The brainworm will definitely notice you. But as it turns out, the ghost cat didn't have any special reactions to you. It's true that you didn't know each other before, this is partly to prove your innocence and to build more trust. My patience has its limits." Li Yao roared in a low voice. Professor Zhang Jiashu, the patient in the mind space, was the first test. Fighting the hunters in the rushing trains, floods, and mudslides was the second test. Now, you've suspected him and sent him to the ghost cat for screening. This is the third test. What do you want exactly? Is it not enough? Do you think it's enough? The gray mist lady asked. Think about it in a different way, she continued. If you were the leader of a secret organization like the Ark Foundation, and you encountered a mysterious man who somehow awakened super abilities and might even become a super perceptive cultivator overnight, and who stumbled into the center of a storm by accident, how many tests do you think it would take to prove his innocence and allow him entry into the most secret nest of the organization, especially at such a critical moment? As she spoke, the gray mist lady gestured to the depths of the warehouse. Immediately, two muscular men pushed an iron chair, resembling a surgical table, along two rails on the ground toward Li Yao. 4 times, the gray mist lady said, extending 4 fingers. No matter how many tests you think it would take to prove the innocence of such a mysterious man, Red Pole believes it will take 4 tests to be 100% sure of your identity before letting you into the real Ark. What's the meaning of this? Li Yao asked, looking at the iron chair with a horrified expression. What other tests do you want? We hope to wake you up from your previous life. In the darkness, a black-haired man, wearing a white coat and gold-framed glasses, walked over slowly. He slightly bowed to Li Yao and said with a smile, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Traveler Dream. Fellow student Li Yao and teacher Nyo should have seen many of my posts online. You must be very interested in me, right?" Li Yao was dazed for a moment. Then he realized they must have spoken to Zhang Dainiu before welcoming him. The man must have been spineless, telling everything without any coercion. I am responsible for every word I post online. I guarantee that every word is true. Even if it is not true, at least it is my true feelings, Traveler Dream said. However, what is not stated in my posts online is that I have been staying on the Ark for the past month, receiving enlightenment and training from the Red Pole. My capability is much higher than before. Not only can I see my past life, but I can also guide more awakeners to explore and discover their past lives. Student Li Yao, there's no need to be so nervous. Don't treat this as a test. Try to think of it as a special training session. This is a journey into the depths of your soul. Including the Red Pole, we are all very curious. You have only awakened part of the hazy memory fragments of your previous life, yet you possess such powerful combat strength. If, under my guidance, you can clearly recall your past life, and even the memories of dozens of reincarnations, inheriting all your abilities, what kind of terrifying appearance will you reveal? This is what I want to do. In fact, guiding the awakeners to discover their past lives is a very exhausting task for me. If it were a monster between a finalist and a super perceptive such as yourself, I would have to take tremendous risks to help you find your true self. However, according to Red Pole, you and Master Nyo are both indispensable pieces in the jigsaw puzzle. For the sacred mission and true freedom, I will not regret it even if I die 9 times. Dream Traveler stopped smiling and stared at Li Yao solemnly. Li Yao pondered for a long time. What if I refuse? He silently observed the positions of all the awakened ones in the warehouse, not even letting go of the scent as weak as a zombie hiding in the deepest part of the darkness. In the blink of an eye, he drafted dozens of plans to break out of the siege in his mind and asked cautiously. The gray mist lady and Dream Traveler looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Rest assured. It's not as bad as you think. There won't be any stupid things like silence, the gray mist lady said. The most important reason is that we can't kill you. Even if you are heavily wounded, we will certainly pay a high price. Maybe 2/3 of the 30 or so elite warriors lurking here will be killed. The war is drawing near, and we can't afford such losses. This is the result of Red Pole's personal evaluation. Therefore, even if you refuse the last test, there was nothing we could do. There was no need to hurt you at all. However, as a result, you will not be able to go to the depths of the ocean with us to find the bark, nor will you be able to meet the real Red Pole. We will part ways here and leave you with sufficient assets, firearms, and local currency. Although the end of the world has come and currency has become useless paper, I hope you understand that this is our limit. Li Yao sniffed and said nothing. It was true that he could have been angry at the other party's distrust and refused the multiple tests. He believed that both the bark and the apocalypse would have to pay a terrible price to keep him. However, since he had refused the test, his identity's safety was still questionable. It was reasonable that the other party was not willing to take him to the ocean. Li Yao hesitated. He did not like the feeling of suspicion and scrutiny. I'm not trying to convince you, Student Li Yao. Dream Traveler opened his hands, indicating that he meant no harm. However, before we part, Red Pole has a very strange message for you. No matter how discontented you are about the tests and the suspicions, no matter how wronged you feel, and no matter how much you resent him, I hope that you can persist until the end. Because, once you awaken your past life's memories and discover your true identity, you will know that all the tests and suspicions are necessary. You may even be the one to blame for your own arrangements. Well, Li Yao was baffled. Blame it on myself. Did I arrange so many suspicions, checks, and tests? What is going on exactly? Although he was baffled, he somehow believed the nonsense in his mind. Chapter 32-34, Who is it? Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Please. Dream Traveler extended another invitation to Li Yao. Wait. I have a question, Li Yao said after a moment's thought. I want to know if Zhang Dainyu accepted your guidance and awakened his previous life with your help. By logic, this guy is quite suspicious, isn't he? Of course, Dream Traveler replied. We are not targeting anyone in particular. Even our own people have to undergo rigorous tests before they return to the Arkansas naturally. We cannot overlook the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivators. We tested him earlier and traced his memories from his previous 5 lives under my guidance. There was nothing special about him. Oh? Li Yao was greatly interested. What did he do in his previous 5 lives? Going back in time from this life, he was an online writer for 3 consecutive lives, Dream Traveler said. You know, writing some strange, sexy, popular books, lying to naive teenagers, and fooling them. From his previous life to his 4th life, the development of the reincarnation world was slightly different. There was no such thing as a web novel. He was a tabloid reporter, writing about celebrity scandals, making shocking headlines, and even going to court with a minor celebrity. In his 5th life, he was still in writing but was an author of adult action novels, which seemed to be his specialty. After years of hard work, he finally made a name for himself in the industry, only to be caught in an anti-corruption operation and sentenced to justice. That was basically everything. All in all, he is different from the typical observers. He is just an ordinary person with no moral. The original purpose of his creation was purely for the sake of benefit. Or, in his own words, money and beautiful women did not infuse souls into his work. Logically, it is very challenging for someone like him to awaken, let alone advance to an observer. However, numerous things he could not have written did appear. This might be why the Red Pole Star is especially interested in him. In any case, although he was a greedy, lascivious, third-rate writer and tabloid reporter in his previous 5 lives, who would write anything for money, it's true he had no connection to the Heaven's origin sector. He was just one of the most inconspicuous nobodies. When Earth restarted, he was merely a series of insignificant data. Even if the Heaven's origin sector sought a spy, they would surely not pinpoint him. Understood. Li Yao nodded, took a deep breath, and sat on the iron chair. The lady in gray mist and Dream Traveler were both relieved. Li Yao suddenly asked, Meng, do you have a watch? What time is it? Yes. Dream Traveler retrieved a delicate, vintage pocket watch from his pocket. The watch's case was engraved with helix-shaped octopuses with 8 tentacles, exuding a marine feel. It's 8:05 p.m. A few seconds? Liao asked again. A few seconds? Dream Traveler was momentarily stunned. Yes, to the second. Tell me. It was 8 hours 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Dream Traveler frowned. Is there a problem? Nothing. Liao blinked, a look of confusion on his face, as if unsure why he asked for the time so precisely. But he soon dismissed it and nodded at Meng. Since it is a rule of the Ark Foundation, let's begin. All right. Please relax and watch the clock. Watch the hour, minute, and second hand. Holding the watch chain, Dream Traveler dangled the watch in front of Liao and shook it. The hour hand emitted a gloomy blue glow, the minute hand flickered with a ghostly dark green color, and the second hand glowed with a burning red light. The small pocket watch emitted clicking mechanical sounds that filled the entire warehouse, suppressing the storm outside and making the world exceptionally tranquil. Staring at the pocket watch, Liao's eyes turned into two immeasurable swirls. In his trance, his senses seemed hundreds of times sharper than before. He could clearly hear every breath and heartbeat of Dream Traveler, the Grey Mist Lady, and the Spartan soldiers, as well as the sound of their blood flowing through every vein. He could also see through the containers and glimpse the armed soldiers hiding in the darkness. He could even sense the torrential rain outside the military camp and count every drop in the wind. Hum. 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 Countless mosquitoes unique to the rainforest danced around the dim lights on the beams. No, not countless, but 432 mosquitoes. The 432 mosquitoes seemed to have become a clear mark deeply engraved in Liao's heart. Very good. I can already vaguely feel your soul. What a beautiful, magnificent, and profound thing. Dream Traveler's eyes shone brightly behind his gold-rimmed glasses. His gaze was like a hazy chimney spreading toward Liao. Read a paragraph with me next. Don't mind it. The paragraph itself is meaningless. It is just meant to resonate with our brainwaves so that I can delve into your memories. If you agree, blink your left eye. Liao remembered everything around him, including the bouncing pointer, the heartbeats of the awakened cultivators, the distribution of every raindrop in the wind, and the trajectories of the 432 mosquitoes hovering above his head. Then, he blinked his left eye. Blood-black nothingness begins to weave a network, the Dream Traveler said softly. Blood-black nothingness begins to weave a network, Liao repeated stiffly. The cells are connected, and connected to the main trunk. The Dream Traveler's voice grew even darker. The cells are connected, and connected to the main trunk. Liao's voice also turned low. His pupils gradually expanded, and he became lost, as if drowned in endless memories. Therefore, against the darkness, a pillar of water with a fountain spurting upwards appeared. The Dream Traveler's voice became softer, turning from a feather to dust. The pocket watch in his hand shook more slowly, as if frozen midair by some mysterious force. In the end, it hung at a 45-degree angle from the ground and stopped moving. Therefore, against the darkness, a spring, that was spurting upward, appeared. Before Liao could finish his poem, he found the world had transformed into a fuzzy swirl. Everything around him seemed a blend of sand and smoke. The secret port in the jungle's depths vanished, replaced by a city of skyscrapers and glass walls that looked like 10,000 mirrors. He was dreaming once more, back in the maze that had repeated endlessly over the past week. Yet this time, his mind was unusually clear. He knew he was dreaming and that his real self was sitting in the military camp warehouse at the port. It was a lucid dream. Liao saw himself. He seemed to have two perspectives simultaneously. One was the God's eye view looking down from a 45-degree angle, and the other was the first-person view he experienced. Through these different perspectives, he was quickly recalling his past life and the soul-stirring, brilliant battles. So, I was already a member of the resistance organization in my past life, watching battles of superpowers even more brilliant than those in sci-fi movies. Li Yao suddenly realized what was happening. No wonder I have a natural sense of familiarity with the Ark Foundation, even though I dislike the apocalyptic organization. I even feel that the Red Pole, their leader, is very familiar. It turns out I was a prison breaker in my past life. And that was not the end. Li Yao could clearly feel a force pushing him from behind, as if a pair of wings had been inserted into his body, allowing him to travel through memories. Presumably, this was the super ability of the Dream Traveler. The city, turned to ruins by the thermonuclear war, was being rebuilt from the ashes. The maze of mirrors made of countless glass walls collapsed one by one, but they were soon reconstructed into a new, larger, and more complex maze. Li Yao searched for his past in the dream and saw that he was almost always a member of resistance groups in more than 10 reincarnations. At the very least, he was an awakener who naturally woke up and discovered the Earth Bug before being brutally wiped out. He even captured a memory from a long, long time ago. He recalled being a mechanic and a racer in a past life, passing through an Earth Bug while racing. It had been an unimaginably long time ago. The memories of his previous life strengthened Li Yao's determination and enhanced his combat ability. He could clearly feel his soul expanding like a blood-filled organ. However, the silver ball had been following him in his dreams. It used to be connected to the back of Li Yao's head by a silver thread, like a balloon hanging in the air, neither too far nor too close. But every time Li Yao recalled his past life, the distance between him and the ball shortened. In the end, when the silver thread between them was less than a meter long, the ball would hover above Li Yao's head, coldly watching him. Li Yao's confused and uneasy face was reflected on its mirror-like surface, twisted into a weird and hideous expression. Li Yao didn't remember encountering such a thing in his previous life. Even Cultivator Li Yao in 40,000 years of cultivation had never encountered such a strange entity. What are you? What exactly are you? The uneasiness in Li Yao's heart reached its peak. He was so anxious that he could no longer control his emotions. He punched the silver ball and demanded, "Why are you following me?" Bam! The mysterious silver ball seemed too weak to withstand a single blow. It shattered into countless pieces. However, each fragment reflected a weird, twisted face that was grinning at him. Finally, you've come this far. You know who you are and your true destiny, don't you? Billions of faces spoke in unison. Then, countless faces turned into bloody mouths and swallowed him. His memory turned into a nightmare, and he woke from it, gasping. He saw Dream Traveler vomiting blood and falling backward, his face twisted to the point of almost fracturing. Dream Traveler pointed at him and screamed, You are not Li Yao." He seemed to have woken up from a long sleep that had lasted billions of years. He yawned and smiled at the Dream Traveler. In Traveler Meng's eyes, the smile was even more hideous than the faces of the ghosts in the deepest part of hell. "Stop him! Stop him! Stop him!" The Dream Traveler's face was pale. His screams pierced the ears of all the Awakeners, scratching their minds brutally. Crack! Crack! The iron chair he was sitting on had automatic locks that could secure the wrists and ankles of the person sitting on it. However, he had been very cooperative during the first 3 tests, so the Grey Mist Lady did not want to push him too hard and did not make him lock himself in. But now, it was too late for the spring lock to snap back. Before the steel locks were fully engaged, his wrists and ankles had expanded to twice their normal size, pushing back the 4 spring-loaded locks. Before anyone realized what was happening, he had moved in front of the traveler and grasped his neck. "Shoo," he said to the Dream Traveler with a smile. Then, with a crack, he crushed Dream Traveler's neck, leaving his head tilted to one side unnaturally. When he threw Dream Traveler to the ground, his former life's guide was already dead. Ah! The sudden change startled everyone. Sparta was the quickest to react. He raised the plasma gun reflexively and pulled the trigger hard. Without looking back, he extended his right hand and grasped the air. An unbelievable scene unfolded. A ball of lightning, charged with destructive force, had just zipped out of Sparta's gun when it inexplicably halted midair. It was as if two forces from opposing directions were forcibly tearing it apart, causing it to emit crackling sounds in the solidified air. The deadlock didn't last long. The ball of plasma unexpectedly returned the way it came and drilled back into the gun's barrel. Boom! The plasma gun exploded. The scattered fragments of the gun pierced deeply into Sparta's body. Along with the raging electric arcs, the stocky man was turned into a broken doll. You are not Li Yao. Who are you exactly? The gray mist lady's face turned even paler. The wounds all over her body spurted blood again. She summoned her superpower by force, and a lot of mist spurted out of her orifices and pores, surrounding him as if it were alive. His lips curled into a scornful and cruel smile. He clenched his right hand, which had just exploded the plasma, into a fist and casually punched at the center of the gray mist. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart was heard through the gaps of his fingers. The gray mist was torn into streams of air and fled in all directions. Even the gray mist lady was blown more than 10 meters away, crashing into a container and leaving a human-shaped pit on the ground. The dozens of awakened cultivators lurking around the warehouse immediately lunged at him when they saw that he had killed or heavily wounded 3 core members of the organization. Don't come close. The gray mist lady, sensing his horror during the brief exchange, screamed, "Run! Run now!" For the first time, indescribable fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. However, it was too late. Or, rather, even if she had raised the alarm in the first second, there was no way she could stop everything or save the life of any awakened. Dozens of modified heavy firearms bombarded him with a barrage like a torrential rain, yet it was unable to cause even a ripple in his swamp-like eyes. The bullets tore his blurred shadow into thousands of threads, while his true form had already turned into an electric arc and flashed behind the numerous awakened. Bam! An awakened soared high into the sky. While still in midair, his internal organs could not withstand the high pressure and exploded, leading to a miserable death. Boom! The second awakener was kicked away. At the same time, he activated the 4 grenades hanging on the enemy's waist with the ability to manipulate objects remotely, ensuring the awakener died without a grave, surrounded by 4 fireworks. Pa! The third awakener was struck right on the head. The most solid helmet crumbled like a matchbox under his palm. The helmet and the head were immediately shattered into pieces. Who? The sacrifice of 3 awakened cultivators in a row finally bought enough time for his remaining comrades. The 4th awakened cultivator closed his hands, which were wreathed in burning flames. It was a technique that allowed him to control the temperature freely. But neither the fireballs, the firewall, nor the raging dragons could withstand his attacks. He did not even attack the man directly. A simple snap of his fingers caused the fire inside the man to go out of control. The raging flames devoured his cells and soul, leading to a typical self-combustion. It was not a battle. Whether a novice's, a deep perception, or an ultimate perception, whether the control over fire, frost, lightning, poison, and other abilities, they were all as vulnerable as 3-year-olds before him. He butchered the enemy with ease, turning the warehouse into a blood-stained palace. His body was wreathed in steaming blood mist, his wet internal organs crushed beneath his feet, and a mysterious smile still lingered on his face. His eyes were like a swamp that could drown all souls. He was the embodiment of death, the Devil King who had walked slowly from the depths of hell. Now, other than the heavily wounded Lady Grey Mist and the half-dead Spartan, there was not a single living person in the warehouse. He was definitely not a living person, but a destroyer, a demon, and a god of death. He walked to Lady Grey Mist and looked down at her in an inhuman gaze. Bam! Not far away, Spartan somehow stirred with his broken body. He raised a pistol and shot the last bullet at him. With a casual wave of his hand, as if swatting away an annoying mosquito, the bullet traced a bizarre arc in midair, turned 180 degrees, and drilled precisely into the center of Spartan's forehead. It then tore a hole the size of a bowl in the back of the loyal resistance fighter's head, taking away most of his brain tissue. Seems like it really is you. You are the best assassin sent by the Heaven's Origin Sector to deal with the Red Pole's target drugs, Lady Grey Mist said with a miserable smile. Is this the power of a super-perceptive? It's indeed powerful. We were foolish to invite a wolf into our house and bring you to this place. However, you were too careless and exposed yourself too soon. So what if your combat ability is strong enough to kill all of us? The Red Pole is hidden in the mist at the bottom of the ocean. You won't be able to find him. Hee. As long as you can't see him in person, what can you do even if you're a walking nuclear bomb? You are doomed. In the war that has been repeated thousands of times, we will be the final winners. No force can stop our freedom and hope. Oh. He listened quietly, nodded, and crushed the heart of the Grey Mist Lady. He stood in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood for a long time. The slight frown on his face revealed the irritation in his heart, the irritation of, my house is so dirty and needs to be cleaned up for a long time. Then, he returned to Dream Traveler's body. He curled his finger and picked up the pocket watch embedded with rubies and blue gems and carved with an octopus pattern. Fortunately, he was very careful just now and did not damage the precise mechanical structure of the pocket watch. The pointer was still ticking. He stared at the hovering second hand for a long time. Then he sighed and sent the pocket watch to the sky, where it hovered above his eyes. He opened his fingers again and aimed his right hand at the pocket watch, twisting his wrist counterclockwise. Crack. 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 The speed at which he twisted his wrist was extremely fast, but the look on his face was extremely cautious. He seemed to be struggling and even in pain, as if an invisible gear was locked in his palm, and he was controlling an enormous machine by turning the gear in the opposite direction. A normal person's hand would only be able to twist 90 degrees counterclockwise at most. But Li Yao managed to twist his hand 180 degrees and continued moving forward despite the cracking sounds of his bones. As the angle of the twist grew larger, the skin of his arm began to crack, and the bones shattered, poking out ghastly white. Blood sprayed like a meteor shower over the pocket watch and his face, but his expression didn't change. On the contrary, the look in his eyes grew deeper and darker. As he twisted the air, the second hand of the pocket watch moved slower. The air froze, and visible ripples spread out in the space around him, forming a giant counterclockwise swirl. Finally, when his palm rotated 360 degrees and his muscles, bones, and veins completely exploded, the second hand, minute hand, and hour hand of the pocket watch all stopped. Time itself seemed to come to a halt. He smiled in satisfaction and turned his broken wrist counterclockwise by 61 degrees. His blood-stained fingertips seemed to possess terrifying magical power. After the second hand of the pocket watch shuddered for a moment, it followed his finger and moved backward. The sound of the second hand going backward was indescribable. It was not the clicking of normal rotation but a sound that seemed to belong to glass bullets bouncing up and down until they vanished. In any case, Dream Traveler said to Li Yao, although he was a greedy, lecherous, third-rate writer and tabloid reporter who would write anything for money in his previous 5 lives, he was never connected to the Heaven's Origin Sector. He was just one of the most inconspicuous nobodies. When the Earth was restarted, he was just a series of insignificant data. Even if the Heaven's Origin Sector really wanted to find a spy, they would absolutely not find him. Li Yao was in a trance. He tilted his head and listened to the voice, which seemed to come from afar or deep within his brain. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he heard a sound. How could he describe it? It sounded like glass marbles falling on the floor, da-da-da-da, bouncing and getting denser, before finally disappearing. However, the warehouse had only one floor, and the top was just a canopy. How could there be glass marbles? It was probably the sound of wind and rain outside. He must have heard it wrong. Understood. Li Yao nodded. He took a deep breath and sat on the iron chair. The gray mist lady and dream traveler both felt relieved. Suddenly, Li Yao asked Traveler Meng, "Do you have a watch? What time is it?" "Yes." Dream traveler pulled out a delicate, vintage pocket watch from his pocket. The watch's casing was intricately carved with 8 tentacled octopuses in a helical pattern, giving it an oceanic feel. "It's 8:05 p.m. Could you tell me the seconds?" Li Yao asked. "Seconds?" Dream traveler was momentarily confused. "Yes, to the second." "Tell me," Li Yao said coolly. It's 8 hours 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Dream traveler frowned. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Li Yao blinked, his face showing confusion as if he didn't understand why he needed the time so precisely. But he quickly brushed it off and nodded at Traveler Meng. "Since it's a rule of the Ark Foundation, let's begin." "All right. Please relax and watch the clock. Watch the hour, minute, and second hand." Holding the watch chain, Dream Traveler dangled the watch in front of Li Yao and shook it. Li Yao gazed at the pocket watch and entered a mysterious trance. Everything in front of him seemed familiar: the dim light of the hands, the ticking sounds of the mechanical structure, the howling storm outside, the positions of everyone around him, their breathing and heartbeats, and the 432 mosquitoes hovering around the lights. Yes, every detail was correct. Blood-black nothingness begins to weave a network. Dream Traveler's voice was very gentle. The spell put Li Yao into a dream and teleported him to memory fragments from a long time ago. The data that had not been completely cleared in the reincarnation cycle was reassembled into illusory and real worlds. He saw himself rushing through the labyrinths and battlefields of cities, fighting for freedom and hope, and even sacrificing his own life time and time again. As it turns out, I have always been a prison breaker. The 10 reincarnations in the past have always been the same. Li Yao suddenly realized something. However, he suddenly turned around and gazed at the burning horizon in the distance. He felt that something was missing. Right, where was the silver ball that appeared in his dream? The thing that was tied to the back of his head like a balloon had vanished. However, it was an unimportant thing. Li Yao shook his head hard and soon forgot it. Guided by Dream Traveler, he focused his attention on the more ancient past and awakened more memories and abilities. He did not know how long he had been wandering in the memories of his previous life. Perhaps it was not until he and Dream Traveler ran out of their soul power that everything around him gradually turned fuzzy and twisted. He seemed to have been dragged back through a long tunnel, returning to the real world of this life, to a port warehouse somewhere in Southeast Asia. Li Yao? Li Yao. He heard someone calling him. That's right. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. There is no doubt that I am Li Yao. Congratulations on passing the final test. The room was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. All the awakeners of the Ark Foundation walked out of the shadows with sincere smiles on their faces. Traveler Dream even took the initiative to help Li Yao up. I didn't know that you were such a determined prisoner. You have even been the core member of the resistance in several reincarnations. You are much stronger than us. No wonder you are already stronger than the Ultimate One, when you just woke up and can fight evenly with the hunters in this life. Welcome to the Ark Foundation. Oh, wait. I should be welcoming you back, prison breaker Li Yao. Li Yao blinked. The suspicion deep in his eyes disappeared quickly, replaced by a faint smile. You don't have a fifth test. Now that Dream Traveler has perceived your loyalty after 10 reincarnations, there is no need for more tests, the Grey Mist Lady apologized. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have doubted the stance of such a determined prison breaker. But please understand that this is to ensure our absolute safety. After all, the assassins of the Heaven's Origin sector must have tried everything to infiltrate our organization. Anyone who is likely to get in touch with Red Pole will have to go through the same rigorous tests. Our previous caution was because we had no choice. Right now, we are the closest and most reliable comrades. I hope that we can fight side by side until the end, and fight for true freedom and hope. The Grey Mist Lady extended her hand to Li Yao. Li Yao hesitated for a moment, but he strode forward and hugged the stranger. Of course, we will succeed. He was not a narrow-minded man. In such an apocalyptic environment, he could understand the wariness of his opponent. Now that they had clarified things and earned each other's trust, there was no need to be angry over such a trivial matter. The Grey Mist Lady did not expect Li Yao to be so frank. It made her even happier. Sparta burst into laughter behind her and hugged Li Yao, patting him hard on the back with his remaining arm. Welcome back, prison breaker Li Yao. I have a feeling that we will be the best brothers. Yes. Li Yao looked at Sparta's beaming face and felt something was amiss. However, he could not think of it now and could only nod. We are brothers. My name is Black Panther. Welcome back, prison breaker Li Yao. My name is Purple Electric. Welcome back, prison breaker Li Yao. My name is Deep Flash. Welcome back, prison breaker Li Yao. The awakened cultivators who had been hiding in the shadows stepped forward and hugged Li Yao as well. They released all their wariness and laughed, their eyes shining with the hope of victory. Right. Under the guidance of Dream Traveler, the awakened often regain not only more memories but also more abilities, the Grey Mist Lady said to Li Yao. How do you feel now? Do you remember anything that could be useful on the battlefield? Well. After a moment's thought, Li Yao walked to a container not far away and opened his right hand, grasping his right wrist with his left. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Li Yao's performance. Li Yao felt his vitality expanding over an area of 3 to 5 square meters. He seemed to have transformed into an indomitable giant. Everything within a 3 to 5 meter radius was under his control. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao scratched the container with his right hand, which was burning from the friction of his blood. The container immediately shrieked with an ear-splitting metallic noise. Then, as if it had been crushed by an invisible 10,000-ton hydraulic press, it was compressed into a cluster of scrap iron no more than 1 meter in diameter. The warehouse fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's worth noting that the standard container was over 6 meters long and more than 2 meters in both width and height. Although the container's shell wasn't made of superalloys, it was still solid metal packed with goods. Yet, Li Yao had compressed it into a 1 meter radius with crushing force. What kind of terrifying strength was this? For a moment, everyone looked at Li Yao in awe. Thankfully, the 4 tests had proven his stance and loyalty, convincing them that he was on their side. Otherwise, they would have been in real trouble. However, on second thought, if he hadn't been blessed with such a terrifying ability, he wouldn't have been favored by Red Pole. Red Pole must have known how strong Li Yao was before he was fully awakened. He truly deserved to be the leader who had everything under his control. Excellent! Sparta exclaimed, overjoyed. We are about to wage a final war against the Heaven's Origin sector and even the entire Earth, and we've received such strong reinforcements as Li Yao. It seems we will be the winners of the war. Hearing this, the other awakened cultivators all nodded. They had lost too many times, and the enemy was too strong on paper. They really needed to grasp every straw to prove their stance and courage. Hoochie! 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 The void crush had temporarily drained all of Li Yao's strength. Or rather, he seemed to have performed a technique just now that was hundreds of times more unbelievable than the void crush, which had drained both his brain and body. He could no longer hold on. Quickly replenish Li Yao's energy, the Grey Mist Lady said. I will send the test results to the Ark right away. The modification of the cargo ship is almost complete, and we will be able to set off for the depths of the ocean in 3 to 5 hours. They sailed for 3 days and 3 nights on a modified cargo ship named Lucky Star and gradually reached the depths of the ocean. Avoiding natural disasters on the ocean was not a bad idea. In the vast expanse of the sea, many areas were still off-limits to humans. There was no need to worry about encountering enemies with unclear intentions. The deep seawater could carry an immense amount of energy, changing the ocean's original appearance. A raging storm would consume 10 times more energy than on land or in shallow waters. None of the fatal disasters that plagued land cities, such as the collapse of buildings from earthquakes or the flooding that brought mud and rocks, could happen here. Even if a storm did come, the specially modified cargo ships like the Lucky Star could survive it due to their weight. Perhaps because the will of the earth had dedicated most of its time and energy to dealing with the humans on land, the Lucky Star had not encountered any apocalyptic storms over the past 3 days. Although the journey had been rough, most of the crew members were awakeners and were not afraid of anything. With the help of the Dream Traveler, Li Yao had sneaked into the depths of his memories several times and awakened even more powerful abilities. At the same time, he also consumed food in quantities dozens of times greater than what a normal awakener would eat. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but he felt uneasy. Something was bothering and distracting him. That day, when he had just sat on the iron chair and prepared to take the Dream Traveler's test, he heard the sound of glass bullets. He had never heard such a strange sound before. It was indescribable, yet it did not seem like an illusion. No. On second thought, it was not that he had never heard it before, but rather that he seemed to have heard a similar sound somewhere. Yes, he must have heard it before. Since childhood, he had heard the sound of glass more than once. But where exactly? Li Yao suddenly realized something very strange. He was sure that he had heard the sound of glass marbles falling from upstairs many times. But when he thought about it carefully, he could not recall when or where he had heard the sound of those glass marbles. Li Yao wanted to discuss the matter with someone, but for some reason, he was unwilling to talk to the Grey Mist Lady or the Dream Traveler. He thought it was better to talk to Zhang Dainyu. The guy was quite obedient when he was on the starship. Although the storms and occasional rough seas had forced him to vomit his bile, he didn't complain much. It was mainly because the Grey Mist Lady had told him everything about the hunting team and the spies, which had scared the coward. As long as he could save his life, he would be able to endure the pain. Besides, the Grey Mist Lady had told Zhang Dainyu that there were a lot of his loyal readers in the nest of the Ark Foundation. There were also a lot of female awakeners who had all kinds of superpowers. He was so happy that his snot was almost popping out. His bones and other organs were suddenly as hard as steel, and he could endure any kind of pain. He couldn't wait to grow wings and lunge at the Ark. Perhaps it was because the Dream Traveler had guided him to awaken the memories of 5 reincarnations, or perhaps it was due to the useless memories of the useless scholars, or perhaps it was because so many awakened people were staying together that his brainwaves resonated with each other. In short, he had been writing 40,000 years of cultivation, in a crazy state of mind over the past couple of days. It didn't matter whether or not he was pouring his heart out, but a new chapter of 30 to 50,000 words would always give Li Yao something to think about, more things in the Forversities of Cultivation. At this point, Li Yao was even more convinced he was the cultivator Li Yao of the 4 planets of cultivation. Since he had transmigrated to Earth for a specific reason, the Red Pole must know what had happened. Zhang Dainiu had specifically requested his protection. After all, he was the strongest, and there was no question about his loyalty. The two of them would sleep in the same cabin at night, making it more convenient to discuss anything. Therefore, when Zhang Dainiu finished his 5 hours of continuous tapping that night, Li Yao finally couldn't help but raise the question of the glass marbles falling. Master Niu, according to the files collected by the Ark Foundation, they have discovered a lot of Earth bugs, which should be due to the logical errors resulting from multiple reboots and the incomplete coverage of some data. But I've read them carefully, and there doesn't seem to be anything about glass bouncing. Don't you find it odd? Li Yao said, you know what the glass marble sound is, don't you? It's something that people all over the world have heard before. It sounds like a child playing with glass marbles upstairs, who accidentally drops them to the ground. Da-da-da-da-da-da sounds. Every time this kind of sound appears in the middle of the night, it's simply not the time when a child would be playing. Some people, angered by this sound, run upstairs to complain. Only then do they realize there are no children in the house above, nor any glass marbles. What exactly is going on? Of course, I do. Zhang Dainiu rubbed his swollen fingers and said casually, I've read an exposé on urban legends about the phenomenon of glass marbles falling from the floors above. Many people blame the phenomenon on the supernatural. The idea of kids causing trouble is just nonsense that doesn't make any sense. In fact, the sound comes from the tubes in the floors when they expand or shrink. Don't worry too much about it. Is that so? But I still feel something isn't right. Li Yao thought carefully and said, the architectural style and materials vary from country to country. Their latitudes and climates differ, too. So, the distribution and construction methods of the tubes are different as well. But why is the thermal expansion and contraction of all the tubes the same? Besides, if thermal expansion and contraction are as simple as that, can't an experiment be conducted to prove it? Or can the authorities in the construction industry be asked to explain the phenomenon? Sometimes, people have heard such sounds in houses, tents, and even outdoors. How can you explain that? Well, Zhang Dainiu scratched his head. I don't know about that. Speaking of which, why do you care so much about the sound of glass? Many people have heard it before. I've heard it many times, too. What's the big deal? Wait. You've heard it, too? Li Yao's eyes suddenly sharpened. When and where? Who knows? Zhang Dainiu opened his hands. Who would intentionally remember such a thing? If you've heard it, then forget it. Anyway, I seem to have only heard it once recently. Recently? Li Yao was somewhat excited. Where? When exactly? Please think carefully. This seems to be, the day we arrived at the port. Zhang Dainiu thought for a long time and replied uncertainly, around 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I had just been awakened by Dream Traveler and was receiving an infusion in a booth next to the warehouse to replenish my energy. When I was in a daze, I seemed to have heard glass bullets falling on the ceiling. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I can't remember clearly. 8 or 9 o'clock at night? Li Yao was dazed. On second thought, it was when he was brought to the warehouse by the gray mist lady for the Dream Traveler's test. It was also when he heard the sound of glass. At the same time, the two of them heard the sound of glass bullets falling. Was it a coincidence, or was there a deeper, more terrifying reason? What's there to be confused about? We are about to reach the headquarters of the Ark Foundation. If you have any questions, why don't you ask Red Pole? Zhang Dainiu said unconcernedly. Ms. Grey Mist and the others have been bragging about Red Pole as if he were a godlike being who can foresee the future. He will definitely be able to answer your questions. That's true. Li Yao nodded and mumbled to himself, I have to see Red Pole. As long as I see him, everything will be resolved. While they were sailing in the ocean, bad news came one after another. As natural disasters grew more severe, the order of human society gradually collapsed. Many small countries, already in the midst of economic crises, could not resist the scourge of earthquakes, tsunamis, storms, and floods and fell into unimaginable humanitarian disasters. The loss of a large number of refugees triggered a chain reaction in many other countries. Even the superpowers at the top of the pyramid struggled to cope. On the 5th day after they entered the ocean, an unprecedented earthquake struck the islands of Fusang once again, splitting them in half. More than 70% of the land was submerged in cold seawater, and the remaining land became thousands of isolated islands. Tens of millions of refugees were fighting for the limited space. The scene was quite appalling. Meanwhile, the superpowers of the West were grappling with their own natural disaster, the violent eruption of the Red Stone volcano. As expected, it covered more than half of North America in ash. Under the shadow of this disaster, hurricanes and floods raged. Thieves and lunatics were on a rampage. The once glorious nation on the mountain top was decaying at a visible speed, revealing its ugliest side. At this point, not many people were talking about the apocalypse online. Everyone was very clear that the end of the world had come. There was no room for luck anymore. It was in such an environment that the lucky star reached its destination. We're here. It was a gloomy dawn with barely any sunlight. The air was so humid that one could wring water out of it. But in the apocalyptic environment, the weather was not half bad. Ms. Grey Mist summoned Li Yao and Zhang Daniu to the deck and said in relief, "I cannot tell you the specific coordinates of this place, but the ark is right ahead." Li Yao and Zhang Daniu stood on their tiptoes and looked into the distance. They had expected to see an enormous, magnificent supertanker, but as far as their eyes could reach, the surface of the ocean was peaceful and empty. There was nothing at all. What's the meaning of this? Li Yao and Zhang Daniu looked at each other in confusion. Besides, whether Ms. Grey Mist kept the coordinates of this place a secret or not, wouldn't the ocean be too empty? The sea here was vast and unoccupied, the sky here was completely unobstructed, and there was not the slightest hint of reefs in the surroundings. The fog rolled, and the environment was sinister. Anything could be seen clearly from satellites, be it ships or islands. It had been less than a week since they left the port. The modified cargo ships were designed to resist wind and waves, so they were not moving very fast. This place was somewhere in the South Pacific. It was definitely not somewhere unreachable. If the Ark Foundation had established their base here, wouldn't the organizations of the Heavens Origin Sector and the Will of the Earth behind it have discovered it by now? How could they remain indifferent? Seeing their confusion, the Grey Mist Lady smiled and gestured for the cockpit to move forward. Breaking the waves, the lucky star moved slowly. An unbelievable scene unfolded. There was nothing in front of the starship's bow, but as they touched the air, heavy ripples spread out. They seemed to have passed through an invisible barrier. Li Yao and Zhang Daniu both felt something soft, like jelly, brushing past their skin. Looking ahead, they were greatly shocked. The ocean in front of them had changed. Just a moment ago, the sky was covered in dark clouds, and the sunlight was too sluggish to radiate any warmth. The scattered raindrops brought a bone-chilling cold. The seawater was as dark as a swamp, with a lot of ugly seaweed floating in it. However, after sailing forward for only 300 to 500 meters, the sky suddenly turned a cloudless blue. The sun shone fiercely, and even the seawater was a shocking shade of blue. Each wave collided like a sapphire, blurring the boundary between sky and sea. Li Yao, look there. Look there. While Li Yao was immersed in the blue and resplendent heaven and earth, Zhang Daniu suddenly patted his shoulder and started shouting. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction Zhang Daniu was pointing. He saw a pure white fish, as translucent as jade, jumping out of the water. It drew a beautiful arc on the ocean's surface and dived back in, its colorful tail fins waving. What is this? Li Yao was dumbfounded. Although he was not a marine biologist, he knew it was impossible for such a beautiful fish to appear on Earth. The fish was at least 5 to 6 meters long, far longer than an average dolphin. It was more like a small-scale whale. However, whether it was a dolphin or a whale, they were primarily black and white. There was absolutely no pure white fish with 7-colored tail fins. This was simply a spiritual beast that only existed in the immortal realm. On the sea's surface where the fish were jumping and swimming, thousands of golden streaks were glittering. On closer inspection, one could see golden jellyfish floating in the seawater. Their tentacles were waving, condensing into flames one moment and stars the next. They looked like a group of deities wandering the universe. Is this still Earth? Li Yao was completely puzzled. Not far ahead, a lush island rose from the ocean's depths like a giant boat ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Near the island, several cone-shaped mountains, almost 100 meters high, floated in midair. Waterfalls cascaded from the sky, creating glamorous rainbows in the sunlight. This is an ark. Li Yao looked at the scene that defied the laws of physics and carefully observed the island's shape. There were no other super tankers nearby. He suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "That's right." The gray mist lady said with a smile, "Everyone thinks the ark is a gargantuan super tanker, including the heaven's origin sector and even the will of the planet. When a super tanker sails the ocean, traces are always left, from its construction in the dock to receiving supplies and registration with the starship's country. All the intelligence betrays it. Over the past decades, the Heaven's Origin sector has spent a lot of manpower and resources searching for all the super tankers in the world, including relatively large 10,000-ton cargo ships, trying to locate our headquarters, but to no avail. But you don't know that the so-called ark is just a smoke screen released by Red Pole to interfere with the Heaven's Origin sector's investigation and lockdown, buying us more time for the ultimate battle. The real ark is the island in front of you, Ark Island." "I see." Li Yao was suddenly enlightened. It was true that super tankers could come and go freely at sea, but everything they needed for daily operations, from manufacturing to purchasing to maintenance, was too complicated and too noticeable. With the support of the Heaven's Origin sector and the will of the Earth, it was not difficult to locate and lock onto the 30,000-ton cargo ships and tankers produced by major ship manufacturers on Earth. Once locked onto, even the most solid and enormous ark would be doomed. However, an island was different. An island of such a large scale could even produce its own water, making it completely self-sufficient. The energy, resources, and manpower it could not provide could be supplied by relatively small-scale ships. In this era, navigation technology was so advanced that even a fishing boat weighing a few hundred tons could be equipped with a global satellite positioning system, allowing it to venture into the depths of the ocean and work for over a year and a half. No matter how formidable the Heavens Enlightenment Organization was, it was impossible to track all the ocean-going ships in the world. Li Yao was confused. What is going on exactly? Are we still on Earth? Of course, we are on Earth, the gray mist lady said. I merely drove into a space crevice. Space folds? Li Yao was bewildered. What is that? As an Easterner, you should be familiar with the concept, right? The gray mist lady said. In the ancient cultivation classics of the East, there is a saying that goes, a natural paradise, and a winding path leads to a secluded world. It is said that the ancients once entered a space crevice by accident and came to a mysterious place where time had been frozen for hundreds of years. After they returned, they wrote a tale called The Peach Blossom Spring. Why don't you consider the world in front of you a peach blossom spring, too? Do you understand? Of course, Li Yao had read The Peach Blossom Spring and understood what the Grey Mist Lady meant. Although the Peach Blossom Spring could be interpreted as a remote village far from the modern world, the author had tried to find it again later. He had returned the way he came, but he could not locate the Peach Blossom Spring. This seemed to be a characteristic of a paradise or a space wrinkle. In stories of supernatural powers, such mysterious spaces that are invisible to ordinary people have appeared multiple times, both in ancient tales and modern fantasy novels. According to the common understanding of Ark and Apocalypse, it was very likely that the observers were the authors of the novels. The absurd stories they wrote reflected, to some extent, parts of reality. Therefore, the existence of space folds was reasonable. If you still don't understand, imagine that there is an enormous server behind the Earth we live on, and the space folds are a small, private server secretly installed inside it, the Grey Mist Lady said. Perhaps due to logical errors and data overflow from multiple reboots, or perhaps because of the unswerving battles and breakthroughs of the previous generations of prison breakers, the Space Fold camp has become what it is today. After Red Pole was taken over, it was further expanded and strengthened, forming the Ark Island before you. This place is both our last secret base and our strongest battle fortress. Server? Li Yao frowned. I still don't like the theory. It makes me feel that I'm not real enough. Like I said, there's no need to dwell on such questions, the Grey Mist Lady smiled. I believe in our world. The sky above us and the earth beneath us are real. Our flesh, blood, and soul are real, too. This is definitely not a game in the virtual world. However, you have to admit that, if there is of course, these facilities were not oil rigs. The Ark Foundation probably did not need them, as they did not have to tap into oil to fund a resistance fund. However, for a moment, Li Yao was not sure what purpose they served. He could only see that dozens of similar facilities surrounded the entire Ark Island, and most of them did not seem to be completed yet. Scaffolding surrounded the sites, with many workers busily at work. The sparks from welding were everywhere, and the sounds of steel echoed continuously. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. He discovered that the vast majority of the workers had peculiar appearances. If they didn't have wings sprouting from their ribs, they had stocky builds, deformed and swollen limbs, or fists the size of clay pots that could be used as hammers. Some could even float in the air without any external force. Presumably, they were all awakened. The Grey Mist Lady confirmed Li Yao's speculation. She told him that over 10,000 awakened cultivators had gathered on the entire Ark Island, a world of superpowers. These people boasted dazzling techniques and abilities, and the laws of gravity inside the space folds were slightly different from those in the outside world. Coupled with the Red Pole's control over the sea near the island, the workers were able to temporarily escape the constraints of gravity, improving their efficiency. However, the Grey Mist Lady was not clear on what they were actually building. It was a secret known only to Red Pole, supposedly the decisive weapon in the ultimate war. As Lucky Star drew closer to the dock, Li Yao and Zhang Dainyu underwent another thorough search and test. It was not until more than half a day later that they were finally allowed to enter Red Pole's command room. It was a cluster of buildings that looked like fortresses, partially submerged below the ground. The domed structures appeared like skulls scattered on the ground, radiating a gray hue. The woman of the Grey Mist explained to Li Yao that the domes were coated with a thick leaden shell, primarily to prevent the emanations of the Red Pole from leaking and being perceived during the apocalypse and the will of the earth. Such caution was the reason why Red Pole was not sealed away or destroyed after numerous cycles. The underground passage leading to the command room was impeded by an iron wall as sturdy as the door of a vault. Standing before the door, Li Yao felt nearly 10 rays of different wavelengths pass through his body. Dull, mechanized sounds reverberated within the door, and a crevice opened slowly. The woman of the grey mist gestured for Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu to enter alone, as far as she could go. They squeezed in with some effort, and the door closed immediately after them, plunging them into darkness. For a moment, Li Yao's heart tightened. He wondered if everything was an illusion. Was the so-called Ark and Apocalypse the same entity? Were they elaborate schemes set by the will of the earth to capture all of them? Soon, a series of arrows glimmered on the ground in front of them, signaling they should move a few steps and descend further. They finally arrived at a relatively spacious underground area. The area was enveloped in a hazy mist of light. The harsh glow pricked Li Yao's pupils, making it hard for him to open his eyes in the dimness. He was stunned for a moment before comprehending that a screen had been mounted on the walls and ceiling. Large and small screens displayed disasters from around the world, alongside complicated figures and reports. An astronomical amount of information was rolling together with the mist of light. Many pieces of information were floating midair, giving the impression that the place was decades ahead of its time. Aside from the screens, the spacious room was empty except for an ergonomic computer chair that supported two of them. They could not see the person sitting on the chair clearly. They could only see that he was wearing a very funny helmet that seemed to be made of lead, too. Slither. Slither. Right then, weird noises came from the front of the chair, followed by even weirder noises. The Red Pole, the leader of the Ark Foundation and the most dangerous prison breaker in the past 10 reincarnations? Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu looked at each other in silence. Upon hearing the footsteps of the two, the clicking sounds came to an abrupt end. The computer chair slowly turned around. Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu held their breath and gazed at the leader of the Hellbreakers. However, the appearance and style of the Red Pole Star surprised them. The man looked like an Easterner. He had a baby face whose age was hard to guess. His facial features were decent, yet there was an air of cunningness lingering around his face. The most eye-catching part about him was the star-shaped birthmark on his left eye. Li Yao had never seen a birthmark with such a clear edge, such a regular shape, and such a bright red color. It was like a red star branded on his face. Presumably, the nickname, Red Pole, came from this birthmark. His face gave Li Yao a strangely familiar feeling. He had the same feeling when he met Master Zhang Jiashu a few days ago, but the feeling right now was hundreds of times more intense. However, what surprised Li Yao the most was not his appearance but his attire, a t-shirt with coconut trees, beach, blue sky, and white clouds printed on it, a pair of loose and comfortable cotton linen beach shorts, a pair of cheap flip-flops on his feet, a cup of tropical comprehensive fruit juice in his left hand, and a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips in his right. It was only then that Li Yao realized the slurping sound he had heard earlier was from the man drinking juice through a straw, and the cracking sound was from him eating potato chips. Is this really happening? Li Yao wondered to himself. Is this the demeanor of the resistance leader who has endured countless cycles? Is something wrong here? Yet, deep down, he felt an urge to drink juice and eat potato chips. At that moment, Zhang Dainiu exclaimed in surprise. Li Yao snapped back to reality and immediately understood Zhang Dainiu's shock. No wonder the man looked so familiar. Wasn't he the pirate potentate boss spy from the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivation? No, that wasn't quite right. This flowered t-shirt, beach shorts, flip-flops, and fruit juice combination was indeed Boss Bai's signature style at the beginning of the novel. When the cultivator Li Yao, in the story saw it, he envied it and had the idea that a man should live like this. Later, he shamelessly copied this style. Now, this very look had appeared on Red Pole, and it suited him perfectly, matching his temperament. He looked like a character straight out of a novel. So, who was he exactly? Li Yao was completely baffled. Just like that, Li Yao, Red Pole Star, and Zhang Dainiu stared at each other for a long time. The more they looked at each other, the more familiar they felt. The more they looked, the more uncomfortable they became. The more they looked, the stranger they felt. Finally, the red pole star broke the silence. "Do you want some juice?" the leader of the Ark Foundation asked with a smile. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, sounding completely different from Li Yao's and Zhang Daniu's. Yet, for some reason, Li Yao felt it was strangely familiar, like hearing his own voice from a tape recorder. At this point, no matter how strange things were, there was no need to be shocked. Li Yao and Zhang Daniu looked at each other and nodded. A small refrigerator was hidden behind a few screens in the corner of the room. Red Pole Star took out 3 cans of fruit juice and threw 2 to Li Yao. She then opened one of the cans, took a sip, and exclaimed in satisfaction, "I've been cooped up on this island all day, unable to go anywhere. This is all that's left. Try it. It's not bad." Taking a deep breath, Li Yao opened the can and drank half of it. How should he describe it? The sour, sweet, and cold sensation seemed to connect his entire neural network. He felt as though he had never tasted such a sensation in hundreds of years. Right? Not bad, right? The red pole star looked at them with a smile and opened her hands. What do you think? Do you have any questions? Let's hurry up. I promise to tell you everything I know. Li Yao glanced at Zhang Daniu and then asked the red pole star, "Who exactly are you? Why do I feel so familiar with you, even though we've never met before? You are so familiar that I feel we are twins or that I'm looking at myself in a mirror. Our appearances and voices are so different. This is too weird." Good question. Red Extremity tilted his head and thought for a moment. His expression was exactly the same as Li Yao's. What if I say that my name is also Li Yao? What do you think? Well, Li Yao was even more confused. A name is just a code. There are many people in the world with the same name and surname. Among the 6 billion people, there are at least thousands named Li Yao, right? Red Pole Star continued, "To distinguish between you and me, just call me Red Pole. Besides, even if I'm really called Li Yao, it doesn't mean anything. I know you suspect that you're somehow related to the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivator, or that the protagonist, Cultivator Li Yao, has been teleported to Earth. Congratulations. Your guess is very close to the truth, but you can't say you are 100% Cultivator Li Yao, or even 50% Cultivator Li Yao. 50% of the cultivators? Li Yao was even more confused. What do you mean by percentage? It's simple. You've met Master Zhang Jiashu and taken something from the depths of his soul, right? Red Extremity smiled. Master Zhang Jiashu clearly carries part of the features of Cultivator Li Yao. Although he is not willing to admit it and is trying his best to resist, you and I are very clear that part of Cultivator Li Yao's soul fragments are embedded in the depths of his brain. What percentage of Cultivator Li Yao do you think Master Zhang Jiashu is? Chapter 3240, From Soul Division to Fusion. Li Yao somewhat understood what Red Pole Star meant, but he was even more confused. It was true that teacher Zhang Jiashu was not the real Li Yao. He was just a muddle-headed ordinary person, but his body was branded with a very distinct characteristic that belonged to Cultivator Li Yao. Even if it was only 1% or 0.001%, Li Yao would not be mistaken. What exactly was going on? Let me tell you everything. Although I don't know much, it is enough for us to complete our mission. Red Pole Star said, "First of all, you've all learned that there is 4 universities of cultivation, somewhere in the depths of the Sea of Stars, including Cultivator Li Yao. You might as well consider him to be the real Li Yao. Is that okay?" Li Yao and Zhang Daniu nodded in unison. Then they asked in unison, "Is the 4 universities of cultivation and Li Yao of cultivation really exist?" It's true. Although the details are definitely a little different from the contents of the novel, I believe that on the other side of the endless sea of stars, there indeed are the 4 universes of cultivators and Li Yao, as well as countless soul-stirring wonderful stories. Red Pole Star continued, as for cultivator Li Yao, he is exactly what Master Nyo described him to be. He is a great hero who is kind-hearted, passionate, and ambitious. He has never hesitated to sacrifice himself for his country and his people. Since childhood, he has seemed determined to burn himself, protect the civilization. I have made some small grammatical corrections to enhance readability without changing the original message. Chapter 3240, From Soul Division to Fusion. Liao so misunderstood hatred poliant miented buthichem even more confused. I tistru that teacher Zhongjia Shawas Natherial Liao. Hua shusta muddle-headed ordinary person, but this bada was branded with every distinct characteristic target belonged to cultivator Liao. Even if it was only 1% or 0.001%, Liao would not be mistaken, for what exactly was going Zhang Dainiu. Master Nyo has written 2,000 chapters of 40,000 years of cultivation. I believe you all know a thing or two about the general appearance of the 4 universes of cultivation and the magnificent first half of Li Yao's life. That's right. He is such a compassionate, fearless man. Time and time again, he dragged his almost over-exhausted life into the most furious rapids and the most perilous swirls. There were several times when he almost perished, weren't there? Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu looked at each other and managed to say, if you say so. Although Master Nyo hasn't written the final ending of Cultivator Li Yao yet, we all believe that his belief has been polished and cannot be changed. Therefore, in the end of the 4 universes of cultivation, when he is faced with the Imperium, the Holy Alliance, the Pangus civilization, or even stronger enemies, in order to protect what he must protect, he will certainly throw himself into greater danger and face stronger enemies. Your assumption is not wrong, is it? Li Yao nodded, but he still felt that something was not right. Yes, but what happened to us? Why did we travel to Earth from the 4 universes of cultivation? The question is simple, Red Extremity said. Just flip through the first few chapters, and you will know. How did the original earthly Li Yao transmigrate to the 4 cultivation universes and become Cultivator Li Yao? Li Yao's eyes were wide open. Are you saying that, after we transmigrated from Earth to the 4 universes of cultivation and experienced a soul-stirring, yet twisted and bizarre life there, we have transmigrated back? Of course, we have to transmigrate back. Otherwise, what will happen to the Vulture Plan, that we can't forget? Now that Master Nyo has written the relevant chapter, you should all know the truth of the Vulture Plan, right? Yes, to destroy the Earth, or at least to defeat the Earth, this reincarnation prison. However, it is not easy to get out of the reincarnation prison. It is even more difficult to sneak into the reincarnation prison from the outside. I believe that when the cultivator Li Yao snuck into the reincarnation prison again, he might have erased all the life information inside his soul and turned himself into a blank sheet of paper. What's the meaning of this? Li Yao frowned. Why are you doing this? The reason is simple. If we were in the same position and had the same mindset, we would have made the same choice. Because we are unwilling to reveal all the information about the 4 universes of cultivation, including its coordinates in the endless sea of stars, the situation of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance, as well as the secret identity that we once escaped from the reincarnation prison. Everything must remain hidden from the will of the Earth, yet there is a price to pay for transmigration. I believe that the cultivator who has just transmigrated, Li Yao, is still very weak. He is no match for will of the Earth at all. If he is discovered by the will of the Earth, not only will he be unable to complete the Vulture Plan, but it is also possible that the will of the Earth will track him down and destroy the 4 universes of cultivators. Then he will be in serious trouble. Moreover, Li Yao might not have been taking the initiative. He must have been in a very passive situation. For example, when his body was destroyed and his soul was severely damaged, he was forced to seal all his life information and enter a kind of hibernation state. The Red Pole Star's speculation was reasonable and convincing. However, it was not enough to explain the strange incidents that happened to Li Yao, Zhang Dainiu, Master Zhang Jiashu, and the Red Pole Star itself. Li Yao thought for a moment and said, "All right. I agree that Cultivator Li Yao has experienced a second space jump and returned to Earth with the power from the boundless sea of stars. He wants to free all his compatriots suppressed in the prison of reincarnation. But he is alone. How can he influence so many of us? Who is the real Li Yao between you and me?" "Not entirely," the Red Pole Star smiled. "I believe that when Cultivator Li Yao transmigrated to Earth, not only did he erase all the information about his life, but his soul also split into thousands of pieces." "Soul division?" Li Yao was dazed. "Is such a thing possible? Why? Isn't it easy to understand?" The Red Pole Star spread his hands and said, "There is bound to be a solid barrier outside of Earth, a protective membrane similar to the atmosphere. If a gigantic meteoroid were to hit Earth, it would certainly be torn into thousands of pieces by the atmosphere, turning into a beautiful but harmless meteor shower, wouldn't it? On the other hand, if one wants to sneak into the reincarnation prison without alarming anyone, their soul would certainly be too large, too dazzling, and too eye-catching. How could they not be discovered by the will of the Earth? Only by tearing your soul into thousands of pieces, actively or passively, and infiltrating them quietly, can you bypass the defense line and arrive successfully. If you still can't understand it, just imagine that the Earth, reincarnation prison, is surrounded by a defense network that looks like a fishing net. Anything larger than the net will trigger alarms and be discovered by the will of the Earth. Things smaller than the net are theoretically impossible to cause any harm to the will of the Earth." Other than erasing his own life information, Li Yao had to tear his soul into pieces smaller than nets so that he could sneak in without alarming anyone. This is too. Li Yao didn't know how to describe Cultivator Li Yao's approach. He felt that his head was dizzy and he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Of course, everywhere I go, there will be traces. The so-called erasing the information of life is not necessarily unrecoverable. Even Li Yao himself does not wish to be obliterated." The Red Pole Star continued. "Every soul fragment that seems to be blank actually contains all the information about Cultivator Li Yao. Instead of calling them fragments, they are more like sleeping seeds. They seem lifeless, but as long as they are given a suitable environment, they can sprout and radiate the brilliance of life again. Of course, from the perspective of the will of the Earth, it is not wrong to say that the soul fragments are all goddamn viruses and the most dangerous cancer cells that can infect, swallow, and transform everything. At the very least, we are all infected, aren't we? Ha ha ha. Li Yao rubbed his temples. In a trance, he felt a giant tree rising from the depths of his brain. The tree bore fruits, each with the smiling face of a cultivator named Li Yao. How disgusting. Now, do you understand what is going on with us? The Red Pole Star opened its arms and said, "About 10 reincarnations ago, thousands of seeds or viruses from the deepest part of the universe penetrated the prison of reincarnation through the magnet of the will of the Earth and planted the souls of thousands of heroes inside. Although the power of the seed or virus was extremely weak, and information about Li Yao's life seemed to have been wiped out, there was still something warm and touching in the deepest part of the seed. It spread out in the souls of the martyrs, trying to awaken their memories of the past and their desire for freedom. Most of the seeds or viruses have failed. After all, too much time has passed. The fake has become real, and what is real has become fake. Heroic spirits such as Master Zhang Jiashu have been dwelling in the paradise created by the will of the Earth. They have completely forgotten their true appearance thousands of times ago, the glory and dreams that once swept across the universe. But in the end, a small portion of the heroic spirits accepted the seed's gift and the virus's infection. They understood the paleness and illusion of the world in front of them and embarked on the path of finding their true selves. We have been fighting time and time again in the reincarnation cycle. We are using the battles to further activate the power of the seeds and the virus. We are also looking for like-minded comrades in the resonance of our dreams, including people like Master Zhangjiashu. We are retrieving seeds and viruses that do not belong to him from the depths of his soul and integrating them into our own brains. You can think of it as a jigsaw puzzle. Cultivator Li Yao's soul fragments are buried deep inside the brains of countless heroic spirits. As long as we can reassemble these fragments, we will be able to let 100% of Li Yao's body be reborn, and he will be even stronger than before. He will be so strong that he will reach the body integration stage. That explains a lot. From distraction to fusion. Li Yao had read before, so naturally, he knew the classification of the 4 universities of cultivation. Beginning from the divinity transformation stage, it was the highest level to break through the limits of human beings, and the dividing soul stage and the form synthesis stage were even more mysterious and incomprehensible. There was no pattern to their training either. They were like deities and devils. Li Yao could somewhat understand the formidable nature of the dividing soul stage. An expert could transform into thousands of clones. Billions of telepathic thoughts equaled billions of soldiers. One person equaled the combat ability of an army. Wasn't he strong enough? However, Li Yao had never been able to understand just how strong a cultivator in the form synthesis stage was. Now that his soul could be divided into billions of pieces, would it be redundant to reunite them? Now that he heard Red Pole's explanation, he realized that it did make sense. Countless clones would be cast into the endless reincarnation of the mortal world and experience different waves and emotions in different rivers of life. In the end, they would be reunited and give birth to a new Li Yao in the intense resonation. The strength of billions of people would be concentrated in his body. How strong would he be? Just like that, countless soul fragments were dedicated to the brand new journey of life and the road of resistance. Some of the soul fragments encountered each other by accident and attracted each other. They melded together and formed a relatively large fragment. Gradually, I was able to recall some of my past. I even realized that my previous life was a cultivator in the depths of the endless sea of stars. That's me. But that was not enough, the Red Pole Star said. I was in a muddled, confused state in my previous few reincarnations. Although I knew I was on an important mission and was planning to execute a project called a Vulture, to break out of the damn cage, I still didn't know who I was in my past life, what I had experienced, or how I had teleported to Earth from the other side of the Sea of Stars. The key information was still hidden in the darkness. Therefore, I was far less powerful than I am now. I was one of the luckier ones because I had swallowed enough soul fragments in my previous reincarnations to recover a lot of information about Li Yao's personality, memories, and thought patterns. This allowed me to pursue my past. But most of the soul fragments are scattered throughout the prison of reincarnation. Some are even hibernating in the depths of someone's soul. Most people who received Li Yao's soul fragments had their wings clipped, their claws removed, and their fighting spirit diminished, like Master Zhangjiashu. For them, it wasn't a gift of hope but a great disaster. Even with all the resources of the Ark Foundation, it would be impossible for me to locate everyone who has Li Yao's soul fragments. Besides, it would cause too much of a stir. The Heaven's Origin sector would certainly notice and intercept it in advance. They might even locate Ark Island through the clue. Li Yao nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Zhang Daniu from the corner of his eye. He suddenly had an idea and said excitedly, "So, you will project the information stream so that all the heroic spirits contaminated by Li Yao's soul fragments will awaken and come to your side. The way you and I think is exactly the same." I thought so, too. It's a pity that it wasn't me but someone else. Red Pole Star paused for a moment and pointed at the sky. Someone from outer space, or rather, a certain force in the universe. What? Li Yao and Zhang Daniu were both dazed. As I said, before my reincarnation, or more precisely, before I read the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivator, although I became the leader of all the Hell Breakers, I didn't realize I was Cultivator Li Yao. Therefore, how could I have guided Master Nyo to write 40,000 Years of Cultivator? But it's not right to say that Master Nyo made up an absurd, non-existent story called 40,000 Years of Cultivator, based on his own inspiration. Master Nyo, you should know who the so-called observers are, and you should know that your situation is different from most other observers, right? The reason is simple. There are two kinds of observers in total, namely, Type 1 and Type 2. Type 1 and Type 2 observers. Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu looked at each other in bewilderment. What does that mean? Type 1 observers are the vast majority of observers we've seen in the past. They possess special abilities that allow them to see the modeled shadows of themselves dozens of times, or even hundreds of thousands of times, before they are reincarnated. Based on these fragmented, colorful memories, they create fantasy worlds in various forms. They are called fantasies, but they are actually history and reality that happened a long time ago. Type 1 observers are often the witnesses of their own creation of these fantasy worlds. It is something that cannot be erased even after hundreds of thousands of reincarnations, Red Pole Star explained. That's why they can devote so much of their feelings to their work, making it feel vivid. Even the crudest words and strokes are deeply moving. Master Nyo, on the other hand, is the second type, or rather, the unique, Type 2 observer. You are not actively recalling your memories but passively reflecting them. You are like a mirror facing the sun. The imaginary world you create is almost always a reflection of the information stream from outer space. Do you understand? Zhang Dainiu was dumbfounded. He shook his head hard. I don't understand. Let's put it this way. Cultivator Li Yao has made many good friends in the 4 universes of cultivation. It's clear from their actions that, regardless of their stances and beliefs, after going through so much together, they have been deeply impressed by Cultivator Li Yao's glorious image, his sacred personality, his noble sentiments, his unyielding will, and his blood-stained demeanor. If they knew Cultivator Li Yao was in prison, do you think they would just stand by and watch? The Red Pole Star asked solemnly. Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu scratched their chins, somewhat uncertain. Probably, maybe, no matter what, they wouldn't just stand by and watch, right? Exactly. If my friends and family knew that Cultivator Li Yao infiltrated Earth in a state of a blank sheet of paper, they would definitely try to rescue him or even fight alongside him to destroy the planet. And if you want to rescue Li Yao and destroy Earth, the simplest and most effective way is to let Li Yao recover all his memories, condense a brand new soul, and rise from the ashes. After all, Li Yao is a humanoid self-made natural disaster generator that brings disaster wherever he goes. As soon as the real Li Yao is awakened, the Earth might be destroyed automatically without any effort. Therefore, I estimate that, on the universal level, Li Yao's family, led by Ding Ling Dang, must have developed a new information warfare weapon capable of bypassing Earth's defenses and projecting information onto the planet undetected. However, since they did not know Li Yao's exact location or state, it was impossible for them to project the information precisely to the thousands of soul pieces, even if there were many. Therefore, they needed a medium or carrier that could allow most of the soul pieces to perceive the information. The novel 40,000 Years of Cultivation served this purpose. They chose Master Nyo, the Type 2 observer, as the medium to illuminate the entire Earth with light from the depths of the universe. Red Pole's words cast Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu into a long silence. Why me? Zhang Dainiu was stunned for half a minute before he finally collected himself and stammered. Good question. I've pondered the answer for a long time, too, Red Pole said. Why you? In terms of fame, you are unknown or even notorious. In terms of character, you will never be able to withstand the interrogation of the Heaven's origin sector for half an hour. You will likely kneel and surrender the moment you are captured. As for the thesis pen, there's no need to mention it. Don't hit someone in the face, right? There are clearly many more suitable candidates than you. Those who are more famous, more determined, and have greater integrity. Of course, they can also choose better authors. Why you? No. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no point in beating around the bush. Who did I offend? No. I was complimenting you. On second thought, there is no better candidate than you. The Red Pole Star slapped her thigh and said, in this soul-stirring information war, the most crucial thing is not to wake up Li Yao, but to avoid the detection and scanning of the will of the earth. Think about it. If we don't succeed today, there will be another day to wake up Li Yao. If we don't succeed this time, there might be a next chance. As long as we are not discovered, we can gradually influence him and slow him down. But if the will of the earth finds out and the enemy is prepared, it will be very difficult to do the same thing again. If Ding Ling Dang and the others choose a writer who has been famous for a long time, with a gorgeous vocabulary, a beautiful writing style, and skillful technique, and who has a large number of loyal readers waiting all day to shoot the relevant information about the 4 cultivation universes into the other party's brain, they might create a more perfect work. It's even possible that the work will become popular worldwide and known by billions of readers. But this way, everything related to it will enter the vision of the heavens' origin sector and even the will of the earth. With the other party's powerful computational ability, it won't be difficult for them to deduce the whole story, the location of Li Yao's soul fragment, and even the precise coordinates of the 4 cultivation universes. No, Zhang Daniu stared at him and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I just want to show you how unique and important you are, and how important you are to the entire Earth and even the universe." Red Pole Star counted his fingers and said, "I didn't know why the people on the battlefield of the universe chose you as the intermediary, but after I thought about it carefully, I realized that the choice was truly marvelous. First of all, as I said just now, the writing style, overall structure, and character development of this intermediary medium must not be too strong. The stories that took place in the 4 cultivation universes are too rich, too wonderful, and too soul-stirring. If a random, higher-level writer were to write it, it would be very easy for them to turn it into a popular, trendy work. Then, it would spread to 10 people, 10 people would spread it to 100, and before long, it would be on the hot list of major search engines. The apocalyptic organization and the will of the earth would immediately monitor everything and either capture or erase the author in advance. What would be the point of that? On the contrary, it would be sending important information to the enemy. That's why the people on the battlefield of the universe chose you after thorough consideration. You are a writer who is capable enough to write such a splendid theme in a way that is not as marvelous, not as well-known, and very, well, low-key. I still don't understand. Zhang Daniu looked at Red Pole Star and then at Li Yao. Then, do I have the capability or not? If you have the ability, then you naturally have the ability. After all, not every writer can handle such a theme. Red Extremity said, especially your writing style. It's sloppy, long-winded, and full of nonsense. You take a tiny detail and explain it over and over. You rehash theories that have already been explained countless times, tirelessly elaborating on them. You know your writing style is poor, yet you pepper your work with idioms to pretend your vocabulary is impressive. Don't look at me like that. I'm genuinely praising you. This reflects your strength. It shows you have the ability to generate a massive amount of redundant information. This is truly amazing. By relying on vast amounts of redundant data, you can obscure the truly crucial information. This is how you manage to stump the heavens' origin sector and the will of the earth. They couldn't uncover the hidden gold in the, dirt right away. I think this guy is quite annoying, Zhang Daniu said after a moment of silence, turning to Li Yao. Even more annoying than you. Seems like, Li Yao scratched his nose. A little bit. Don't be like that. I'm speaking from the heart. Maybe I should express sincere gratitude to you on behalf of all the unwilling martyred spirits on the planet, or even all the people in the universe who are fighting hard. Though your work may be nothing in literary terms, from a strategic deception perspective, it is invaluable. Perhaps a long, long time ago, when the will of the Earth was at its peak, it had unimaginable computational and data retrieval capabilities. It could simultaneously monitor all the information released by the 6 billion heroic spirits. But as time went by, especially after the damage caused by the Battle of the Vulture, its computational, data retrieval, and reality distortion abilities all declined significantly. It was no longer possible for it to monitor and alter all the information on Earth at will, especially with the fierce attacks it now faced in the cosmic battlefield. The forces it could deploy to the planet's interior were barely sufficient. As a result, it could not monitor every fantasy work and artwork on the planet in real time, nor could it scan every heroic spirit's mental state and emotions every second. It could only selectively monitor those suspected to be observers and prisoners. Do you understand, Master Nyo? You have built a solid wall of strategic deception with the first 400 to 500 chapters of 40,000 years of cultivation. A long time ago, when you first started writing this novel, the Heaven's origin sector and the will of the Earth must have scanned you. But you successfully fooled them. The redundant information you sent out must have made their heads spin, making them regard your works as countless boring, monotonous, and repetitive stories of the same genre. After reading one chapter, they would know the next 100 chapters would be the same. There must have been some sort of screening system. The logical judgment process, after precise calculations, concluded that it was not worth investing more computational power and monitoring resources on you and your works. They should pay more attention to truly imaginative and original works like Blood and Sand, Strong Colonization Hunters, and World of Stars. This is the opportunity, this is the loophole, and this is the key to this shocking information war. After 400 to 500 chapters of strategic deception, the people on the battlefield of the universe are finally able to project the truly important information into your brain remotely and release it with your own hands. Even now, your creative style and your own strength are still playing a crucial role. You have used your simple writing style to conceal your brilliant imagination. You have used your routine to level up, fight monsters, and show off, drowning out countless twisted and bizarre schemes. You have used your pale and powerless characters to cover up the brilliance of the heroes of the Starry Sea to the greatest extent. You have transformed them from fireflies in the dark night into floating dust under the sun. You have donned a camouflage uniform, allowing them to sneak into the night with the wind, quietly infiltrating the brain or even the depths of the target reader's soul. With your own strength, you have delayed the wrath of heaven and the will of the earth from discovering the whole thing. Let's look at the time when you wrote the novel. It has been almost 2 years. You've written 2,000 chapters in 2 years, outlining and developing the main storyline of the 4 worlds. The heroes of the Starry Sea and their beliefs have surfaced. The struggle between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, and even the civilizations above the Pangu civilization, have all been vaguely reflected. It is safe to say that 80% of the critical information has been exported and disseminated. It was only at this moment that the Heaven's origin sector and the will of the Earth realized something was wrong and attacked you. It was a very serious oversight, even a fatal mistake. It's too late. They discovered it too late. The information had been sent out. The virus had spread. The cancer cells had expanded to their maximum. All preparations for the final battle had been completed. Even the will of the Earth could not change the final outcome. In the endless cycles of time, you are the only one who can fool it successfully. Isn't that something to be proud of? Zhang Dainiu didn't know what expression to put on. His facial muscles twitched for a while before he clenched his teeth. I'm so damn proud. As for our target readers, or the people that Ding Ling Dang and the others want to awaken on the battlefield of the universe, they are the heroic spirits with Li Yao's soul fragments embedded deep in their brains, or those who, though lacking soul fragments, still have unquenchable hot blood and dreams in their hearts, Red Pole Star said. These people don't mind that your language is dull, your characters are dry, or your plots are old-fashioned. They like to use many idioms and repeat them 8 times intentionally, because they must feel the hot blood, soul, and free will hidden in the information streams of Ding Ling Dang and the others. They will be deeply moved, resonate with these things, and enter a state akin to self-hypnosis. No matter how you write, they will persist in reading and will pursue Li Yao's story. The story of the endless universe is also their own story. Yes, that's me, Li Yao said, deep in thought. Although I also think that Teacher Nyo's work, well, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's not good enough to win the literature award, but it is indeed filled with incredible magic. People may reject it verbally, but their eyes and hands just can't stop. For some reason, they keep reading chapter after chapter. It's like stinky tofu, it smells bad, but it's delicious. Because you have the soul of Li Yao inside your body. You have boiling blood, an undying dream, a yearning for freedom, and a will to never yield to any power. You are the heroic spirit that has been searching for. Naturally, you can resonate with this work. It's like watching a movie shot by someone else and critiquing the plot, camera, and appearance of the actors. But if you're watching a family video, recording your own story and moments of happiness with your family, do you care about the camera, lighting, or plot? No, it's a moment in your life, capturing your laughter and unforgettable experiences. These are entirely yours, so you won't care about the details, will you? Li Yao suddenly understood and nodded. Also, if someone is a true creator of the arts, the type 1 observers often have a very stubborn creative mind. They have their own methods and things they want to express. Their will is strong, and their mind is well guarded. They want to tell their own story and won't accept projections of foreign information. But Master Nyo doesn't have this problem at all. In a sense, his mind is very clean, his soul is very friendly, and his thinking is relatively simple. With the interference of foreign information, he immediately accepted it happily and never doubted why he wrote such a work. Besides, you live alone, don't you, Master Nyo? You don't have many friends or a girlfriend. You don't have many friends on the network either. No one will care about the kind of strange phenomena you experience when you are writing. Such comprehensive conditions are too suitable for information transmission and strategic deception missions. No. Why does it sound more and more mysterious to me? Zhang Dainiu was dumbfounded for a long time before he said, after hundreds of reincarnations, is this all I've got? Don't underestimate yourself. No one can accomplish such an arduous task better than you. You are literally, who else but me? Even I was awakened to a deeper self through this and followed your words to discover the truth about Earth, the reincarnation prison, and even the universe. Red Extremity said solemnly. And all over the world, at least in East Asia, where online novels are popular, there are countless people who have embedded Li Yao's soul fragments, people with hot blood and souls, who have been moved by you, resonated with you, and awakened themselves. I just need to track their reading records, sneak into the relevant reader groups and Baidu Tieba forums, and use big data to search for entries about 40,000 years of Cultivator on social media. It won't be difficult to lock onto a large number of loyal readers and get in touch with them. Do you know what the most wonderful part is? The most wonderful part is that, by continuously reading, these readers automatically completed the screening of soul strength. The reason is very simple. Readers who have hidden a large number of soul fragments of Li Yao will certainly like this book more. After reading the latest chapter, they can't wait for the next update every day, because everyone has a resonance. And those readers who are less affected by Li Yao's soul fragments are not as persistent or fanatical, and those who give up after reading a few hundred chapters are unfortunately not worth my time and effort to find. With such a screening mechanism, it was very easy for me to find most of the Li Yao's soul fragments and invite the owners of these fragments to Ark Island through various methods. I was able to piece together the scattered pieces and restore 30%, 50%, 70%, or even more of Li Yao's soul. This work was carried out almost a year ago. After all, I am also a possessor of Li Yao's soul fragment, and I am more keenly aware of your value than the heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth. I have been protecting you in secret since then. However, since the heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth haven't discovered you yet, there's no need to alarm them and make things worse for myself, is there? Half a month ago, the heaven's origin sector finally realized what was going on and was preparing to take action against you. It seems that, despite the will of the earth's slow-witted nature, it has discovered the tricks played by Ding Ling Dang and the others on the battlefield of the universe. Therefore, my men emerged from the shadows and brought you back to Ark Island before the enemy could, completing the final combination. As for Student Li Yao, this is a pleasant surprise for you. From the 2 battles between you and the hunter, as well as the results of Dream Traveler's guidance, your soul strength is extremely high. It is very likely that you have more than 10% of Li Yao's soul fragments stored within your body. You are closer to the true cultivator Li Yao than any of us. You can fill the most crucial gap. The success rate of our perfect fusion will be even higher. Wait, Zhang Dainiu suddenly raised his hand and asked suspiciously, so, you brought us here to meld with us? Of course, only by breaking through the division and becoming a combined body will we have the opportunity to compete with the will of the earth. We might even be able to pry into the legendary void hole and understand the mysteries of reality and illusion. Then, we will be able to become a real person on the 4-dimensional level and defeat the will of the earth. Red Pole Star replied matter-of-factly, is there a problem? In principle, since I'm here for the 6 billion heroes and even the unyielding cultivators of the entire universe, I'm not against the integration. Zhang Dainiu said, however, I have a small question. What is it? Red Pole Star said, ask away. Ask away. You said just now that, when the real Li Yao returned to Earth from the depths of the Star Sea, his soul was divided into thousands of pieces, regardless of whether he was active or passive. He fell to the ground indiscriminately like a meteor shower, didn't you? Zhang Dainiu. According to the theory, the Earthlings who absorbed his soul fragments were not necessarily muscular men but young and beautiful girls, were they? Of course, there is. The Red Pole Star nodded. So? Therefore, if he have to fuse with you, can I kiss a young, beautiful girl instead of you? Zhang Dainiu explained. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a vulgar, lecherous, and shameless person. Even if a girl is not very beautiful, as long as her heart is beautiful, I can still accept it. I'm not discriminating against you. The main reason is that I feel it's a bit weird for several hundred tall and sturdy men with Li Yao's soul fragments to be playing together on a nameless island in the depths of the ocean. To be fair, although I have my reservations about Master Nyo's personality, I agree with him this time. Li Yao also said to Red Pole, I don't want to merge with you, even if the Earth is rebooted 10,000 times. You are mistaken. I'm afraid the combining we are talking about is not the same thing. Please believe me. If it is as you think, I would not want to combine with you at all. Red Pole made a gesture, and countless complicated diagrams and formulas of facilities appeared on the hundreds of screens around him. This is a super-large brainwave amplifier. You can understand it as an overwhelming rune array that can amplify and spread someone's brainwaves to the maximum, triggering a large-scale superresonance. Student Li Yao, there is one thing you must have deeply felt, your ability and your understanding of yourself. As you read the novel, your progress will deepen. The more chapters you read, the more you will understand Cultivator Li Yao, and the stronger your combat strength will become, right? That's right, Li Yao nodded. Indeed. That's right. It's the same for me and other loyal readers. It seems that the soul fragments buried deep inside our brains need more information stimulation to be fully awakened, Red Pole said. However, Teacher Nyo's input speed is limited. No matter how fast your hand speed is, typing 20,000 to 30,000 words a day is your limit. Moreover, you can't be so crazy every day. Otherwise, your 10 fingers will be wasted very soon. The input is one thing, but the output problem is even more of a headache. This is because the apocalyptic organization and the will of the earth have already locked onto the novel firmly. We can't guarantee that it will appear on every computer terminal in the world in a timely and effective manner without being tracked. We can't guarantee that all the unyielding heroic spirits will see it right away. What's more, there are still a large number of Li Yao's soul fragments that could infect those who don't understand Chinese or those like teacher Zhang Jiashu, who are not interested in online novels. For these people, the current method of information dissemination is completely useless. Therefore, to allow Master Nyo to reflect all the information projected from the battlefield in the universe in the shortest time possible, and to ensure that all the heroic spirits, whether they like web novels or don't know Chinese, can understand, be moved, and resonate with each other, we have built this Thunderbolt Invincible Super Brainwave Magnification System, which you can see right now. With this system and the support of thousands of awakened people, Master Nyo's brainwaves can be amplified to the limit, allowing him to complete the entire process in the blink of an eye. With this novel, he can ignite the hot blood, fighting spirit, unyielding will, and belief of all heroic spirits to fight for freedom. I believe that when the blood of all the heroes is boiling, when their desire for freedom turns into an iron fist that breaks through the sky, and when their souls are calling the same name over and over again in intense resonance, the real Li Yao will be reborn in the waves of endless soul collisions. Li Yao and Zhang Daniu were both stunned. How did you know? Li Yao thought for a moment and asked, you've never experienced the process from distraction to fusion. How can you be sure? Firstly, over the past 10 or so reincarnations, I've narrowly escaped the crushing of Earth's will several times. I've even explored its source in a certain mysterious way and gained an indescribable understanding of the legendary levels such as distraction, combination, and tungsu. Secondly, when I read the latest chapter of 40,000 Years of Cultivation, my soul power became so strong that I could vaguely hear the calls from the battlefields of the great universe. The rebels on these battlefields sent me critical information through their dreams, including the methods to build the Invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Amplification System. Thirdly, Earth's will is too strong. Neither the battlefield of the universe nor the prison of reincarnation can break it alone. Although the success rate of the method is still not very high, we have no other options except to try our best, don't we? Wait. Let's put the success rate aside for now. I want to know what will happen to us if we successfully condense the real Li Yao. Zhang Daniu asked, will he die? How is that possible? The Red Pole Star couldn't help but laugh. Happiness, hot blood, spirit, and will, these things are different from money. If you give $1 to someone else, you lose $1. But if you give your indomitable spirit and hope filled with dreams to someone else, your spirit and dreams will not diminish in the slightest. In fact, you might even become stronger because you found a like-minded comrade, right? The so-called combining does not mean forcibly extracting a piece of your soul, nor does it cause your soul to scatter and die on the spot. If that were the case, then with the belief of Cultivator Li Yao, he surely wouldn't want to be reborn in such a way, would he? The true combining is the unity of the people. It is the unity of all heroic spirits, burning with hot blood, igniting their dreams, unleashing their greatest strength, facing an incomparably terrifying enemy, and creating a multifaceted person on a three-dimensional level. Therefore, even if Cultivator Li Yao is reborn, I believe it will not have a negative effect on most of the heroic spirits. In fact, it might even help you overcome your habit of crawling into ventilation tubes. I see. Zhang Daniu rubbed his chin. It does not sound unacceptable. Then, when will the invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Magnification System be ready? After a moment of thought, Liao asked, suppose everything goes well, and 100% of Liao is awakened, what then? 3 days. Red Pole Star extended 3 fingers and looked at Liao deeply. Smiled and said, in 3 days, the invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Magnification System will be ready. At that time, all the Hellbreakers on the island will be activated at the same time and aid in the rebirth of 100% Liao. I believe it will be a heavy blow for the will of the planet. At that time, the people on the battlefield of the universe, including Ding Lingdang and the rest of them, will launch the fiercest attacks. We will surely win if we work together. Is that so? Liao narrowed his eyes and put on a smile he hadn't even noticed. He nodded and said, the final battle is in 3 days. That's right. Red Pole Star moved her eyes away from his face and looked at Zhang Daniu. Any questions? Actually, there is a minor problem that may be irrelevant. You may not know the answer. Zhang Daniu asked, we have been talking about the will of the earth, but I don't understand it at all. If such a four-dimensional being does exist, and it has captured billions of heroic spirits in the three-dimensional universe and locked us in a reincarnation prison named Earth, what is the purpose of this? It is quite clear that the will of the earth has the ability to kill all the martyred spirits. It can turn all earthlings into dreamless, brainless idiots or mindless, walking dead. It could also think of thousands of ways to torture us, making us live in literal hell, suffering all kinds of torment. But it didn't do that. Instead, it set a period from the 1970s to the 1950s, a time still considered prosperous and glorious. It locked us inside and repeated it time and time again. It was completely unreasonable. The hunter told me that it was because we had committed a grave crime and needed to redeem ourselves and repent in such a way. But I couldn't understand what redemption and repentance meant. Although Earth at this time was not peaceful, many places were still shrouded in natural and man-made disasters, and major countries were at each other's throats. The pressure on people living in the cement forests was significant. However, everything had to be compared horizontally. Compared to the past 1,000 years, this was the best time for human civilization. We have TV, movies, computers, the internet, forums, and novels. Even in developing countries like ours, the vast majority of citizens have at least solved the problem of food and clothing, making significant progress compared to a few decades ago. If the will of the earth truly wanted to torture us, why didn't it set the time of the reincarnation prison during the First or Second World War, when our lives would have been hell on earth? Or even earlier, during the bloody invasions of foreign species, the high-pressure feudal rule, or the dark medieval era? Even in the primitive era, where we ate raw meat and drank blood, life was harsh. In that time, we lacked sufficient food and medicine, and any wound could have been fatal. Shouldn't such conditions be the treatment reserved for criminals? Moreover, in the medieval era, where technology and civilization were severely underdeveloped, even if the prison breakers awakened their past life memories, they lacked the means to disseminate information effectively. If the will of the earth set the world's background in the medieval era, even if Ding Lingdang and others transmitted information to my brain, it would still be impossible for me to spread it on a large scale. A novel with a few million or even 10 million words couldn't be spread through printing with words or even mud. The printer would kill me first. Even if no one killed me and I had the resources to disseminate the information, most people were illiterate and could not comprehend it. Resisting the will of the earth was simply impossible. In summary, everything the will of the earth did was entirely unreasonable and seemed to invite trouble. Don't you think so? Li Yao was momentarily stunned, not expecting Zhang Daniu to be so thorough. That's right. It seems Master Nyo was chosen as a Type 2 observer not only because your soul is as pure and blank as a sheet of paper, the red pole star said. As for the purpose of the will of the earth, I have pondered and explored it multiple times across previous reincarnation cycles. I even tried to uncover its core secrets by sacrificing myself in one of those cycles. After all, there was indeed something wrong with it. Maybe its biggest weakness was the purpose of its reincarnation prison. After several reincarnations, and with the enlightenment I gained from the battlefields of the great universe, although I don't have solid evidence, I have my own speculations. Before I tell you what I think, please tell me what you think is most important for a civilization. Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu looked at each other, deep in thought. Survival? Li Yao said uncertainly. Mating. Zhang Dainiu was very confident. The red pole star laughed. All right. I can't say your answer is wrong. But survival and reproduction are the most fundamental factors. Almost all low-level organisms, even bacteria, need to reproduce. However, unintelligent creatures that can only reproduce cannot create a great civilization. I think that, for a super-civilization that conquers the universe across the sea of stars, the most important thing is ideal. The idea of conquering the universe must come first. No matter how absurd the idea, the civilization will never give up. No matter the difficulties, the civilization will always overcome them. Even if the odds of success are only 1 in a billion, the civilization must devote 100% of its resources and efforts to become the ultimate dominator of the universe, right? Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu nodded. That's true. But ideal is too broad a term. What can create the greatest dream when it's broken down? I think emotion and imagination. Emotions and imagination? Li Yao and Zhang Dainiu looked at each other in bewilderment. On second thought, it did make sense. Let's not talk about the swarm civilization made of cold, automated machines. I've always believed that an automated bee civilization requires a high speed of network connection and information exchange. It is impossible for them to cover an almost infinite distance in the boundless sea of stars. Therefore, the speed and scale of their expansion are absolutely limited. They cannot truly dominate the sea of stars. Let's consider the carbon-based intelligent life forms that we can understand. If their civilization is to flourish and reach the pinnacle of the universe, it must be supported by strong emotions and a rich imagination. These, especially a powerful imagination, are absolutely indispensable for a great civilization. The red pole star said solemnly, a long time ago, scholars believed that the ability to make tools was the difference between humans and animals. They even thought that only humans could make and use tools. But soon, we discovered that monkeys, leeches, and even gorillas could use tools, and gorillas could make tools on their own. However, whether it is monkeys, orangutans, leeches, or dolphin-like creatures with extraordinary wisdom, none will ever look up at the sky like humans and fantasize about the secrets behind the brilliant stars. The ability that sets us, the spirits of all things, apart is imagination. Imagination drove our civilization forward. It led our civilization down countless different paths through countless incarnations. It helped us conquer mountains, oceans, and even the satellites around us. If we ever break the seal of the reincarnation prison and conquer the endless universe, it will certainly be due to our ambitions, curiosity, and imagination, which are even vaster than the universe itself. That sounds reasonable, someone responded. But what does it have to do with the purpose of the reincarnation prison? Another asked. That's the problem, the red pole star replied. I highly doubt that the will of the earth has no emotions or imagination at all. Huh? Zhang Dainiu was dazed for a long time. I don't quite understand what you mean. What is this so-called will of the earth exactly? It doesn't matter what it is. Whether it's a four-dimensional life form we can't comprehend, a monster created by earthlings long ago, a civilization of a different species, or some random strange entity, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it must have strong emotions and imagination to continue growing, evolving, and expanding as a civilization in the universe toward a higher peak. Unfortunately, it didn't, the red pole star said. Maybe it once did. But over the long course of evolution, it lost all its emotions and imagination, trading them for tremendous strength. This strength may have helped it defeat invincible enemies, become the most feared destroyer in the universe, and even master the universe. But it also drove it further away from the essence of life and civilization. It lost itself and forgot who it was and what its purpose was. Is that so? It sounds a bit mysterious. Zhang Daniu looked at Li Yao. But Li Yao's eyes were glittering, he lowered his head and remained silent. Although it's just my theory with not much solid evidence, it can explain many questions, the red pole star smiled and said. The so-called reincarnation prison is not a prison at all but a farm where humans are grown and emotion and imagination are harvested. Farm? Li Yao and Zhang Daniu both understood what the red pole star meant. Sweat was on their foreheads, and their faces were pale. They pointed at their noses and said, "So, we are the rice and fruit trees in the farm, and our emotions and imagination are the fruit that the will of the earth needs?" That's what I'm guessing. Otherwise, why would the will of the earth lock us up in this reincarnation prison after countless reincarnations? Red Pole Star touched his temples and said, "The purpose is to stimulate our souls to a certain extent, so that we can produce emotions and imaginations that are absolutely impossible to be secreted. The bizarre, and even absurd legends, the works condemned as nonsense, the fantastic fantasy worlds, and the boldest and most ignorant yearning for the end of the sea of stars, these are the things that constitute the solid core of a great civilization, and the will of the earth does not have such a core. If it had ever been hot-blooded, it would have cooled down and solidified billions of years ago. Even if it once had dreams, it would have turned into mottled fragments and perished. On the level of the universe, it is truly an unsurpassable super-monster with extraordinary computational ability and enormous military strength. It is a tyrannical existence, an existence at the level of a devil who can perfectly control everything in the universe and calculate a perfect answer to all problems. But on the level of life and civilization, the so-called perfectness simply does not exist. When the moon is full, there will be losses. After the peak is the abyss, and at the end of perfectness is destruction. In short, the will of the earth has no emotions or dreams. It doesn't even have the ability to make mistakes, and the ability to make mistakes is the most important factor in the evolution of life. Only by continuously making mistakes, even whimsical and absurd ones, do we have the opportunity to survive and develop in the ever-changing universe, bursting forth with endless possibilities. A civilization that lacks imagination and the capacity to make mistakes won't find the slightest possibility. It won't even find the meaning of its existence. Such a civilization is destined to collide with its limits soon after reaching its peak. Moreover, it has no way to break its own limits. Therefore, it must rely on external forces, a race with emotions, dreams, and imagination, a race that will keep making mistakes in search of endless possibilities, and that is us. We humans are not as good as we claim to be. We are not even worthy of the title of spirits of all things. We are truly a type of flawed, carbon-based intelligent life. We possess a variety of emotions, but we often act impulsively because of them. We fall into the dark swamp of our own humanity and hurt ourselves. We have the ambition to forge ahead, but this ambition often turns into folly. In striving to support our ambitions, we lose everything in a muddle-headed manner. We are naive, romantic, and rich in dreams, but this often leads to our own dissatisfaction. We are insatiable. No matter how many things we obtain, we grow bored within seconds, yearning to find 10 times, 100 times more to fill the emptiness in our hearts. But it is these very flaws that shaped us and endowed us with the greatest strength in the sea of stars. When our ancestors looked up at the sky long ago and exclaimed, "Our race was destined to embark on a path of invincibility. Only we were qualified to be the heart, brain, or engine of the will of the earth." Li Yao and Zhang Daniu were shocked again. They looked at the red pole differently. "So, the entire reincarnation prison is the engine of the will of the earth?" Zhang Daniu mumbled. "Yes. I prefer the word engine to brain or farm. The engine hypothesis can explain why the will of the planet did not dare to restart the engine instantly without considering the consequences. It would not only cause serious damage to the engine but also interrupt the continuity of power output, affecting its combatability in the cosmic battlefield." Li Yao and Zhang Daniu thought for a moment and agreed with him. Imagine the will of the earth as a tank engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. Naturally, its engine cannot be restarted easily. If the engine were damaged for 3 to 5 minutes, the will of the earth would be riddled with holes. "Your hypothesis does make sense, but I still don't understand," Zhang Daniu frowned. "Even if the reincarnation prison is truly a farm with an infinite loop and an engine that is always spinning at high speed, why is it now? From the 1970s to the 1940s? Because it was the golden era of civilization on Earth. During those decades, human beings reached the peak of carbon-based intelligent life on a single planet." The red pole star replied, "My guess is that, of course, the will of the earth could set the background time of the reincarnation prison in the Middle Ages or even the Stone Age. However, it would be impossible to harvest enough emotions and imagination. From the Stone Age to the Middle Ages, and even to the modern era when the Industrial Revolution was just taking shape, it was a time of wisdom and ignorance. People living in ignorant and closed-off environments often lacked sufficient food. Most of their energy was dedicated to the competition for survival. Only a few had the luxury of emotions and imagination. The backward methods of information transmission made it impossible for their emotions and imagination to resonate on a large scale. For a poet in the Middle Ages, even if they wrote an immortal poem about the stars and the universe, it might take 30 to 50 years, or even a century or two, for it to reach the ears of another poet thousands of miles away. And most people, other than these noble poets, simply wouldn't understand even a fraction of their exquisiteness. The efficiency of this kind of information transmission is really too low. How could the emotions and imagination it stimulates satisfy the needs of the will of the earth? But our era, or rather, the era that the will of the earth created for us, is completely different. The steam revolution, electric revolution, information revolution. World War I, World War II, Cold War. Turing machine, computer, network, mobile phone, wireless network, all kinds of information terminals. Ultimate universal education, material-based universal entertainment, games where millions are online simultaneously, web novels with millions of words, and super high-speed interactions between authors and readers. Space technology, cloning technology, nanotechnology, information explosion, and technology explosion. Everyone can share their dreams and emotions with others through mobile devices at any time and place, creating a large-scale resonance akin to mass hysteria. Don't you think this is the best era for the will of the earth to harvest our emotions and dreams? Li Yao and Zhang Daniu were dazed for a long time. Zhang Daniu scratched his head and said, "So, you're saying that all the information terminals we use, including the social environment we're in, were created by the will of the earth to harvest us? It's not necessarily intentional. Everything is too real to be faked. I suspect that a long time ago, there was indeed an original earth. Every reincarnation we experienced was based on the real history of the original earth. But this period must have been carefully selected by the will of the earth," Red Pole Star said. "Only such a golden era would be most convenient for it to cultivate the strongest emotions and most abundant imagination for the most efficient harvest. If that's the case, there's another explanation for the observer obliteration. It may not just be because they fear the observer will awaken more heroes, but also as part of their harvest. After all, the observer often has the strongest emotions and most imagination. Harvesting one observer is probably more useful than harvesting 100 ordinary people. That means, Zhang Daniu thought of a chilling possibility. The creation of the observer, the awakening of the awakened, and even the resistance of the prison breakers were all part of the will of the Earth's plan? It's possible. After all, when an awakened one discovers the truth and resists as a prison breaker, endless waves of emotions, will, and determination are released. Maybe the will of the Earth needs such things. Red Pole Star smiled. However, I have always believed that there is no such thing as perfect control over everything. Maybe the will of the Earth, in its prime, could manipulate billions of heroic spirits at will, but things are different now. This time, we are different. I understand, Zhang Daniu thought for a moment and said, then why did the will of the Earth set the termination date of the reincarnation prison to the 2130s and 240s? The later it went on, the more information exploded and the more dreams people had. Wouldn't it be able to harvest more emotions and imagination? No, that would be too much, the Red Pole Star explained. The so-called reaping emotions and imagination is a double-edged sword. When the martyred spirits emit the most intense waves from their souls, they will certainly awaken and resist. The will of the Earth must control the resistance of the awakened ones to a reasonable limit. If the limit is too high, the situation will be completely out of control. Let's use the engine as an example. The will of the Earth wants to keep the engine's output power within a reasonable limit. Of course, it's not good if the output power is too low. But if the output power is too violent for a long time, the engine will overload or even explode. That would be even worse, right? Zhang Daniu still didn't understand, but Li Yao had already grasped what the red pole meant. It was true that too much could be as bad as too little. If the 6 billion Earthlings living in the prison of reincarnation, 6 billion unyielding and defiant heroes, were viewed as energy sources, they would be extremely unstable and dangerous. To use such energy as fuel, one had to be extremely cautious. From the end of the 20th century to the middle of the 21st century, it was the golden period for the steady and efficient utilization of this energy. Later, as the information explosion and the advancement of space technology progressed, it became very likely that humanity would expand beyond Earth. At the very least, large-scale development of the Moon and Mars seemed possible. Li Yao recalled a joke that suggested Earth was, in fact, a virtual world created by God, with the angels responsible for maintaining the splendid illusion for God. Unfortunately, the angels lacked the capability to build a vast, vivid universe. All they needed to do was perfect the details within the observable range of humans. Everything beyond that, like the glittering stars, was simply a background of meaningless light spots. Therefore, as human observation and exploration advanced, the angels had to create more scenes and details to deceive humans. During the dark medieval era, the angels only needed to perfect the molecular-level details on Earth and smear the brilliance of the sun and the moon. But when humans developed telescopes and electron microscopes, the angels had to meticulously paint the hazy celestial bodies and arrange the trajectories of every atom, nucleus, electron, and proton. Even for the angels, the real-time computation and rendering work was exhausting and complex. The angels were complaining about the speed of human evolution while they hurriedly calculated and rendered pictures. They occasionally made mistakes, leaving many bugs that made humans doubt their world. Although the joke was just a joke, the problem faced by the will of the Earth was the same as that of the angels, wasn't it? As the output power of the engine increased, it began to awaken its own will and was no longer under control. Thus, it had to be stopped before the engine went out of control, or rather, before the mid-21st century. After it cooled down for a while, it had to be restarted in the 1970s and 1980s. Of course, combined with red pole and lady gray mist, another possibility could be inferred. When human civilization reached the mid-21st century, it was destined to collide with the limits of a single-planet civilization. The contradiction between population and resources could not be more intense. If the civilization failed to break free from the mother planet and embark on the journey to the endless sea of stars, it would inevitably be destroyed by the cruelest bombardment and smoke. This was an inevitable fate for civilization, even for the will of the earth, which could not be changed after countless reincarnations. Either way, at least one thing was clear: even if the will of the earth was a four-dimensional life form above the three-dimensional universe, it could not completely control everything about three-dimensional life forms, especially their dreams, pride, and hope. Life always finds a way out, even in an indestructible virtual cycle. Mistakes, loss of control, creation, and destruction, these are the true meanings of life. While Li Yao was deep in thought, Zhang Dainiu suddenly realized what was going on. He clapped his hands and said, "I understand now. That's why the residents of many major cities seem to be in low spirits right now. They are muddle-headed and have lost their passion and dreams. They are like the walking dead and the salted fish that has been dried in the sun. It is not because they are unwilling to do so, but because their emotions, dreams, ambitions, and imaginations have all been harvested and exploited. Yes. The real us is far more than what we are right now. We are a species capable of creating endless possibilities and billions of miracles among the stars." The red pole star continued, however, after countless cycles of exploitation and harvesting, people's dreams withered, their ambitions collapsed, their personalities were obliterated, and their imagination and courage to create miracles gradually withered. They became what you see today, like grilled salted fish in a dark iron house. However, we still have a chance. We can still change. We can still regain our glory and dreams. Pride and ambition, as long as we defeat the will of the earth. I see. Zhang Dainiu said excitedly, "So you're saying the real me before countless reincarnations is not the same as the past few incarnations. I'm not just some mediocre, muddle-headed, third-rate writer and tabloid reporter who has been single for decades, right? The real me is definitely a big hero who has ideals, sentiments, integrity, values, is tall, handsome, full of charisma, and has thousands of crazed girls. It's just that my noble sentiments and charisma have been drained away by the hateful will of the earth. That's why I can't help but become a salted fish, according to your theory, isn't that right?" Theoretically, the red pole star hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Theoretically speaking, I haven't found any evidence to deny the possibility yet." "What do you mean?" Zhang Dainiu asked. "I don't read many books, so don't try to reason with me. Just tell me, is it possible, or not? You know we've been locked in the prison of reincarnation countless times, which means we've experienced infinite time," the red pole star continued. "In infinite time, any miracle can happen. Even if a monkey types on a keyboard for no reason, it's possible that after countless repetitions, the monkey will type. When the sun reaches the end of the mountain, the yellow river flows into the ocean. If you want to see 1,000 miles ahead, you must climb to a higher level. If you look at the problem from this perspective, yes, the possibility you're talking about does exist. If even a monkey can type out Deep Sparrow Pavilion, why can't you be a great hero who can shake the sea of stars? Remember, it's not about who we were in the past or who we are now, but about tomorrow and the future. Except for our own inferiority, cowardice, and fear, there's no power that can stop us from releasing our true selves and burning our most brilliant dreams to become invincible heroes. Then what are we waiting for?" Zhang Dainiu waved his fists hard. Hot blood pulsed in his shining face as he roared, "Let's shatter the will of the earth and let the real me be completely unleashed. My 10 fingers are itching for blood. Roar! 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 There's no rush. The preparation for the Invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Magnification System will take 3 days to complete. Besides, Master Nyo must be exhausted from the long journey over the past few days. Your current state is not suitable to serve as the information node between the battlefield of the universe and the battlefield on Earth, Red Extremity said. Please take a good rest over the next 3 days, Master Nyo. I will prepare the most thorough relaxation and recovery service for you. I guarantee that you will be able to face the final stream of information in the most energetic and comfortable state. However, I wonder if Master Nyo is free today to attend a reader meeting? Reader meeting? Zhang Daniu's eyes bulged out of their sockets. His pupils glittered, and he stammered, We are all loyal readers of 40,000 years of cultivation. Who are we? There are all kinds of people, young and old, from all walks of life, Red Pole Star said, opening his hands. As I mentioned before, don't you want to meet the martyrs whose soul fragments or who have been influenced by the fragments and survived countless reincarnations are still hot-blooded, dreamers, and souls? Of course, of course. Zhang Daniu rubbed his fists. I'm the most approachable person. I love communicating with readers the most. What about you? Red Pole Star asked again. Mr. Li Yao, would you like to join us? Forget it. Li Yao frowned, unsure of what he was feeling. I always feel that we are all Li Yao. It's strange when we are together. I feel like I've fallen into a maze of mirrors, seeing 10,000 twisted reflections of myself. You're wrong again, Student Li Yao. As I said just now, the vast majority of Li Yao's soul fragments have been torn to the point where they are negligible, like bacteria or even viruses. These heroic spirits are all independent individuals who have already gone through countless cycles in the prison of reincarnation. Even if the Li Yao virus has infiltrated their souls, it will only have a certain degree of influence on them. By activating the hot blood and soul within them, they will not be completely transformed into another Li Yao. Red Extremity smiled. Just like Master Zhang Jiashu, whom you saw with your own eyes. Although he was infected by the Li Yao virus, his self-awareness was very clear. It was just a minor ailment, wasn't it? Master Nyo next to you is another excellent example. Clearly, Master Nyo has also been infected by the Li Yao virus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a Type 2 observer or information node. However, the degree of his infection is very low. Most of his personality traits are still his own, not influenced by the Li Yao virus. What I mean is that only the larger of the billions of soul fragments, which retained most of the memories and personality characteristics, could create a newcomer out of thin air, a heroic spirit that theoretically shouldn't exist, and only such a new heroic spirit could condense all the power of resonance and become 100% Li Yao. Then, Li Yao stared at Red Pole. Who is the bigger shard? Me. Red Pole Star pointed at his chest and then at Li Yao. And you? Me? Li Yao felt that things were getting stranger and stranger. He mumbled, which of us will become the 100% Li Yao? As for the question, don't be hasty. We will know the answer in 3 days. The Red Pole Star smiled and invited him again. What do you think? Do you want to join the reader meeting with Master Nyo? Forget it. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao shook his head and said, I have a headache. I want to rest and recharge. That's right. Let Student Li Yao go and rest early. I alone am enough to deal with those enthusiastic readers. Zhang Daniu rubbed his hands and said impatiently. Since that was what they said, the Red Pole Star did not insist. It escorted Li Yao and Zhang Daniu out of the pathway personally, before the Grey Mist Lady and the Spartan escorted them to the meeting hall and their residence. For a nameless, desolate island in the depths of the ocean, the living room was not bad. Li Yao locked the door and threw himself into the soft, sponge-like bed. He rose and fell in a trance on the springs and goose down. For some reason, he felt uneasy. In fact, his meeting with Red Pole had gone very well today. He had retrieved a lot of precious information and gained a certain understanding of the mysteries of the reincarnation prison and the universe. The plan proposed by Red Pole was simple and crude, but it wasn't entirely impossible to succeed if he had no other options. Logically, he shouldn't be so uneasy. However, if the novel is true, when has the protagonist ever encountered a smooth plan? Li Yao mumbled to himself, every time the plan seems to go smoothly, there's always an even more shocking turn of events. Seemingly the kindest and strongest teammate can turn hostile in the blink of an eye, becoming the most terrifying behind-the-scenes boss, increasing the difficulty of the mission tenfold in an instant. Hey, according to this pattern, could it be that the Red Pole is the real mastermind behind the scenes this time? Yes, it seems a bit similar. This guy claims to be the holder of the biggest soul fragment of Li Yao, but his evil appearance is clearly not a decent portrayal of Li Yao. Besides, there seems to be something I have forgotten. It seems I did something a day not long ago. Something very terrible, bloody, and terrifying. What was it exactly? Was it a battle against a hunter? No. It was 100 times more brutal than that. How could I forget it? Da. Li Yao heard the sound of glass marbles falling from the ceiling. He suddenly jumped up from the bed, eyes bulged, nostrils flared, and forehead soaked in cold sweat. This was the underground. Above the ceiling above his head, there should be tens of millions of tons of rocks and concrete. Where were the glass marbles? Is there really a sound, or am I mentally ill? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao walked to the bathroom and filled a basin with cold water. Buried his head deep inside the basin, trying to forget everything that could not be explained. However, when he finally cooled down and raised his head after 3 minutes, he was shocked by what he saw in the mirror. What appeared in the mirror was not his face, not even his head. It was a silver ball. A silver ball grew out of his neck and replaced his face and head. The ball-shaped mirror reflected the weird brightness back and forth with the mirror countless times. 444 words. It had no facial features, but it wore a weird, mocking expression, as if a different version of him was laughing at him in the mirror. Li Yao took 2 steps back, nearly slipping and falling. He blinked, looked at himself in the mirror, and even extended his trembling hands to touch his face. The silver ball vanished immediately, and he resumed his original appearance. However, his blurred face only confused him more. His head spun, and he felt dazed, not knowing what was happening. Suddenly, an urgent bell rang outside the room, startling Li Yao. Only after he calmed down did he realize it was the phone Red Pole had given them, ringing. This phone worked only within Ark Island's range and functioned more like a powerful, stable walkie-talkie with high-level anti-jamming capabilities, even in the island's underground. However, only a few people knew this number: Red Pole, Lady Grey Mist, Spartan, and, of course, Zhang Dainyu. Who would call him now? Li Yao picked up the phone and saw it was Zhang Dainyu. As soon as the call connected, deafening music and laughter burst from the speaker. Zhang Dainyu's greasy, excited face appeared on the screen. From the gap between his face and the edge of the screen, it looked like a private room in a town concert hall, lavishly decorated. There seemed to be a few men and women, with fair-skinned arms and legs visible. Some were crying out, others laughing strangely. It didn't look like a readers' meeting at all. Zhang Dainyu must have been heavily intoxicated. He was burping, and his eyes were red. Too enthusiastic. Oh my, readers are too enthusiastic. He spoke incoherently. Student Li Yao, Teacher Nyo can't hold on any longer. Why don't you come along? We can discuss the follow-up development, as well as the serious project to revitalize our country's science fiction industry. Li Yao frowned and hung his head without saying anything. What the hell? He mumbled to himself, "What the hell is Red Pole doing?" The question was destined to be unanswered that day. Li Yao felt that his head was aching more and more. When he lay down, his head was full of humming noises. He fought against the weird noises for a long time. It was not until he fell asleep that he realized what the humming noises were exactly. It was the screams and struggles of countless innocent souls in the raging flames, or rather, the horn of revenge. Li Yao had a dream in which he appeared on an exceptionally clear and real Earth. Perhaps it was the place where the red pole star claimed that the Earth was the very beginning of billions of reincarnations. It was not a beautiful paradise with blue skies and white clouds, but rather a purgatory that had been roasted by flames, filled with smoke and radiation. He was being carried by countless ragged, bizarre-shaped mutants. They congregated into a surging crowd and marched toward a certain direction together. He didn't understand the significance of this scene. He could only, as a member of the tide, feel incomparably angry. It was the kind of anger filled with desperation and betrayal. Together with his ugly and angry companions, he rolled forward and extended his clenched hands toward the horizon, roaring like an animal. Countless other gray, wriggling, ugly people joined them, too, like a raging tide that was sweeping everything. However, they failed to capture the traitors and deserters. While they were roaring and waving their hands, dozens of gray pillars of smoke appeared on the horizon, with brilliant flames burning within. The flames carried streaks of silver brightness, making them look like extraordinary immortals. They waved their sleeves and tore apart the sky without even glancing at them. All that remained was a desolate, radiation-filled land and a sky riddled with holes. The sun on the horizon was obscured by the radiation from the thermonuclear war. The sunlight, refracted by the dust, turned into a colorful mist that resembled wastewater. Li Yao's dream transformed into an abstract painting, with the earthlings in the painting appearing like pitiful and hilarious ghosts. Realizing they could not catch up with the traitors and deserters, everyone seemed to lose all their strength and fall to the ground, unsure of what to do. Some sobbed, some cursed loudly, but most simply stared at the sun, the source of life, the generous sun that treated all creatures equally. The sun soon gave them an answer, or rather, the final verdict was passed upon them. Under the cover of the dust, they could not see the meteoroid hitting the sun, but they could clearly feel the sun's brightness surge to its maximum, expanding at a visible speed. The ocean vaporized, the forest burned, and the earth cracked. All creatures, born because of the sun over billions of years, were enveloped in unbearable flames and heat. They participated in the sun's intense reaction, carbonized, shattered, and annihilated in a single second. This included all the earthlings stranded on the wasteland. However, Li Yao's dream did not end with the burning and dispersing of billions of earthlings. As his body perished, he entered an even stranger and more trance-like state, as if he had turned into a drop of seawater in a vast ocean, constituting a tiny bit of the sun's hydrogen or a cell in the body of a superlife form beyond description. All his companions were the same as him. Without the shackles of the ugly shell, they could know each other better. With the help of plasma and electromagnetic waves, they were able to build a more delicate and elegant structure. It was hard to say whether he liked it or loathed it. Although he was noticed to his new living state, it was 1,000 times better than the deformed, ugly corpses that had been distorted and abandoned on the wasteland. Life would eventually find its own path. Thankfully, they had found it. Right then, Li Yao was awakened by ear-splitting buzzes. There was no telling whether it was because the dream was too strange and filled with fear, or because the hum was too ear-piercing, but in the blink of an eye, his heartbeat soared to the limit. He leaned against the head of the bed and rested for a long time, yet he was still drenched in cold sweat. His entire spine was cold, and his entire body was devoid of strength. However, the incessant humming was telling him one thing: enemy attack. Boom! Before Li Yao realized what was happening, ear-splitting noises echoed all around him. It wasn't the usual bombardment and explosions but a sign that the undersea mountains were being torn apart and magma was about to burst out. Then, Li Yao saw a strange scene. The room was dry and stable, but it seemed to be underwater at that moment. Visible ripples were spreading out. When the ripples swept over the bed, the bathroom, and his body, everything became blurred and twisted, producing endless wrinkles. The feeling of nausea intensified. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Li Yao staggered to the door and opened it. The corridor outside was also twisted into the shape of a fried dough twist by the waves. Many awakened individuals were running in panic. For a moment, Li Yao suspected that everyone would be flattened by the twisted corridor. However, in the next moment, after the waves passed, the space stabilized again, and everything returned to normal. Li Yao! Li Yao! Sparta appeared out of nowhere and beckoned Li Yao to follow him. Enemy attack. God knows how the Heaven's origin sector got the coordinates of Ark Island. A lot of prisoners are bombarding the area outside. The defense layer maintaining the wrinkles of our space is about to collapse. Within half an hour, the wrinkles will certainly be broken. By then, the wrinkles will be gone, and Ark Island will be exposed to the outside world. No one knows how severe the distortion will be. It's not safe to stay in the depths of the island. Come with me and fight the prison guardians of the Heaven's origin sector. Before Li Yao could figure out what was happening, he was dragged to the top of the island by Sparta. What he saw there surprised him even more. The ocean and the sky around Ark Island were as tranquil as before, with a blue sky and white clouds. However, dozens of nautical miles away in the sky, interweaving golden lines appeared, dividing the sky and ocean into hexagonal defense modules. Currently, all the defense modules were shaking violently and emitting a dazzling brilliance. It was as if the sky were a translucent, indestructible bowl, and now, due to the heavy blows from outside forces, the bowl had reached its fatigue limit. It could no longer hold and was beginning to crack. Boom! 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 The quakes of each hexagonal defense module in the sky were accompanied by ear-splitting noises, signaling an impending earthquake. Countless hell-breakers, like Li Yao and Sparta, ran to the top of the island. Meanwhile, the shape of Ark Island gradually changed amid the deafening sounds. Many rocks shed their camouflage and transformed into hideous turrets. Weapons far more advanced than those of early 21st century Earth slid out of the warehouses along the rails. Black barrels and rails, glittering with electric arcs, were aimed at the ocean's surface. Super-personal weapons, similar to light swords and plasma guns, were distributed to all the Hellbreakers. The island had truly turned into a warship, an extremely powerful super-warship. Even so, faced with the universe's catastrophe, the Hellbreakers could not contain their deep-seated panic and fear. How is this possible, they wondered, staring at each other in bewilderment. How did the enemy find this place so quickly? After countless reincarnations, they had long understood that death was not the end. However, with the preparation work not yet complete, the enemy had already destroyed their nest and sabotaged their plan. They were locked in the damned cage forever, controlled, interfered with, exploited, and harvested. It was a fate 10,000 times worse than death. Maybe our starship is being followed, Sparta said solemnly, spitting on the ground. It doesn't make sense. We check all the cabins and components on board every day, even the screws, to ensure that no trackers can escape our scanning. All the crew members have proved their loyalty through deep hypnosis or even the memory of their past lives. There's no way we can be followed. What went wrong? Damn it! After cursing for a while, his face suddenly turned pale. He clutched the reef next to him and vomited. Many others, including Li Yao, reacted the same way. Sparta told Li Yao that it was a normal reaction to space quakes. They were on a short, space trip where they would return to normal space from the space folds. The more distressed they felt, the weaker the structure of the space folds would become, indicating that they were about to collapse. Even the apocalyptic beasts Li Yao saw when he arrived on Lucky Star, the giant, jade-like, translucent white fish with colorful fins, the glamorous jellyfish that looked like dancing fairies, and hundreds of bizarre apocalyptic beasts, all sensed the space waves and surged to the ocean's surface from the depths. Some of them even leaped high into the air, shouting, "Jiang-ong! Jiang-ong! Jiang-ong!" The ear-splitting noise lasted for 10 minutes. The world before everyone's eyes fluctuated between stability and distortion, with visible ripples appearing on the endless ocean. Then, the noise and quakes suddenly stopped. Although the attack had ended, nobody could swallow their hearts back into their stomachs. After a moment of dead silence, they heard a series of squeaking sounds. It was hard to describe what kind of sound it was. It was as if someone was locked in a sealed iron house, compressed and constricted by an even stronger force. Or, the Hellbreakers were like submarine soldiers who had discovered that their submarine had been seriously damaged by the enemy's mines. Its shell was riddled with holes, it had lost its impetus and buoyancy, and was sinking toward the abyss of increasing pressure. A storm was brewing, and every inch of space was on the verge of destruction. Finally, Li Yao was the first to notice that a hexagonal, defense module had collapsed and disappeared in the sky far away. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. A hexagonal hole suddenly appeared in the blue sky, while dark clouds rolled outside the hole. Thunder rumbled, and a storm poured through the hole like a waterfall, forming a black pillar of water. "Ah!" the Hellbreakers exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread at a visible speed. More and more hexagonal holes appeared in the blue sky, and dark clouds, thunder, and storm consumed the remaining patches of blue and white. It didn't take long for the entire sky to be swallowed by darkness. Lightning and torrential rain became the dominant colors of heaven and earth. Enraged faces seemed to condense in the dark clouds, overlooking the lone island and the prison breakers on it. Amidst the raging storm, a fearless, insane fleet approached Ark Island at high speed. It was a fleet of ragged ships of various kinds. There were 10,000-ton vessels, inconspicuous fishing boats, and even several warships. Judging by the flags and carrier numbers, most were from Southeast Asian countries. They had been summoned by a strange yet powerful force and marched toward Ark Island without rest. This is why they were able to assault the place in the first place. The other tankers, fishing boats, and warships were not a major concern. After all, according to the development of reincarnation, the countries in Southeast Asia and the South Pacific did not have a strong navy. But the iron beast at the end of the line was as magnificent as a mountain and as intimidating as a deity. It was the largest war machine mankind could build in this era, an aircraft carrier. No, it was not just an aircraft carrier. The brilliance of steel amid the raging tides revealed a fully armed carrier fleet. Perhaps it had been wiped out by the apocalypse or the will of the earth, during a live-fire drill or rescue mission. The enemy is going to fight to the death. Li Yao had no doubt that the will of the earth had the ability to interfere with human brainwaves, control their thoughts temporarily, and, in a certain evil way, control an aircraft carrier group along with 10,000-ton ships and warships. The question was how many resources to invest and the price to pay. If the will of the earth was willing to pay any price, it could achieve anything before it, but doing so would certainly be a serious burden or even a strike, which was not conducive to the war in the great universe. Therefore, the will of the earth was very confident that it would destroy the Ark Foundation in the shortest time and at the least cost. A virus that crawled into its heart, brain, and engine would be completely wiped out. Then, it would turn around and deal with the enemies in the battlefield of the universe calmly. Not good. Li Yao looked around. The paradise that had been hiding Ark Island was gone. The space wrinkles were gone. Right now, the entire Ark Island was exposed to the will of the Earth. This place had become the home field for the will of the Earth. Naturally, the attackers had the upper hand. Lightning and thunder, stormy weather, raging tides, and continuous tsunamis were not suitable for the sailing and warring of a fleet. Even a 10,000-ton starship would have to retreat in the face of tides more than 10 meters high, not to mention slicing through them. However, every cargo ship or warship on the attacking side seemed to have received the blessing of all the deities and devils in the world. Enveloped by mysterious force fields, they were moving among the furious tides as if they were on the ground, and even accelerated to the maximum speed with the help of the tides. Boom! 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 Li Yao saw clusters of white smoke rising from the front of the warships, cutting through the waves. The Heaven's Origin sector had opened fire. Although almost all the warships under the enemy's command were destroyers and frigates from the 1960s and 1970s, except for the carrier group at the rear, the collective sound of thousands of cannons was still formidable. Unlike in the movies, where a single cannon shot might only leave a mud pit, in the real world, even World War II-level artillery could still flatten every hill on the island. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The air felt thick and heavy. The trajectories of each cannonball were clearly visible in midair. But this wasn't just Li Yao's imagination. Some mysterious force had formed an invisible force field around the perimeter of Hellbreaker Island, slowing and fixing all the cannonballs in midair. The nearest cannonball was no more than 50 meters from the island. Everyone could see the spinning projectiles, but they couldn't advance any further. Li Yao sensed intense life magnetic fields surging behind him. When he looked back, he saw dozens of Hellbreakers standing in midair, hands outstretched, chanting solemnly. Veins bulged on their foreheads, blood dripped from their nostrils and the corners of their mouths, and some of their hair turned white at a visible speed. It was clear that holding back the cannonballs required a great deal of their physical and mental strength. Ha! Led by one of the Hellbreakers, they roared in unison and forced the scattered cannonballs back along their original trajectories. Boom! 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 Before he returned to the warship, the cannonballs had already exploded midair, blossoming into bloody red lotuses amidst the pouring storm. The firepower from the shores of Ark Island was spreading out as well. It wasn't a cannon or a missile. Instead, it was milky white pillars of light or crackling metal projectiles, wreathed in electric arcs, rushing forward at high speed. Any hit on an enemy warship often caused fatal wounds, piercing through the front and back like dry weeds. Whether the target was a fishing boat, a cargo ship, or a warship, all would collapse within a minute and sink into the cold, deep ocean. Unfortunately, the tides on the ocean's surface seemed to work against the Ark Foundation, making precise aiming impossible. As a result, their turrets were exposed, and they were attacked one after another. Although there were many jailbreakers on Ark Island, not all had the ability to manipulate objects remotely or twist the force field. Even the deep sensors, who had awakened almost 10 memories, could only interfere with the direction of 3 to 5 cannonballs. When more cannonballs approached, they often vomited blood and fell to the ground, their faces pale. Even if they could alter the cannonballs' landing points, they couldn't escape the Ark Island's range, let alone return the way they came. Very soon, scorching fireballs appeared one after another on the Ark Island's beachhead, and the counterattack's firepower became sparse. Hum. 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 The ocean's surface was filled with the buzzing of flies. Lying in the middle of the reefs, Li Yao narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. He discovered that countless prison guardians, wearing flying suits and jetpacks, were lunging at the Ark Island. A war between the Awakeners must be ended by the Awakeners. Noticing that the enemy was drawing close, the Hellbreakers behind him roared their final defiance. For mankind, for freedom. I would rather never be reincarnated than live an ignoble life. We are not fighting alone. In the battlefield of the universe, the ultimate, brilliant war is also being waged. If we persist and fight until the end, there is still hope for victory. Many Hellbreakers flew into the sky, engaging the prison guardians of the Heaven's origin sector with their superpowers or the advanced weapons provided by the Ark Foundation. When the two parties clashed in midair, the scene resembled a street brawl, only more brutal and gruesome. One of the Hellbreakers had just beheaded a prison guardian with his light sword when he was incinerated by another. In the next second, a second prison guardian implanted a microbiotic bomb that resembled poison into his body. His face immediately turned pale, and his stomach expanded rapidly. His internal organs were blown to pieces. On this side, the Hellbreakers had just released a brainwave resonance technique to form an invisible array in the air, weakening and stagnating the enemy. In the blink of an eye, a few prison guardians on the other side burned their blood and sacrificed their lives, transforming into living skeletons. They then expelled clusters of black fog, resembling swarms of insects, which broke the array on this side. Then, both sides were exhausted and unable to resist the gravity. They fell from hundreds of meters in the sky and were swallowed by the deep sea. Even the deep-sea spiritual beasts, such as the big white fish with colorful fins and the colorful jellyfish, joined the battle under the control of the Hellbreakers. It was a pity that their combat ability was not as good as they appeared to be. Soon, they were crushed by the iron beasts and turned into dirty traces in the black seawater. The carrier group was getting closer to the Ark Island. In fact, modern warfare was all about over-the-horizon strikes. Even Li Yao could see the enemy's carrier with his naked eye. This place was far beyond the range of the enemy's air strikes. However, due to the heavy rain and thunderstorms, it was not convenient to deploy the fighter jets and bombers, making it difficult to deal with the Super Awakeners without the help of the fighter jets. Therefore, the enemy was still pushing forward until they reached the beach of the Ark Island. Li Yao! Li Yao! He suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. It was Lady Grey Mist. The Grey Mist lady's face was paler than when she met the hunter the other day. She grabbed Li Yao's wrist and said, "What are you waiting for? Red Pole wants you to go there immediately. The situation has changed. He has to activate the Super Brainwave Magnification System in advance. He wants you to form the core part of the puzzle with him." Li Yao was dazed for a moment. He looked at the super-large antennas around the island, which the Heaven's origin sector had apparently discovered the weirdness of the antennas, too. Many of the attacks were aimed at the antennas precisely. Although the Hellbreakers were defending them with their lives, 2 towers of antennas were still hit by the cannonballs. They melted and tilted in the raging flames, turning into piles of wasted iron and copper. It made sense. Although it was urgent, there would be no second chance if it was not activated now. "I'm on it." Li Yao's eyes shone with a brightness he didn't even notice. He jumped out of the reef and rushed into the underground command room. The room was in chaos. The space folds had been flattened, seriously twisting the interior of the island. The once straight pathway had turned into a zigzagging maze. Li Yao crouched and crawled through the darkness, struggling to reach the command room, which had been filled with screens just yesterday. Thankfully, the optical circuits and wireless signals here remained stable. Most of the screens still flickered with various images, including real-time views of the battlefield across Ark Island and the nearby sea, ongoing natural disasters worldwide, and a series of data and statements. With a few quick glances, Li Yao discovered that the situation around the world was dire. In just a few days, natural disasters, including earthquakes, storms, floods, hailstones, and volcanic eruptions, had intensified several times over. Countless traditional human settlements had been razed by magma, countless economically developed coastal areas had been turned into water villages, and numerous metropolises, each home to millions, had collapsed like children's building blocks in an unprecedented super-earthquake. It was a catastrophe of civilization, an eternal catastrophe. Watching the magnificent cities collapse on the screen, the beautiful villages covered in volcanic ash, and the factories and farmlands swallowed by floods, Li Yao's heart and fists shrank to their smallest. "I don't have time," the red pole star said, sounding as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His voice sounded 10 years older than before. He was operating the control panel frantically, as if preparing for the super brainwave magnification system. Hearing Li Yao's footsteps, he said without looking back, "We don't have a second choice. Even if we can only activate 30% of the functions, you have to help me." "Understood," Li Yao replied. "How can I help?" He was quite confused. Where was Zhang Daniu? Was he too drunk to get up? This guy was really a troublemaker. He glanced back and forth between the hundreds of screens. Suddenly, his eyes froze. He saw the fleet of the Heaven's origin sector on dozens of screens. Above almost all the ships, including the carrier groups, a giant silver balloon rose and floated into the sky, defying the wind, rain, thunder, and fire. Each balloon was more than 5 meters in diameter, solid enough to withstand the raging lightning, allowing them to rise higher and higher. Hundreds of silver-white balloons floated between the dark clouds and thunder, staring at Li Yao through the screens like hundreds of silver eyes. Li Yao's breath suddenly halted, and his heartbeat grew extremely weak. His fists, clenched in fury over Earth's destruction, gradually loosened. His 10 fingers twitched unconsciously, and his pupils dilated slightly, losing their previous brilliance. 2 silver spots, the size of needles, appeared in the depths of his eyes, which were as deep as black holes. Chapter 3250, The Lord's Projection. Li Yao's face suddenly turned extremely mysterious. The silver brightness in the depths of his eyes seemed to come to life, extending zigzagging silver threads to his eyeballs, eyes, and even his entire face. These threads sliced his face into nearly 100 pieces, each trembling uncontrollably and forming an indescribable expression. It was as if he were under the control of some force, trapped in a bottomless dream. Or perhaps, he had just awoken from a long dream, revealing his true face for the first time. The entire process lasted about half a second. Within that half second, every cell in his body and every thread of his soul in the depths of his brain were baptized by the silver storm, transforming beyond recognition. Half a second later, Li Yao smiled and waved his hand casually. Bam! The heavy door, the only entrance between the command room and the outside world and almost as large as a bank vault, slammed shut for no reason. Gears and bearings spun bizarrely, locking with ear-splitting noises. The red pole star seemed to realize something was wrong. As he turned around, he was met with Li Yao's attack. When the silver threads in his eyes flowed to his right arm, Li Yao's entire right arm was enveloped in silver light, as if it had transformed from atoms into liquid metal that could morph at will. It condensed into an indestructible blade and thrust toward the red pole's spine. The red pole star was stunned. He had not seen Li Yao cast any spells, but a series of broken drops of blood suddenly appeared before him. The drops exploded, forming a thick mist of blood. When the blood touched Li Yao's sharp right arm, it was like 10,000 crimson bugs trying to crawl into his arm, only to be vaporized by the burning silver brightness. However, this gave Red Pole a moment of respite. He leaned back in embarrassment and slid almost 5 meters away from the ground before finally escaping Li Yao's first attack. However, before he could catch his breath, Li Yao launched a second wave of attacks. His right arm turned into a silver whip, and countless streaks of brightness surrounded the small command room, cutting the space inside into pieces no larger than fists, leaving no room for Red Pole to dodge. Red Pole's face was pale, and the strange red star covering his eyes burned with intensity. The silver brightness cut tiny wounds on his body that looked like the lips of a baby, and the blood spurting from the wounds transformed into his weapons. Some turned into bloody mist, some into fury that looked like red lotuses, some into bullets as fast as lightning, and some even unfolded into a translucent defense module. However, no matter how he struggled in the narrow space, he could not escape Li Yao's silver storm. The bloody mist was swallowed, the red lotuses extinguished, the bullets shattered, and the defense module riddled with holes, crumbling under the relentless attacks. In a moment, Li Yao's right arm split into thousands of silver threads, covering most of the space inside the command room like a spider web. Red Pole was cornered and had to take a risk. His body suddenly expanded, and scorching, crimson air currents spurted from every pore. It condensed into a blood-drenched, demon-like human being midair and lunged at Li Yao. However, his real body was crawling on all fours, attempting to bypass Li Yao and escape through the door. Li Yao's smile widened. The 5 fingers on his right hand turned into streaks of silver light, piercing the bloody mist demon and absorbing all its redness. His left hand, which had remained behind his back, suddenly extended and plunged into Red Pole's chest, piercing through to the back and pinning the leader of the breakout to the wall. The short, intense battle ended abruptly. Red Pole's eyes were wide open, clouded by the surging blood mist, as if he couldn't believe what had happened to Li Yao. Crack! 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 A strange noise came from his throat. Tiny pink bubbles surfaced from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth, indicating severe damage to his lungs and heart. He struggled on the wall, trying to slap Li Yao's arm, but to no avail. Li Yao stared at Red Pole emotionlessly. More silver threads, resembling spider webs, extended from his right hand and pierced into every supercomputer in the command room. Some of the threads slithered along the walls and ceiling toward Red Pole like vipers. Red Pole's eyes nearly tore apart as he twisted his head and struggled, but he couldn't break free from Li Yao's control. Not only had Li Yao's left arm pierced his chest, but the silver thread spreading from his arm had also infiltrated Red Pole's internal organs through his veins and nerves. The two were inextricably entangled. Chi! 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 A few silver threads, resembling worms, crawled into his brain through the corners of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Ah! Li Yao immediately sensed the painful and regretful roars emanating from the depths of Red Pole's soul. Who are you? You are not Li Yao. What exactly are you? Regarding me. Li Yao tilted his head and pondered for a long time. When the interconnected silver thread spread out and transformed into a silver tide that engulfed all the screens and supercomputers, and even surged toward Red Pole, he smiled and transmitted a complex message to the depths of Red Pole's soul. Of course, I am Li Yao, but I am far more than just Li Yao. You've been wandering in my mind for so long and have experienced so many cycles, escapes, and infiltrations. Do you still not know what kind of existence stands before you? You. Red Pole was dumbfounded. Desperation and disbelief rippled deep within his soul. You are the will of the earth. For an existence like me, names are meaningless. I have countless faces and names in countless small universes and worlds. The will of the earth is just one of my many faces. Li Yao calmly said, You can think of me as a ghost left over from the destruction of an ancient earth a long time ago. You can also view me as a product of billions of intelligent life forms emitting powerful brainwaves under endless pain and anger, resonating with the stellar storm. However, that was just my initial form. Over the millions of years that followed, I traveled through the entire universe accessible at the speed of light. I encountered countless bizarre scenes and civilizations. I underwent countless evolutions that are simply unimaginable to you. I have grasped the supreme power of this universe. I even understood the laws of the three-dimensional universe. To some extent, I surpassed the illusion of it and continued marching toward the truth of the four-dimensional universe. You are very lucky. I have yet to evolve into a true four-dimensional life form. I am currently transitioning from a single-celled to a multi-celled life form, like a fish crawling onto land. So, when I project 1/10,000th of my strength and will onto Earth, I can transform into Li Yao and still barely communicate with you. If I take another step toward breaking through the universe beyond reincarnation, we will simply be unable to communicate or understand each other. Turns out, cough, cough, cough. Turns out, you've already found the biggest and most important soul fragment of Li Yao and corrupted and controlled him in a previous or earlier reincarnation. The red pole star smiled bitterly. I understand now. You've seen through our plan a long time ago. We've been working hard for Li Yao's rebirth, and you even knew about Zhang Dainiu and 40,000 years of cultivation all along. But you kept it a secret and regarded Zhang Dainiu and 40,000 years of cultivation as a fatal trap we dug for ourselves. To avoid being discovered by us, all you needed to do was attach your projection to the largest and most important Li Yao's soul fragment, set certain triggering conditions, and let nature take its course. Let the ignorant, college student Li Yao come into contact with 40,000 years of cultivation on his own, and let him awaken on his own. Let him experience a series of soul-stirring and absurd adventures. In the end, let him come to Ark Island together with Zhang Dainiu. Let him come to me and become the target drug for precise strikes at the most crucial moment. The Heaven's Origin sector didn't capture Zhang Dainiu because they were slow to react. It was because you arranged for them to be half a beat slower. From the beginning to the end, you didn't want the hunters to capture Zhang Dainiu. Instead, you wanted the hunters to be defeated by college student Li Yao. You wanted college student Li Yao to escort Zhang Dainiu safely to Ark Island and enter my line of sight so that I would discover his uniqueness. Hee. It's a truly wonderful tactic. Yes, even if I can set up the most rigorous screening and examination, making all the people entering and exiting Ark Island completely expose the secrets in their hearts, if they don't know the first thing about the mission, how could they reveal any flaws? Even college student Li Yao doesn't know he is the deadliest target drug. His performance is naturally perfect. I just don't understand. When did you lock onto and corrupt the largest piece of Li Yao's soul fragment? Traveler Meng clearly guided college student Li Yao to go back in time to countless reincarnations. If you had infiltrated it during that time, you would have definitely left some traces. Why didn't you? It's impossible.